I woke up from a pitch-black night. Am I awake? I was given a new identity. Klein Moretti. Could it be that I've transmigrated? Firearms, giant warships, and flying dirigibles. One bullet is missing. So, this is what killed me. This place is a world of steam and machinery. Potions, divination, sealed artifacts. If it exists, it will leave traces behind. Which card would you like to look at first? But there's a bit of information on 008 as well. Its appearance is that of a feather quill, and it can write without ink. That's about all. Mysterious and unknown, hidden within. The Fog of History, year 1198 of the Fifth Epoch, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, together with the Sauron family and other noble families from the former Intis kingdom, assassinated him, and he perished in the White Maple Palace. Either allow fate to play you like a puppet. Falling into insanity and immediately going berserk, becoming more demonic than demons themselves. That is what it means to lose control. Or seek an opportunity to take charge of your own destiny. If that's really how it is, then instead of exposing myself, I might as well sound things out a bit. Perhaps I'll be able to gain some useful information. The light is still shining. When I feel worried, watching it move around like this, calms me down a lot. Give it a try, Klein. Alright. There are always schemes and dark secrets lurking in the shadows. The creator of the modern Nighthawk system, Archbishop Chanis, once said, "We are guardians. But we are also a group of miserable wretches, constantly fighting against dangers and madness." This is the tale of a fool. You can call me Tap. The Fool. Lord of the Mysteries. Ugh. It hurts. What's going on? Could it be a brain hemorrhage? Sheet. I have to hurry and wake up. I don't want to die young. Am I awake? But why does it still feel like there's a blunt knife slowly slicing through my head? How can I go back to sleep like this? Looks like I'll have no choice but to take a sick day tomorrow. Wait. Where exactly am I? A desk I don't recognize. A room I don't recognize. A strange red moon. Is this me? Zhou Mingrui? Could it be that I've transmitted? Dang. I've read a lot of web novels about this kind of thing, but to think that I'd actually transmigrate. Calm down, calm down, calm down, I need to gather my thoughts. I remember being pretty unlucky recently. After getting off from work today, I think I walked past a street vendor who was selling old books. Damn it. Nothing's changed at all. It really was just nonsense in the end. It can't be, did I transmigrate because of that luck enhancement ritual? I'm not sure what possessed me, but I bought one. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth, and following the book's instructions, I placed servings of a staple food in all four corners of my room and performed a luck enhancement ritual. Whose memories are these? Klein Moretti. My head started hurting again. A citizen of the northern continent's lone kingdom, from the city of Tingen in Alwa County. His father had been a sergeant in the Imperial Army. And he'd sacrificed himself during a colonial conflict with the southern continent. The pension paid to his family as a result gave Klein the opportunity to enroll in a private grammar school. His mother had been a devotee of the Evernight goddess. But she passed away the same year Klein passed the entrance exams for Koei University. He's currently living in a two-bedroom apartment with his older brother and younger sister. They're supported solely by the older brother, who works as a clerk at an import and export company. As a history graduate, Klein has a good grasp on the ancient Phasak language, which is said to be the parent language of every language spoken on the northern continent. He also knows the Hermes language, which is interrelated to prayer and the offering of sacrifices, and often appears in ancient tombs. Hermes language. A notebook. Everyone will die, including me. Why are these hands so dirty? I got some of it on the notebook. Blood. My temple hurts a ton. Could it be that? Is this a bullet wound? How is this possible? There's no way anyone could survive such a serious injury. Hold on. The wound is already half healed. What in the world is going on? I'm not imagining things. I really am still alive. Could this be a healing effect brought on by the transmigration process? And there's one other question. How did I die? One bullet is missing. So, this is what killed me. Sure enough. Blood stains and a bullet. However, even though it's clear I died from a gunshot, was it suicide or murder? If it was suicide, well, the family is so poor that older brother Benson had to go to great lengths to buy even the gas lamp on this desk. So where would I have gotten the money for a revolver? But if it was murder? What exactly was the murderer's goal? It's not like a poor, lower-class history graduate could cause any serious trouble, right? Damn it. The memories of this body's original owner only remain in fragments. It's impossible to link them all together. But at least I've finally managed to wash myself clean. In a bit, I'll clean up the blood on the ground as well. I don't want to scare Melissa. Klein. What are you doing? Melissa, you're already up. You're so punctual, as always. I wanted to wind up Father's watch. The hands don't move anymore. Gimme. What? Father's pocket watch. It's probably best if I'm the one who fixes it. Melissa Moretti, 16 years old. The young daughter of the Moretti family. She's a student at Tingen Technical School's Steam and Machinery department. Her dream is to become a steam mechanic. This little sister, she's exactly as Klein remembers. She appears to have some serious talent when it comes to mechanical things. Done here. It really is fixed. Melissa, you're amazing. That look of concern. Does she think of her older brother as being mentally handicapped or something? Klein, don't forget to buy some fresh bread today, meat and peas as well. You're about to have an interview, so I'll make you lamb and pea stew. Remember, fresh bread, and only 8 pounds of it. The weather's hot, so it'll spoil easily if you get too much. And make sure you don't forget the lamb and peas. Alright. Yeah, she's showing loving concern for her nerd brother. She had to re-emphasize it. That said, if I go and buy some staple food today, does that mean I'll be able to perform another luck enhancement ritual, and then transmigrate back? Where? Found it. Come, come. Have some of our delicious pan-roasted fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. A bowl in the morning will keep you energized for the whole day. Vegetables that have just been picked from the farms outside the city. Cheap and fresh. I suppose it doesn't matter what world you're in. The markets used by people from the lower class are always going to be lively. This is all the money that Benson currently has saved. Yes, it doesn't matter what world you're in. Money will always be incredibly cute. Sigh, even though I've transmigrated, I'm still dirt poor, wrongly thought that transmigration was guaranteed to make you someone rich. Never mind that. I should hurry and buy some staple food so I can go back and perform that luck enhancement ritual. I want to go back to my world. Good morning, Mrs. Smyron. I would like 8 pounds of rye bread. Oh. Klein. Where's Benson? He still isn't back. He'll be gone for a few more days. He is truly such a hard-working young man. I'm sure he'll find a good wife. But you as well. You've finished school, and you're now a graduate in history from Arkoi University. Yes, you'll be able to start making money very soon, so you shouldn't live in that kind of an apartment anymore. You should at least find a place that gives you your own bathroom. Mrs. Smyron, you're like a lively young lady today. Given the fragmented nature of the memories currently at my disposal, there's no way I'll be able to take on that upcoming job interview. Moreover, I have to transmigrate back. My friends and my wonderful life back home are all waiting for me. Alright. That'll be a total of 9 pence. 9 pence? Wouldn't this have cost 11 pence just a few days ago? And 2 months ago, it would have been 15 pence. You have the repealing of the Grain Act to thank. Thank the people who marched in protest. Oh. Melissa also asked for lamb and peas. The circus will be putting on a show tomorrow night. We welcome you to come and watch. The circus will be putting on a show tomorrow. Why don't you come, good sir? There's a circus show tomorrow night, huh? Melissa would definitely enjoy something like that. I wonder how much tickets cost. Would you like me to tell you your fortune? Fortune? No. But my tarot divination is very accurate. Wait, did she just say tarot? It's pronounced almost the exact same way as it is on Earth. Now that I think about the tarot cards in this world. They didn't originate from the 7 orthodox gods, nor did they get passed down from ancient times. Instead, they were invented a little over 170 years ago by Roselle Gusta, who was the consul of the Intis Republic at the time. This Mr. Roselle invented the steam engine, improved the sailboat, and overthrew the rule of the Intis kingdom. The Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave him recognition, and he became the first consul of the Intis Republic. Later on, he waged war on multiple nations. Lemberg, and a number of other countries, became protectorates of the Intis Republic. The Lone Kingdom, Fenapotter, the Faysak Empire, and other powerful countries in the northern continent were also forced to bow down to him. From there, he turned the Intis Republic into the Intis Empire, and he named himself Emperor Caesar. It was during Roselle's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmanship received its first public divine revelation since the 5th epoch. After that, the God of Craftsmanship was renamed the God of Steam and Machinery. Roselle also invented tarot divination, and he established the current system of paper-based cards, as well as the ways that they could be played. Among those ways were many that Zhou Mingrui recognized. For example, there was War, Texas Hold 'em, and Gwent. Unfortunately, he was betrayed during the later years of his life. In year 1198 of the 5th epoch, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, together with the Sauron family and other noble families from the former Intis kingdom, assassinated him, and he perished in the White Maple Palace. Based off of my memory fragments, this Emperor Caesar, could it be that he was my senior in transmigration? If it's not, if the price is reasonable, I'll give it a try. Sir, you are the first person to come in for divination today. Therefore, it'll be free of charge. The Magician. The Emperor. The Hanged Man. Temperance. Even the cards themselves are the same as they are on Earth. It's starting to look more and more like Roselle might actually be my senior. Here, shuffle the cards and cut the deck. Just to double check. No extra fees for the reading, right? No extra fees. It's completely free. I'm done shuffling. Now then. What would you like me to divine? About the past, the present, and the future. The past, present, and future. Then please shuffle the cards again. Only if you shuffle after you know what you want to ask will the cards give you truly pertinent answers. Dang. Are you messing with me? Do you have to be so petty? I just wanted to confirm that this is 100% free. Is that so wrong? I've finished shuffling. There aren't any problems this time, right? Nope, there aren't. Now then, this card represents the past. This card symbolizes the present. And this card heralds the future. Alright. Which card would you like to look at first? I'll look at the present first. Sure thing. It's the Fool. The Fool? The tarot card that's numbered 0. If I remember correctly, it represents a beginning of some kind. What does it mean in this case? A beginning that branches out into endless possibilities. This card, why are you impersonating me again? Oh. Hurry and head back. Don't forget, you're just an animal trainer. Telling people their fortunes is my job. Don't worry about this development too much. It's just that, divination is what I like. Also, I can't help but say this. But sometimes, my divination and interpretation can be really quite accurate. Seriously. Goodness. Huff. Sir, do you need me to help you interpret your cards? Will it be free? No. Ah, never mind, then. Man, what the heck was that? I was about to get a tarot reading from an animal trainer. At least I've bought all the food that Melissa tasked me with getting. Money really is tight. I had to spend 2 soldi and 1 penny just to buy this food, and that 1 extra penny had to come out of my own pocket, too. Benson, who's the breadwinner in this household, I feel so bad for him. Done. However, now that I've bought some staple food, I'll be able to carry out the luck enhancement ritual. I've finally finished translating the ritual's incantation. The Hermes language is too difficult, but I've translated the incantation into ancient Faisak and the Lone language. I'll try those out first. The staple food is in place. It's time to start. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth. Can I go back now? Has there been any effect? Might something unexpected happen? What's going on? I can barely even open my eyes. Why? And who is it that's talking next to me? Damn it, I should have just let it be. It feels as if a nail is being hammered into my head. Gah, it hurts. My head's about to explode. Am I awake? What is this place? This is. Gah. Oh, no. Magic mirror, hurry and awaken. In the name of the Hall family. I command you to awaken. Audrey Hall. Father really was just lying to me, then. He's always telling me that this mirror was once owned by the Dark Emperor of the ancient Solomon Empire, that it's an extraordinary treasure. This. Alger Wilson. We're still short on ghost shark blood. What is? Dash. Other people. Excuse me, sir, what is this place? What are you trying to do here? They're speaking the lone language. What is this place? What am I trying to do? I don't even know the answers myself. Could it be that these two people were also dragged into this strange place because of my luck enhancement ritual? If that's really the case, then instead of exposing myself, I might as well sound things out a bit. Perhaps I'll be able to gain some useful information. This was an attempt. An attempt? Who exactly is this man? And who's this person next to me? I can't see clearly at all. Sir. Is your attempt complete? May I be allowed to go back home? They seem to be, a girl with blonde hair and a man with blue hair. I still can't clearly see their appearances. Is it because my power is too weak? Or is it because I don't understand this world enough? But one thing I can say for sure, is that, in this current situation, they are the guests, and I am the host. Of course. If you formally request it, I can send you back right this very instant. He doesn't sound like he's harboring any ill intentions. This is truly such a wondrous experience. Yes, I've always been hoping that I might experience something like this. What I'm trying to say, is that I like mysteries. I like supernatural miracles. No, what I mean is, sir, what do I have to do to become a Beyonder? Good question. I would also like to know the answer. That said, I'm the host of this world, aren't I? Isn't it a bit too unbecoming of me to just stand here and answer questions? Shouldn't there be a temple? And a long table or something? And I should be sitting at the head of that table, observing the guests as they ask their questions. What's happening? It's truly, miraculous, indeed. Are you from Lone? If you wish to become a Beyonder, you should join the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. But the vast majority of people never get the opportunity to meet a Beyonder. I suspect that's also the case within the churches, even among the ranking clergy. Still, I can say for certain that there are Beyonders within our courts, tribunals, and execution agencies, fighting against the many dangers that grow within the dark. It's just that there are far fewer of them now than there were before, in the early days of the Iron Age. Iron Age, going off of Klein's memories, the Iron Age refers to the current epoch, the fifth epoch, which began 1,349 years ago. Mister, I already know all of those things. In fact, I know even more than that. For example, I know about the Nighthawks, the mandated Punisher, and the machinery hive mind. However, I don't want to lose my freedom. But have you ever heard of anyone becoming a Beyonder without having to pay a price? If you don't want to consider joining a church and accepting their tests, your only option will be to seek out one of those few noble families, those families whose histories go back at least 1,000 years. Failing that, I suppose you could try your luck and search for one of those evil organizations that hide amongst the shadows. Is there really no other way? Another way. I actually possess the recipes for 2 sequence 9 potions. Really? Which 2? Sequence 9. I'm sure you know this, but if you wish to become a true Beyonder, you have to rely on potions, and potion names come from the blasphemy slate. Potion names have been translated through many languages, and they've greatly changed over time. The names are always modified so that they match the idiosyncrasies of the current era. But what's most important is whether or not the names can portray the core characteristics of the potions. One of the potions I possess is called Sailor. It gives you the ability to walk freely and steadily even if you're on a ship in the middle of a storm. It will also give you illusory scales, which allow you to swim with incredible ease and dive underwater for at least 10 minutes at a time, as if you were a creature of the sea. That sounds amazing, the Keeper of the Sea, from the Lord of Storms. Yes, in ancient times, it was called Keeper of the Sea. The second recipe is for a potion called Spectator. I don't know what this one was called in ancient times. But it gives you greatly heightened mental energy and observation skills. By observing the expressions, conduct, and words of people in the secular world, you'll be able to steal a glimpse of their inner thoughts. As if you're a spectator watching a play. But it doesn't matter if it's an extravagant banquet or a crowded street. You have to remember that a spectator will always only be a spectator. I think I've taken a liking to the idea of spectator. How can I obtain the recipe for spectator? What can I use to trade you for it? Ghost shark blood. At least 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood. Assuming I can obtain it, how do I give it to you? And how can I know for sure that, once you've received the ghost shark blood, you'll give me the formula in return? And that the formula will be authentic? I will give you an address. Once I've received the ghost shark blood, I will send the formula to you. Don't worry, alternatively, I can tell you the recipe directly in this place. As for authenticity, I think, if we have this mysterious lord as a witness, both you and I can rest assured. Ah, that's right. Sir, please be a witness for our transaction. Oh, right. Sir, what should we call you? You can call me, Tap. The Fool. The Fool. Honorable Mr. Fool. If I may be so bold as to ask, Mr. Fool, would you please be a witness for our transaction? Of course. It's nothing. We are honored, Mr. Fool. Go on. You may continue. The way I'm responding to them, it fits my current status, right? If you obtain the ghost shark blood, send it to the Warrior and Sea bar on Pelican Street, in the White Rose district of Pritz Harbor. Tell the owner, Williams, that it's what the captain wants. Once I've confirmed that everything is in order, I will send the potion formula to you, or I can simply tell you the recipe here. I'll choose the more secure method. You can just tell me the recipe here. Although it will really test my memory. Mr. Fool, would you mind making a few more attempts like this one? Since he's already agreed to be a witness for the transaction, that implies we'll be having more gatherings like this in the future, right? Mr. Fool, don't you find this gathering quite interesting? Although you're remarkably powerful, there are surely certain fields that you aren't an expert in. Both I and the highborn young lady sitting across from me have our own experiences, insights, connections, and resources. Perhaps, at some point in the future, she and I will be able to help you carry out tasks that would be inconvenient for you to attend to yourself. Highborn young lady, do my accent and mannerisms make it that obvious? However, Mr. Fool, I think this is a very good suggestion. If our gatherings become a regular thing, you could definitely delegate some of your tasks to the two of us. Of course, they would have to be things that are within our ability to accomplish. Indeed, having more gatherings will allow me to gain more knowledge about the secrets of the Beyonders, as well as many other mysteries. It may even help me find a way to transmigrate back. What's more, during the next gathering, I should be able to learn the recipe for the Spectator potion. I can also learn other things that might prove useful in this current life, but the more gatherings we have, the more likely it'll be that my true identity gets exposed. Nervous. I am quite fond of fair and equal exchange. I will make sure to reward you for any help you give me. Every Monday, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, try your best to be alone. After I make a few more attempts and figure out a few things. Perhaps you'll be able to take leave of absences ahead of time, and then you won't have to worry about our gatherings occurring at inopportune times. Mr. Fool, does this mean you agree? Then should we also give ourselves our own code names? If you're Mr. Fool, which is taken from a tarot card, since these gatherings of ours will be regular, long-term, and secret, it's best if our names are thematically similar. Yes, I'll take my name from a tarot card as well. I've decided. My code name will be Justice. What about you, Mr. The Hanged Man? Since all of our code names are taken from major arcana tarot cards, how about we call this gathering of ours the Tarot Club? And we'll be the founding members of the Tarot Club. That's fine, right, Mr. Fool? You may decide such trivial matters yourselves. I heard that tarot cards were invented by Emperor Russell to be used in games. They don't actually possess any divinatory powers, right? No, oftentimes, divination comes from within oneself. Everyone possesses their own innate spirituality. Everyone is able to come into contact with the spiritual world, to sense higher-level information about themselves. However, ordinary people aren't aware of this at all, and they're unable to interpret the signs they receive. But when they use divination tools, the tools can help present some of that information. The simplest example of this is dream interpretation. Tarot cards actually fall into this category of tools. They use a combination of symbolism and easily digestible ideas to help us interpret signs in a more convenient and accurate way. What's going on? My head's starting to ache again. I'm not questioning the validity of tarot cards. It's just, I once heard that Emperor Russell actually created another set of cards as well, cards that symbolized an unknown power. There were 22 cards in total, and using those as reference, he created the 22 major arcana tarot cards, to be used in games. This won't do. My headache is getting worse and worse. It seems I won't be able to maintain my connection with this world much longer. That's correct. It's said that Emperor Russell once saw the blasphemy slate, and that the profound mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine are hidden within that deck of cards. 22 paths of the divine, alright. We will end today's gathering here. As you will it. Let us look forward to our next gathering. It was like a dream. What exactly was that gray and foggy world? And who, or what kind of power, created the changes that happened earlier? It looks like time progresses at the same pace in the fog-filled world as it does in this one. However, that gathering just now was fascinating indeed. We clearly live in different parts of the world, but we were able to communicate over the long distances that separate us, though now that I think about it, that sounds pretty familiar. WeChat. QQ. Online chat rooms. By the looks of it, I won't be able to go back to Earth, at least not in the short term. Starting now, there is no longer a Zhou Mingrui here. There is only Klein. I've returned. Crack. This is. May the storm be with you. I won't give in. I have faith that you can. You. Cough. Crack. What happened? The captain escaped. He actually still has some of his Beyonder powers. Damn it. Forget it. He was only of secondary importance, anyways. We'll still be rewarded for finding this ghost ship from the Tudor era. What's more, if this storm continues, the captain won't be able to last long out there. A new era has begun. Turns out, it really wasn't a dream. Hee hee. Knock knock knock. Who is it? It's Annie. My lady, may I come in? Yes, you may. Is something the matter? You should start getting ready. Oh, dear. It's broken, it. Yeah, Susie was in here just now. You know her, she's always breaking things. Be sure to train her well. Dogs can be quite destructive. Right, right. My lady, which dress do you wish to wear? I like the one that Mrs. Guinea designed for me for my 17th birthday. No, that won't do. You've already worn that dress on a formal occasion before. Wear it on another such occasion, and people will start to wonder if the Hall family is going through a time of financial struggle. But I really like it. You may wear it at home, but don't wear it to something so formal. Then I'll wear the one that Mr. Sodas sent on the day before yesterday. The one with lotus designs embroidered on the sleeves. Ah, of course. Your taste is as good as always. The brightest jewel in Backland. It's time for us to head out. Father, don't call me that. Then, my beautiful little princess. It's time for us to go. Lifts arm. No, I want to be on your right. Your left side is for Mrs. Hall, the Countess. I can't take my dear mother's spot. All right. Then this side shall be for my greatest pride. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island Royal Navy Base. Lord of Storms above. It's so imposing, oh, my lord. It's an ironclad warship. It's the king's airship. Ruler of the Lone Kingdom, George A.I.E. To think that, even in this age of iron, steam, and guns, there are still people who persist in wearing full suits of metal armor. Could it be, that they're higher-order, disciplinary paladins? Prime Minister of the Lone Kingdom, Bagwisid Negan. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have now already seen that this is a history-making ironclad warship. It is 101 meters long and 21 meters wide. It utilizes a high freeboard design. Its main armor belt is 457 mm thick, and its total displacement is 10,060 tons. It has a main battery of 4 305 mm guns, complemented by 6 rapid-firing guns, 12 6-pounder guns, 18 6-barreled machine guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. It can also reach a speed of 16 knots. It will become a true hegemon, a conqueror of the seas. Your Majesty. Please give it a name. Since it will start its journey in Pritz Harbor, let us call it the Pritz. The Pritz. Boom. The Pritz. From now on, the 7 pirates who call themselves admirals, and the 4 pirates who call themselves kings. will have no choice but to tremble in fear and await their doom. Their era is coming to an end. Even if they possess beyonder powers, ghost ships, or cursed ships, only ironclad warships will be able to freely roam the seas. But, my lord, won't they be able to build their own ironclad warships in response? Indeed, can't they just build their own? What will we do if the pirates obtain ironclad warships as well? Impossible. That could never happen. The construction of this ship required 3 large coal and steel amalgamation and 20 large-scale steel factories. It also required 60 scientists and senior engineers, as well as 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 different parts factories. It required an admiralty, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a determined king with excellent foresight, and a powerful country with annual steel production of 12 million tons. Pirates would never be able to achieve something like that. Ladies, gentlemen, the era of guns and giant warships is here. They're disappearing. 4 dots, arranged in a square. Could it be that they correspond to the 4 pieces of staple food in the 4 corners of the room? Then, in the future, does it mean I won't have to prepare staple food anymore? That I can start with the ritual and incantations directly? Well, it seems good on the surface, but I can't help but feel frightened by the fact that I don't understand what's going on. From Taoist rituals to everything that's happened now, fear is humanity's oldest and strongest emotion. And the fear of the unknown is the oldest and strongest kind of fear. That was a really nice nap. Though my head hurts a bit. It's 12:30. I slept for 3 hours. Here, time is measured in the same way as it is back on Earth. However, I can't say for certain if an hour here is exactly as long as an hour there. Gurgle. Sigh. Is this the life I have to live? One where I eat rye bread for breakfast, rye bread for lunch, and where it's only during dinner that I get to eat any meat. Ah, right. It's time for me to demonstrate a transmigrator's true strength. Phew, I'm finally finished. Huff huff. I'll eat some potatoes to stave off my hunger for now. As for the lamb, I'll wait for Melissa to come back so we can eat it together. It's good. This tastiness really takes me back. Ooh. When I was a kid, I loved eating potatoes this way. Burp. I finally feel alive again. Turns out, performing that ritual actually uses up a ton of energy. Satisfied. But now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. I've been transmigrated. That's a fact, and it doesn't seem I can escape. So the biggest priority right now is to find a way to connect with the ways of mysticism, and become a beyonder, like Justice and the Hanged Man we're talking about. Fortunately, Klein had the habit of keeping a journal. I should look through it for clues before the next gathering, and see if I can fill in the gaps between Klein's fragmented memories. What's more, I have to figure out the issue of Klein himself. Why did he commit suicide? What exactly happened to him? May 29th. Welch found me and told me that he'd obtained a notebook from the 4th epoch. Oh, my goddess. A notebook from the 4th epoch. He didn't want to ask the students from the archaeology department for help decoding its contents. Instead, he came to me and Naya, helping with something like that. How could I possibly refuse? Of course, I have to put it off until after graduation, until after my thesis defense. I can't afford to get distracted at a time like this. The 4th epoch. According to Klein's memories, it's currently the Iron Age. And the 4th epoch came right before the Iron Age. But the 4th epoch is truly too mysterious. Even historians have to rely on the theological texts of the 7 major churches to piece together a rough record of what happened during it. At the moment, we're only aware of the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trunsoist Empire. Klein was a history student, and when he found something that could provide more information on the Fourth Epoch, also known as the Age of the Gods, he must have been so incredibly excited. Wait. Could it be that the information he found about the Fourth Epoch had something to do with his death? Are there more clues in this journal? FLP. June 24. Naya told me that they've discovered something new. I think I should go and take a look. June 25. From the newly interpreted content, we found that the original owner of the notebook accepted a mission to summit the highest peak in the Hornacis mountain range, where the Nation of the Evernight was located. Oh, my goddess, the highest peak in the Hornacis mountains is over 6,000 meters tall. How could a nation possibly exist up there? How would they survive? June 26. Are all these strange things real? The journal ends here. I transmigrated here on the 28th, at midnight. So, in other words, Klein should have written an entry for June 27. Wait, was that line it? Everyone will die, including me. I think these are all the clues I can find. To be honest, now that I've looked through all this, Klein really had no reason to worry about finding a job. In this world, in this era, universities are still few and far between. For the most part, only nobles and aristocrats can attend them. So any commoner who can get into one of these schools, even if they failed out in the end, would still be able to accumulate valuable social connections. Take Welch, for example. He's the son of a wealthy banker, but because he was assigned to the same group as me and Naya, he would often come to us for help. Ah, that's right. Welch. I should go visit Welch and take another look at the ancient notebook. Maybe I'll be able to find more clues that way. However, with the way these things usually play out in movies and such, if the notebook really has something to do with me, I'll most likely run into danger if I go. But I can't not go, either. Because if I try to run, I'll never be able to solve the matter at hand. Nor can I go to the police. It's not like I can report my own suicide, right? Thud thud. Who? Thud 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 thud. Who is it? Click. It's me. Mountbatten. Bitch Mountbatten. It's the police. Alright, I'm coming. That should do it, right? Click. Sorry, I was taking a nap, yawn. What? These 3 police officers have something they want to ask you about. Please, come in. What do you need to ask me about? His epaulette has 6 pointed stars on it. That means, these 3 are inspectors. Do you know Welch McGovern? Did something happen to him? Let me ask my questions first. Don't be nervous. This is just a routine questioning. If you're talking about the Koei University graduate, Welch McGovern from Constant, then yes, I know him. We were classmates, and we studied under the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quinton Cohen. Honestly, I think we have a pretty good relationship. He and I, as well as Naya, have been getting together quite a bit recently. We've been interpreting and discussing the Fourth Epoch document he obtained. The document is a notebook. Sir, did something happen to him? Yes. I'm very sorry. Mr. Welch has passed away. How could this be? Then what about Naya? Ms. Naya has also passed away. They both died in Mr. Welch's place of residence. Were they murdered? No. Judging from the evidence at the scene, they committed suicide. Mr. Welch slammed his head against a wall, many times. By the looks of it, the wall was covered in blood. And Ms. Naya drowned herself in a water basin. Yes, the kind that's used to wash one's face. That's impossible. Impossible. That's what we thought as well. However, the autopsy results and the state of the scene itself ruled out drugs or external forces. They, Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya, their bodies showed no signs of struggle. When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya? On June 26, I think we interpreted and read a new section of the notebook. After that, I came back home to prepare for my interview on the 30th, an interview with the Department of History at Tianjin University. Ah, crap. I forgot to hide my journal. Hey. Don't be nervous. This is part of the required procedures. They aren't planning to stop at all. They haven't even shown me a search warrant. Wait, no. I don't think the Lone Kingdom's judicial system has evolved enough for there to be search warrants yet. Even the police force itself was only established 15 or 16 years ago. What is this? How strange. This line. What does it mean? Everyone will die. What should I do? Should I try to lie my way through this? Is it not common sense that everyone will die? Everyone, except the gods. Wait. I don't know if I'll encounter any danger down the road. It might be a good idea to try and make a connection with the police. This is an opportunity. I don't know. I really don't know. As soon as I woke up this morning, I felt as if something wasn't right, as if I was forgetting something. In particular, the things that happened over the last few days, so it's not clear, even to myself, why I wrote such a sentence. At a time like this, telling the truth might be the best way to solve the problem. Of course, I'll need to be cautious in how I go about it. But, will they believe me? How absurd. Do you think we're fools? Pretending to have amnesia, are you? I'd much sooner believe a plea of insanity. I'm telling the truth. You. Perhaps he is telling the truth. It's possible. An expert will be coming here in the next day or two. Trust me. She should be able to help you recover your lost memories. What? He believed me, just like that. An expert helping me recover my memories. Is she a psychologist, or? Ugh. What will I do if they uncover my memories of Earth? Alright, Mr. Klein, thank you for your cooperation. Over these next few days, it's best if you don't leave Tianjin. Though if you must leave, please notify Officer Mountbatten first. Otherwise, you'll be held in contempt of the law. Alright, I understand. It's over. They aren't going to ask more questions or investigate further. Or maybe even take me back to the police station and try to torture information out of me. How nice. You're very lucky. What? Usually, after encountering such an event, well, it's normal for everyone involved to die. We are very happy and very fortunate to see that you're still alive. Normal for everyone involved to die. Very happy to see I'm still alive. Very fortunate that I'm still alive. Wait. If this matter is this scary, then why aren't they taking me in for protection, since I'm an important witness? Isn't this being way too careless? Are they trying to sound things out or using me as bait? You'll protect me, right? Yes, I know you will. That just now, was how a normal person would have reacted to all this, right? But my acting was really lacking. Looks like I'll have to put some serious effort into cultivating my acting skills. Ugh. Now, I wait for Melissa to come home and make lamb and pea stew. Although it's true that poor families usually don't have much in the way of seasoning, Melissa's approach to cooking is still way too simple and crude. If I wait for Melissa to come back and make it, it'll be at least 7:30 before the food is ready. She would be absolutely starving by then. It's time to show her what true cuisine looks like. And, as for Klein suddenly learning how to cook, I'll just blame it on Welch. The dead can't refute me. It smells good. Melissa, you're back. You made this? Yeah, try some. So tender. So tasty. So good. Klein, this all was supposed to be for you. I've already snuck more than a few bites. It's a privilege that comes with being the chef, right? That was so good. There's no way I'd be able to tell that this was your first time making it. I actually went and asked Welch to teach me how to make this dish. He has a really good chef, as you know. But compared to the food made by Welch's chef, this was still far too lacking. When I have the money, I'll take you and Benson out to a restaurant, where we'll eat some even better food. Your interview, burp. Eck. Puff. Your task is to clean up. All right. You used black pepper and lard. Just a tiny little bit. It's the price of deliciousness. Let's go back to having me cook, all right? Yeah, you need to hurry and focus on your interview. Focus on finding a job. Ahaha. Sis, did you have to bring that up? It's an entirely different issue. Make sure you sleep soon, Klein. Good night. Good night, Melissa. Knock knock. What time is it? Did Melissa forget to wake me up? Who is it? It's me, Dunn Smith. Dunn Smith? Who? I don't recognize that name. Sorry, but did something happen? We found a coachman who confirmed that you, on the 27th, in other words, on the day of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya's deaths, went to Mr. Welch's residence. What's more, it was Mr. Welch that helped you pay for the coach. It's just as I guessed. On June 27th, the original Klein really did go to Welch's place, and after he got home, he committed suicide that same night, just like Welch and Naya. This isn't strong enough evidence to prove that I have anything to do with Welch and Naya's deaths. To be honest, I also really want to know what conspired that day. I also want to find out what happened to my poor friends. But, I really can't remember. I've forgotten about pretty much everything I did on the 27th. You probably don't believe me. Because it was only because of the entries in my journal that I was able to guess, and only barely, that I might have been to Welch's residence on the 27th. You have a strong composure. Everything I've said is true. Of course, it's only a part of the truth. One of Mr. Welch's revolvers is lost and unaccounted for. I think I'll be able to find it here. Isn't that right, Mr. Klein? So the gun belonged to Welch. Raises hands. It's on the bottom of the bed, tucked inside the frame. There's nothing you would like to add? There is. 2 nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I found myself lying on my desk. That revolver was next to me, and there was a spent bullet in the corner of the room. It looked as if I'd committed suicide. Perhaps it's because I'm inexperienced, or because I got cold feet at the very last moment, but, in short, the bullet did not achieve the intended effect and I lived. After that, I found that I'd lost some of my memories. This includes any memories I had about what I saw or did at Welch's residence on the 27th. I'm not lying. I really don't remember anything. I've been a bit vague with my wording, but, my transmigration and the gathering aside, I've now confessed everything. I probably won't be found out, right? Yes, this is in line with what I'd already surmised. It also fits the veiled logic that we found in similar incidents that happened in the past. Of course, I have no idea how you managed to survive. So long as you believe me. Phew. I don't know how I survived, either. However, it doesn't matter that I believe you. Right now, you're under very heavy suspicion. You must have an expert confirm your story. We need to make sure that you truly did forget what happened, that you truly didn't bring about Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya's deaths. Mr. Klein, if you don't mind, please cooperate with our investigation and come back to the police station with me. The whole process will probably take about 2 to 3 days. Let's go. The expert is already here. Didn't you say it could take up to 2 days? Yes, but she arrived earlier than we expected. Then, let me leave a note. All right. Will that expert be able to find out that I transmigrated? Right under the noses of the 7 major churches, Emperor Roselle was assassinated. As such, something like transmigration might end up putting me in front of an arbitral tribunal. I have no weapons, no fighting ability, and I have no idea how many more police there are waiting outside. If they take out their guns and fire a volley at me, I'll be finished. Whatever. I'll have to take this one step at a time. Go on in. Hey, kid. Hand over what you stole. Let go of me. I didn't steal anything. You dang brat. Hurry and give it to me. Otherwise, I'm innocent. Let go of my hand. This is my chance. As long as I can escape the city, I won't have to meet that expert. Where did this guy come from? What's going on? And after this, right. I'll go to Backlund. Backlund has a large population, and it'll be easier to hide there. Ah. Carriages. When I find an opportunity later, I'll jump in one of these carriages. That way, I should be able to get the police off of my trail for at least a little while. Hurry. Please take me to the pier outside the city. Understood. Almost there. This place is. Where are you going? To Welch's residence. You. Huff huff. Thank goodness, it was only a dream. It's only 2:30 in the morning. Ah, I need to go relieve myself. Creak. It's him. Dunn Smith. Am I still dreaming? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Dunn Smith. A Nighthawk. A Nighthawk? Aren't Nighthawks the group of beyonders that Justice and the Hanged Man mentioned? The one that's under the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Were you controlling my dreams? Is that why I had such a dream just now? No, I merely entered your dream and gave the necessary guidance. When you're dreaming, the thoughts and emotions that you normally keep suppressed will rise to the surface, making everything appear chaotic, crazy, and absurd. However, the truth can always be found, hiding within, and for an old hand like me, finding such truths is easy. Compared to your conscious self, I believe your dreaming self more. Normal people aren't able to control their dreams. This means that if I dream about something on Earth, he'll definitely find out. Wait. In my dream just now, I was very clear-headed. I knew very well what I could and couldn't say. And so, he only saw what I wanted him to see. Could it be that, because I transmigrated, there's something special about my mental state? Or perhaps it's due to some extra effect of the luck enhancement ritual. So, Mr. Smith. You now fully believe that I lost my memories, right? Don't you feel shocked about this at all? The people I've met in the past, even if they had just finished dreaming, they still wouldn't believe that beyonder powers exist. They preferred to believe that they were still dreaming, that they hadn't actually woken up yet. Maybe it's because I'm hoping and praying that such powers can be used to help me. That's a very interesting line of thought. Perhaps it wasn't only because of luck that you're still alive. Right now, I can confirm that you truly did lose some of your memories because of this incident. In particular, memories that have to do with the incident itself. Then, may I go home now? No, you still have to go with me and meet the expert. Why? You aren't confident about the guidance you gave in my dream. This has to be a joke, right? If that expert knows hypnosis, mind reading, or something else like that, won't the fact that I transmigrated be brought out into the open? I'm very confident when it comes to dreams. However, it never hurts to double-check critical things like these. What's more, she and I specialize in different areas. Perhaps she'll be able to help you restore some of your memories. For example, she might help you remember the current whereabouts of that notebook you were so concerned with, the Antagonist family's notebook. What? We weren't able to find that fourth epic notebook. We looked all over Mr. Welch's home. Nothing. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. You are the only remaining clue. The notebook disappeared. This is too strange. Before this, I never once stopped to think about the location of the fourth epic notebook. Come. Let's go to Welch's residence. The expert is waiting for us there. I want to run, but beyonders are much more powerful than normal humans, and based on the way he reacted during my dream, he's already raised his guard. What's more, he's definitely carrying a gun. Why did you try to escape at the end of your dream? What were you afraid of? I don't remember what I did at Welch's house, and I don't remember if I caused their deaths or not. I'm afraid that, in the end, it might turn out that I really am the culprit. I was too scared to face that possibility, so I thought it would be better to run away. To run away to the southern continent and start a new life there. I see. If I were in your shoes, I would have thought the same thing. Mr. Smith, if, and only if, the expert confirms that I really did lose that portion of my memories, and if there isn't any evidence to prove that I'm the perpetrator, then this whole matter will be over. In theory, yes. We will continue searching for the notebook. At the same time, we will also make sure that you haven't been cursed, and that there aren't any demons or evil spirits lurking about your body. We'll need to confirm that you can live a safe and stable life in the future. In theory. Has there ever been something that broke this mold? A few years ago, we dealt with a case involving a cult. The cult made its followers commit suicide to act as living sacrifices. One of these followers managed to triumph over his own foolishness, and he reported the cult to us. The case was quickly resolved, and we confirmed that there weren't any demonic sense lingering about him. After that, he started living an ordinary life. His financial situation was good. He had a strong relationship with his wife. His child was smart and adorable. However, in March of this year, he suddenly died. He strangled himself to death within his office. He strangled himself to death. We've arrived at Welch's residence. Come, get off the carriage, all right. Let me introduce the expert in advance. The expert is known to the outside world as the most renowned spirit medium of Alwa County. Of course, that's just a disguise. Then what is her real identity? In reality, she's a true spirit medium. Good evening, gentlemen. Daily, are there any results? The original spirits have already disappeared, including Welch and Naya's. This is tricky indeed. Ah, right. Daily, this is Klein Moretti. Try and see if you can find out anything from him. Find out anything from me? What should I do? What if she really exposes my secrets? I don't have anything I can rely on. I can only hope that there's something special about me. This is a really uncomfortable feeling. I need a little help. After all, you aren't an enemy, so I can't treat you in a way that's too direct or rough. That would make you uncomfortable. It would make you feel pained, and it may even cause some serious future complications. I will give you some fragrances. They'll provide you with a smooth and gentle sensation, and they'll allow you to slowly loosen yourself up. And then, you can really immerse yourself in that feeling. Why does that sound so weird? Don't find it too strange, now. We aren't the same as the people from the Church of the Lord of Storms. Here, on our end, women can verbally tease men as well. And I'm sure you can understand this point, no? Your mother was a devout follower of the Evernight goddess, and both you and your older brother attended the church's Sunday school lessons. I understand, I just never thought that it would be so. Don't worry, Daly doesn't do this often. She's just using this method to help you calm down. She's more interested in corpses than she is in men. You're making me sound so perverse. Alright, let's begin. This is an herbal distillate made from a mixture of night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile extract. I call it Amantha, which means tranquility in the Hermes language. Trust me, it smells very nice. This one is called Eye of the Spirit. It's made by taking bark and leaves from Drago and polar trees, sun-drying it for 7 days, decocting it thrice, and then immersing it all in Lanty wine. Wisp of course, I add in a number of incantations throughout. It's very helpful in mediumship. And it's strong enough to enchant people with. This feeling is very similar to what I felt during my luck enhancement ritual. But it's lacking that sense of madness, the sense of madness that made me want to explode. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the spirit medium, Daily. Humans have vast cognitive scopes, and many secrets can be found hidden within someone's thoughts. See the wide, open ocean. The things we know about ourselves are like islands, the small patches of land that poke up from the water's surface. Has it started? But in reality, underneath the surface, there is much more to those islands, far more than what we see above the water. Strange, I can still think calmly and rationally, like during the luck enhancement ritual, and the gathering. In addition to the islands, there is still the entire ocean itself. There is also the boundless sky above, which symbolizes the spiritual world. I don't know what else she'll do to me. I guess, for now, I'll pretend that I've already fallen under her spell. You are the spirit within your body. Not only do you know about the island tops, the parts that are exposed above the ocean's surface. You know about the parts below the surface. You know about the entire ocean as well. If it exists, it will leave traces behind. Where are we? Is this the ocean of my mind? A memory that resides above water can be erased away, but below the water, or perhaps in the water itself, there will definitely be a reflection of that memory that survives and remains behind. I don't think so. You are the spirit within your body. Not only do you know about the island tops, the parts that are exposed above the ocean's surface, but you also know about the parts below the surface. You know about the entire ocean as well. I can't remember. If it exists, it will leave traces behind. I've forgotten. Gah, hopefully, I've timed this performance of mine correctly. Humans have vast cognitive scopes, and many secrets. Alright, we'll stop here. You may return. You may return. You may return. Is it over? Why did you use that theory, the one that belongs to those evil madmen? To the psychology alchemists? I felt it was quite accurate. At the very least, it's in line with what I've seen and come in contact with before. A tricky fellow, this one. Not a single trace was left behind. What happened just now? I feel like I was asleep, but are we done? Thankfully, the luck enhancement ritual gave me some practice for this kind of thing. It's safe to say that I've cleared this stage, right? Yes, let's assume we are. Daily, have you checked Welch and Naya's bodies? Corpses are able to tell us a lot more than you think. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya really did commit suicide. So all I can say, is that the power that affected them is scary indeed. It didn't leave any traces behind. Alright, I need to rest now. Congratulations. You may go home. But you absolutely must remember that you can't tell your friends or family about this matter. Promise me you'll remember. Don't you also need to check me for curses or traces of evil spirits? If Daly didn't say anything, that means there aren't any. But how can I know for sure that I won't run into any more trouble after this? You don't need to worry too much. If we look at the statistics, in similar situations that happened in the past, 80% of the people involved didn't experience any scary follow-up incidents. I reckon, yeah. Around that much, more or less. But doesn't that mean 20% of people still got really unlucky? You could also consider joining the Nighthawks as a civilian personnel. Or you could simply become a Beyonder. Could I? After all, we aren't babysitters. We can't always be keeping an eye on you, day in and day out, so much so that we even see the sort of intimate things you do within your bedroom, but if you join us, at the very least, we'll be able to immediately catch any warning signs that might come your way. So, I really can. Is this a joke? Is becoming a Beyonder really this easy? Well, it's not that you can't, but it depends on the situation. You don't believe me? To be honest, if you become a Nighthawk, you'll have to sacrifice a lot. For example, your freedom. And even if we ignore that aspect, there are still a host of other problems. First off, you are not a clergyman or a devotee. You won't be given the luxury of choosing the safest path to becoming a Beyonder. And secondly, of the incidents that we, the mandated Punisher, the machinery hive mind, and other judiciaries have to deal with every year, 1/4 of them involve Beyonders who have lost control. And within that 1/4, a good portion are our comrades. 1 in every 4, Beyonders who have lost control. Why? Does being a Beyonder come with serious hidden dangers? So serious that even the Beyonders of the Church's internal judiciary systems are prone to succumbing to them? This isn't something that you need to understand. It also isn't something that you can understand, unless you become one of us. But, unless I fully understand this matter, how could I possibly make the decision to join you? And if I don't join, I can't understand. It's an endless, paradoxical cycle. I think you've misunderstood. There are civilians within our ranks. So, in other words, as long as I become one of your civilian personnel, I can learn about the relevant secrets. And after I've come to understand the possible hidden dangers that Beyonders have to face, then I can make a decision as to whether or not I want to become a Beyonder. That's right. However, you need to know that deciding to become a Beyonder doesn't necessarily mean you'll actually get to become one. In this respect, all of the different churches are equally strict. Then what about becoming civilian personnel? That should be quite strict as well, right? If it's you, there shouldn't be any problems. Why's that? Could it be that my specialness, the fact that I'm a transmigrator, glows brightly and obviously like fireflies in the night? Firstly, you didn't require our help to survive the incident you went through. That alone shows that you have some sort of advantage over the average person. For example, you might be luckier. And lucky people are always welcome within our ranks. Alright, you can just treat that as a joke, then. But secondly, you are a history graduate from Koei University, and we sorely need someone like that. We often come into contact with ancient documents and objects, and there are many cults and heretics out there who wish to try and use these things to strengthen themselves. And when they do try, strange and terrible things can happen. Other than the Beyonders in special fields, the vast majority of us aren't particularly studious or well-learned. In the past, we've considered cooperating with outside experts before. However, doing so could result in information leaking out, and it could also cause misfortune for the experts in question. And so, whenever there are professionals wishing to join us, well, it's something that we simply can't turn down. That kind of dry, boring knowledge makes people want to fall asleep, so much so that even the sleepless can't resist. But why don't you, well, train a historian from scratch? This leads us to the third and most important point. The kinds of incidents that we have to deal with, you've already been exposed to one. And so, extending an invitation to you doesn't violate my oath of confidentiality. However, if I were to try training someone from scratch, and if it failed, I would have to bear the responsibility for any secrets that get exposed as a result. Most of our teams, civilian staff included, come from within the church. Why are you all so strict about keeping things confidential? If you let more people know about these things, wouldn't it help to avoid similar mistakes happening in the future? No, doing that would actually lead to more people imitating these things, resulting in more serious incidents. Humans are never able to learn from history. They always repeat the same tragedies, time and time again. This quote from Emperor Roselle, it is indeed filled with philosophical truth. Emperor Roselle said it. My senior in Transmigration was truly all-encompassing. It doesn't seem he had any blind spots, and he's left me, his junior, with no room to flex, not even a little bit. Within the judiciaries of the major churches, there is a similar saying. It might be the main reason for our strict adherence to confidentiality, the main reason we can't make any of this known to the common man. What is it? Faith and fear beget trouble. Greater faith and greater fear beget greater troubles. Until, in the end, everything is destroyed. Besides praying to the gods for blessings and aid, humans don't have any other ways to truly solve the biggest problems that face them. Faith and fear beget trouble. Greater faith and greater fear beget greater troubles. Do you want to join us? To become one of our civilian personnel? May I think about it for a bit? Sure, no problem. As long as you have an answer for me before Sunday. Of course, remember to keep all of this secret. Don't tell anyone else about what happened to Welch, not even your brother or sister. If you do tell anyone, not only will you cause them trouble, but you might also find yourself placed before a special court of law. All right. We've arrived. Mr. Smith, Your civilian personnel, how well are they paid? What kind of benefits do they get? You don't need to worry about any of that. Our funding is jointly guaranteed by the church and police department. Civilian personnel will receive a weekly salary of £2.10 solely upon joining. There is also 10 solely of additional compensation, to account for the burden of confidentiality and the risks of the job. In total, it comes out to £3. After that, as your qualifications and contributions increase, your salary will gradually increase as well. Civilian personnel usually sign a 5-year contract. Once 5 years are up, personnel can quit without issue. Ah, right. If you quit, you'll be asked to sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. You also won't be allowed to leave Tianjin without prior approval. And if you move to another city, you'll need to register with a local Nighthawk. Other than that, we work in shifts, and there must be at least 3 civilian personnel working at any given time. I understand. Once I've come to a decision, where should I go to find you? Go to the Hound Pub on Bisick Street. Ask for their boss, right, and tell him that you want to hire a mercenary squad. Huh. Our location is confidential as well. Until you've agreed to join us, I can't just tell you outright. Now then, Mr. Klein Moretti, I wish you pleasant dreams tonight. It's a little after 4 in the morning. I've finally managed to get past the spirit medium stage. My shirt, has it been drenched in sweat this whole time? Klein. Where have you been? I woke up earlier to go to the bathroom, and I realized that you weren't home. Why is Melissa here? She didn't find anything out, right? Then. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I couldn't fall asleep again afterwards. I didn't want to waste time like that, so I thought I might as well exercise for a bit, and so I went out for a run. See? I'm soaked in sweat. Sigh. Actually, Klein, you don't need to stress yourself out too much. You'll definitely be able to pass Tianjin University's interview. And even if you somehow can't. And that's a big if, alright? I'm sure you'd be able to find something better. Yeah. I haven't been thinking about the interview at all, and as for the Nighthawk's offer, I probably shouldn't tell her about it until I've accepted it. Klein, wait just a moment. Here. This is. It's something I made out of spare parts the school didn't need, or stuff I found lying on the side of the road. I finished it just the other day. When I feel worried, watching it move around like this calms me down a lot. I've been doing this quite often recently. It's very effective. Give it a try, Klein. Alright. Melissa, you're amazing. This is a turtle, right? It's a puppet. It's a problem with the materials, then. They're a bit too simple and crude. Melissa, why would you need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Don't you have a chamber pot in your room? Gurgle. I'm going back to sleep. Looks like yesterday's dinner was just too good, and she ate too much. Her body isn't used to digesting so much food. I need to give this a lot of thought. Should I accept Dunn Smith's invitation or not? If I constantly put myself under the watchful eyes of the Nighthawks, taking into account the fact that I'm a transmigrator, as well as my identity as the fool, the risks definitely won't be small. With the benefits I gain from these gatherings, if I join the Nighthawks, my goal will definitely be to become a Beyonder. However, the Nighthawks are a very strict organization. Once a mission is assigned, it cannot be rejected. Even civilian personnel have many restrictions placed upon them. They aren't able to go wherever they please, and what's more, Beyonders constantly run the risk of losing control of themselves. However, if another strange event happens to me, only by joining the Nighthawks and becoming a Beyonder will I be able to fend it off. Because I have the gatherings, obtaining potion formulas won't be a big problem, but gathering materials will be an issue. I don't have any capital that I can trade them with, and obtaining materials directly, in person, could expose my identity. What's more, if I join the Nighthawks, I'll gain access to secret knowledge about the Beyonders. That knowledge could help me get the maximum possible benefit from these gatherings. It'll also provide me with an income. The amateur fugitive hides within the wild. The experienced fugitive hides within the city. And the expert hides within the court of law itself. Obtaining an identity as a Nighthawk will probably provide me with the best cover and the best protection. I could also join one of the organizations that are being suppressed by the various major churches and become a Beyonder through their means. But I would still lose my freedom by doing that, and the risks would be far greater. Moreover, I have no idea where I'd even start if I wanted to find them. Becoming a civilian personnel will allow me to maintain a buffer, to maintain the ability to pull back and withdraw. This is the Hound Pub. In the future, if I become one of the top authorities within the tribunal, who would possibly be able to guess that I'm a heretic, that I'm the head of a secret organization working behind the scenes? 1 penny for a glass of rye beer. 2 for an Enmat beer. 4 pence for a Southville beer. Or perhaps you'd like a glass of Lanty, brewed from pure malt. I'm looking for Mr. Wright. Boss, someone's here to see you. Thud. Hey, kid. You're looking for me. Mr. Wright, I'd like to hire a small mercenary squad. Who told you to come here for something like that? Dunn Smith. Ha 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 ha. I see. Things like small mercenary squads really do still exist. That said, they operate a bit differently nowadays, and they call themselves something else. Something that fits better into modern society. You can find one such squad on Zutland Street, on the second floor of building number 36. Thank you. 30, 32. 34, this is it. Blackthorn Security Company. Knock knock knock. Is there no one here? Oh. Although the whole security company thing is just a guise, isn't this still a bit too unprofessional? How long has it been since you've had any business? Well, I guess you guys don't exactly need any business. The Soaring Steam Express, the steam train service that directly connects to Constant City, begins operation today. Ugh, seriously, when will they finally open a direct line to Desi Bay? I don't want to go by boat anymore. It's uncomfortable, so very uncomfortable, eh? Who are you? Hello, my name is Klein Moretti. I'm here on Mr. Dunn Smith's invitation. Captain, all right. Please wait here for a moment. I'm going to call him. Sure thing. She's not even offering me a cup of water or anything. This lack of hospitality is a bit worrying. Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is on watch at the Chinese gate today, and he can't leave his post right now. I see. The Chinese gate. This guy's here. We have to go down a few flights of stairs. All right. Although I often walk down these stairs, I always worry that I might slip and tumble all the way down. Leonard, the fellow who greeted you earlier, did just such a thing on the first day he became sleepless. Ha ha ha. We're here. This is the Chinese gate. At the crossroads we passed by earlier, the path to the left leads to the St. Selina Cathedral, and the path to the right leads to the armory, storeroom, and archives. And going straight, as we did, leads us to here. St. Selina Cathedral, which is located on Red Moonlight Street. Then, Zutland Street is right behind Red Moonlight Street. The captain is inside that room. You can head in on your own. Alright, sorry for the trouble. Oh, right. My name is Roselle. I've been a part of the Nighthawks for 5 years. My father was a member of the Nighthawks proper, and he sacrificed himself 5 years ago, but anyways, I guess we'll be colleagues from now on. I hope I can have that honor. However, we still have to wait and see what Mr. Smith says first. Have a seat. Have you come to a decision? Have you decided to join us? Yes, I have. Then please take a look at this agreement. Though these days, everyone likes to call these contracts, heh. But I digress. If everything looks to be in order, please sign it. Also, please note that the contents of this contract itself must also be kept confidential. If you violate this confidentiality, you will be directly tried in the tribunal courts of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Understood. So the full official name here is the Nighthawk Squad of Tingen City, Awa County, Lone Kingdom. Welcome. From now on, you are one of us. So I should call you Captain now, right? Indeed. I was really surprised by the fact that you guys would use the Blackthorn Security Company as your disguise. What would you do if someone actually wanted to hire you for security services? As long as it doesn't get in the way of our actual work, there's no reason for us to not accept. And any money we earn will be distributed as bonuses. It's a win-win, no? We actually have other signboards as well. We are the 7th unit of Awa County Police's Special Operations Department. The first 4 units are regular police units. The 5th unit and subsequent units are the ones that deal with paranormal events in each of the county's cities. Our unit is specifically responsible for incidents related to followers of the Evernight Goddess in Tingen. If there are other types of followers in the area, then our responsibilities are divided by region. We are responsible for the North, West, and Golden Indus regions. The university area and the suburbs are under the 5th unit, which is a machinery hive mind squad. The 6th unit, mandated punishers, from the Church of the Lord of Storms, are responsible for the docks, the East region, and the South region. How many people are within our Nighthawk squad? In the city of Tingen, including me, there are only 6 formal Nighthawks members. There are about that many civilian personnel as well. Then, Captain, in the past, you've mentioned Beyonders losing control. Why does that happen? Klein, do you know the creation myth? Of course. I remember reading about it in The Revelation of Evernight, during the church's Sunday school lessons. Fortunately, Klein's mother was a devout believer of the Evernight Goddess. She would pray before every meal, and I still remember a lot of things. The Creator awoke amidst the chaos, shattered the darkness, and created the first rays of light. He integrated himself completely into the universe, giving birth to everything in existence. His body became the land and the cosmos. One of his eyes became the sun, and the other, the crimson moon. Some of his blood became the rivers and oceans, nourishing and nurturing life. The creation myth states that the Evernight Goddess is the crimson moon, or, in other words, one of the Creator's eyes. And human beings are born from the Creator's wisdom. That is why we have intelligent minds but lack other magical abilities. At the same time, by going off of the creation myth, we can draw a clear and simple conclusion that all things come from the same origin. All from the same origin. And from this conclusion, humans, by creating potions made from crystals or parts taken from other living things, can gain a wide variety of powers. But if you consume a high-grade potion directly, one of 3 tragic endings can easily result. What 3 endings? The first is the death of the mind and physical collapse. Every part of one's flesh and blood will become a terrifying monster. The second is that the power contained within the potion will change the person's personality. They might become cold, irritable, cruel, or indifferent to everything around them. As for the third. What's the third? A mental abnormality, going crazy on the spot, becoming more demonic than demons themselves. That is what it means to lose control. Losing control. After a long period of experimentation, and with the birth of the blasphemy slate, the potion system has gradually been perfected, and sequence chains have been formed. At this point, the 7 major churches each control at least one complete sequence. The blasphemy slate you mentioned just now, what is it? The Hanged Man also mentioned it. It's something created by certain evil gods. I'm not too clear on the details myself. If you find any clues, make sure you immediately report them to me. Something like that would warrant a response of the highest order. Something created by evil gods. But, the Hanged Man, implied that the blasphemy slate was a critical factor in the formation and completion of the potion system. The kind of losing control that is caused by using potions is only one kind of losing control. There are still 4 others. The second kind, well, some people are lucky, and some people aren't. Some are born with relatively high perception, and they have some of the characteristics of a Beyonder. They are more or less comparable to Sequence 9 Beyonders. They make up the lowest tier within the chain, they're only able to choose potions from their corresponding, fixed sequence pathways. If they use potions from other sequences, in the least serious cases, mental disorders may result. And in severe cases, the user will lose control, or die outright. The third kind of losing control is similar to the second. If, after you've selected a sequence chain, you use a potion from a different sequence, although it's highly likely you'll be able to gain the potion's powers in a distorted form, you will definitely be left in a state of half-madness, and if you use another potion after that, regardless of whether the potion is from your chosen sequence or not, you will inevitably lose control. The only variable, in that case, is whether you undergo mental death, go through a breakdown of your body, or transform into an evil spirit afterwards. Then, what's the fourth kind? The fourth kind, the fourth kind is the most common. When we consume potions, we gain powers that originally belonged to extraordinary beings. That is not a natural thing, and it will always have some degree of residual effect on your mind. And so, if you consume a higher grade potion before fully grasping the powers of the potion that comes before it in the respective sequence, the madness will accumulate and you will lose control. That's why we have a rule that, if you want to get a promotion, even if you've made great contributions to our cause, you must still go for at least 3 years without consuming a potion first. You must also undergo an examination. But even so, there are still many who lose control every year. How terrifying. What's the last kind? The fifth kind is also very common. Beyonders with smaller sequence numbers have greater perception, so they can hear and see things that others cannot. They're constantly met with mysterious temptations and illusory bewitchments. And once greedy desires emerge within them, they will start to slowly walk down the path towards losing control. The creator of the modern Nighthawk system, Archbishop Chanis, once said, "We are guardians. But we are also a group of miserable wretches, constantly fighting against dangers and madness." You're disappointed, aren't you? Being a Beyonder isn't quite as you'd imagined, right? We're constantly courting danger. Everything good comes with a price. And I don't know when, or if, I'll have another opportunity like this. Not bad. That's a very mature and sensible outlook. If you want to become a Beyonder, you must first accumulate enough contributions. We'll also have to see what the higher-ups say. No one can tell you yet how that will go, unfortunately. Alright. Now that you know more about Beyonders, I'm sure you won't make impulsive decisions in the future. Now, let me introduce you to the kind of work you'll do as a civilian personnel of our Nighthawk squad. Alright. At the moment, our civilian staff includes an accountant, and someone in charge of procuring supplies while working part-time as a coachman. These two don't work in shifts, so they have Sundays off. The remaining civilian personnel, such as Roseanne and Old Neil, They're in charge of writing and organizing our records and guarding the armory, storeroom, and archives. They each get 1 day off per week, though it can't be a Sunday. They negotiate amongst themselves who gets which day off. Will I be doing the same kind of work as Roseanne and the others? No, you are a specialist. For now, you will have 2 jobs to do. The first is to, once every day, go out for a walk. Pay particular attention to the streets that lead from Welch's residence to yours. That requires a specialist. Now that we've confirmed that you lost your memories, Welch and Naya's case is effectively closed. However, the Antigonus family notebook is still completely missing. We haven't discounted the possibility that you took it with you and hid it somewhere along your way home. Although you've forgotten that portion of your memories, the human mind and spirit can be incredible indeed. As such, it's possible that you may feel a sense of familiarity when you go near a key location. But if you can find that notebook, it should be big enough of a contribution that you'll be able to become a Beyonder shortly thereafter. I see. What's my second job, then? The second job is for you to, in your free time, go to the armory and read the literature and ancient records that we've been preserving there. That job is a specialist's job. When you've finished reading, you'll rotate with Neil and the others. Alright, no problem. This isn't anything difficult, either. This is a Chinese gate, named after the creator of the Nighthawk system. There's one of these underneath the central cathedral in every major city. Members of the Nighthawks take turns guarding it. That sounds pretty intense. Inside the Chinese gate, there are also at least 2 keepers sent from the church. In addition, there are countless traps. Potion formulas and materials are stored inside. It is also used for temporarily holding heretics and cultists. Beyond that, there is also a wide variety of highly classified documents and historical records inside. Once you've gathered enough authority, you might gain the opportunity to read some of them. Behind the Chinese gate, on the lowest floor, there are also sealed artifacts. Sealed artifacts. Some of the items we obtain contain too much magical power and are too dangerous. A portion of them even exhibit certain characteristics of being alive. They will try to tempt the keepers, and so they need to be kept under strict custody. The headquarters have categorized these sealed artifacts into 4 different grades. They range from grade 0 to grade 3. Grade 0 artifacts are extremely dangerous, while grades 1 to 3 are less so, relatively speaking. Ah, right. Take a look at this. 3 years ago, there was a newly appointed archbishop who lost control. He, along with a grade O sealed artifact, went missing. This will give you a rough overview. H.M. Inst Sanguil. Male, 40 years old. Former archbishop, a gatekeeper, who failed in his promotion, fell into evil, and escaped with sealed artifact 008. If you ever come across him, make sure you don't alarm him. Otherwise, there will be a 100% chance that you'll die. HM, the fugitive is described in detail, but the only mention of the sealed artifact is a single code, because O is the highest confidentiality level. The search for 008 is only ever spoken about. None of the details get written down. But there is still a bit of information on 0-08, its appearance is that of a feather quill, and it can write without ink. That's about all. Alright, I've said everything I need to say. Head to the arsenal and find old Neil, and ask him to set up a list of documents for you to read. He used to be an official member of the Nighthawks, but he's getting old, and he failed to get promoted. He also doesn't want to rest, and only wishes to spend his time with literature. Ah, got it. An ordinary feather quill that can write without ink. That's not all that useful, is it? Could it be a death quill of sorts? Where if you write someone's name, that someone will die? No, that can't be it. If it was really that powerful, Insangwil wouldn't have had to run. Hold on. I forgot something. Before anything else, go visit the accountant, Mrs. Oriana. You can get an advance payment of £12. After that, you'll earn half your salary every week until the difference is accounted for. Ah, that's too much. There's no need. A bit less would be fine. Do you still wish to live in your current apartment? Where even the bathroom must be shared with several other households. And, what's more, you will also need a cane and a new suit. Alright, cheap. Cheap. Missing. Cheap. I'll have Roseanne take you to her. Ding 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 eek. Phew, need something, Captain. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. But yes, I do. Please take Moretti to Mrs. Oriana. Understood, Captain. Wait. There's one last thing. I'm listening. When you go to Old Neil, remember to obtain 10 demon hunting bullets. Me? Demon hunting bullets? Isn't Welch's revolver in your possession? We won't be asking you to turn it in. That way, if you encounter any dangers, you'll be able to protect yourself. It'll give you courage, if nothing else. Obtaining demon hunting bullets requires formal documentation here. Alright, I'll remember. Thank you, Captain. Wait. Captain, is there still something else? Captain, can't you please say everything at once? You look like you're only in your 30s, so how come it seems as if you're already starting to go senile? I forgot just now that you've never trained in shooting before. Give that back. Here, every day, go and obtain 30 normal bullets. Then, go practice at the shooting range at number 3, Sutland Street. Ah, right. You still need to get a badge from Old Neil. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the range. Good marksmen are only made through piles of spent bullets, so don't look down on the idea. Understood. Captain, there's nothing else, right? Yeah, that's all. It's finally over, phew. The captain is always so forgetful. Even my grandmother has better memory than he has. Though of course, he never forgets anything major. Ah. Klein, yeah, I'll call you Klein. Mrs. Oriana is a very kind person, and it's very easy to get along with her. Her father is a watchmaker, and he's really good at his craft. We're here. This is Mrs. Oriana's office. Hello. Can I help you with something? Hello, Mrs. Oriana. I am Klein Moretti, and I'm a newly hired civilian personnel. The captain told me to come here and ask for 4 weeks' salary in advance. It's £12 in total. Sure thing. Just sign your name on this advance slip. Do you have a seal? If not, you can use your fingerprint. Alright. I don't need to show proof. For something like collecting salary in advance, even. Just how lax is the financial management here? By the way, Klein. Were you invited because you were involved in a paranormal incident? And because you specialize in something? Yeah. Ma'am, your intuition is spot on. Well, you see, that's how it was for me, too. Do you know about the serial killer who caused a huge stir in Tingen 16 years ago? If it hadn't been for the Nighthawks' timely arrival, I would have been the 6th victim. If I recall correctly, that serial killer was a beyonder, and he would take various organs from his victims. Yes, that's right. He was only caught in the end because he'd been preparing a demonic ritual. Just what kind of ritual was it that the killer would need to take so many different organs? Was it related to the fact that he was a beyonder? But, on a different note. Benson's monthly salary is only £5, but this here is a whole £12. Ah, it smells so nice. Dead presidents, dead kings, I love them all. It's time for me to report to the armory. Knock knock knock. Come in. Good afternoon, Mr. Neal. So you're Klein Moretti? Little Roseanne stopped by just now to tell me that you're very well-mannered. Have a seat. Would you like a cup of hand-ground coffee? But, you aren't drinking any, are you? That's plain water inside your cup. Ha 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 ha, it's just one of my rules for myself. I don't drink coffee after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm scared that if I do, I won't be able to sleep well at night, that I'll hear whispers from some unknown entity. Ah, I see, I'm fine without, thank you. Then, Mr. Neal, which records or pieces of literature should I read? Here, my equipment request slip. Anything that's related to history is complicated, or is fragmented. To be honest, I've constantly been trying to learn, but I can only master the rudimentary things. Everything else is too much trouble. For example, these documents I have here. I need more detailed historical records if I want to figure out what exactly they're talking about. As it stands, I'm missing too much context. These are pages from the diary of Roselle Gustave, which was lost after his death. In order to keep things private, he wrote the contents using strange symbols that he invented himself. Emperor Roselle. My senior in Transmigration. Many people think that he didn't actually die, that he became a god instead. There have even been cults that held rituals in his name to try and obtain power. In dealing with such cases, we've obtained a number of pages copied from the diary. And so far, no one has been able to decipher and read them. However, I've already confirmed that some of the symbols here are used to represent numbers. It proves that these pages are, as was suspected, from a diary. I want to take the historical events that happened around the emperor and compare them with the corresponding dates in the diary. Perhaps, by doing that, I'll be able to decipher more of the symbols. Genius thinking, right? Definitely, ha 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 ha, you can take a look as well. Starting tomorrow, you'll also be doing this kind of work. Why yeah. Huh. It's actually Chinese. And it's simplified Chinese, to boot. Who is this pitiful fellow, he found? What exactly does he mean by digesting and acting? Where is this forsaken land of the gods? These 3 pages are from different time periods. It seems that Emperor Roselle would only write down the year for entries on New Year's Day. For the time being, I don't know what year the entries for November and September are from. Klein. I had a fit of fancy just now. I thought I might be the chosen one, so to speak, so I wanted to try and decipher it. You're a young un indeed. Once upon a time, I thought I might be the chosen one as well. Are these the only pages we have? Did you think we'd have a lot? Incidents involving Beyonders are few and far between to begin with. And those that involve fools who worship Emperor Roselle are even rarer. The fact that we were able to obtain 3 of these pages is already very fortunate. Well, some of the other large cathedrals or dioceses might have some more. Let's see, what are you here to collect? Ordinary bullets and demon-hunting bullets. Do you have a concealed shoulder holster? It won't do for you, as a gentleman, to have a large bulge below your waist while going around in public. No, I don't. Do I need to go ask the captain to add that to my equipment request? No, we simply need to record it. This is just an accessory item. Repeat after me, it's just an accessory item. Were you once a teacher in the past? I spent some time teaching in the church's Sunday schools and in free public schools, yes. I feel like Beyonders aren't all that different from ordinary people. However, it looks like Emperor Roselle is indeed shrouded in mystery. I wonder where the rest of the diary's pages are. I have to think of a way to find more of them. Not bad. This shoulder holster fits perfectly. Ah. I forgot to ask about sequences and potions. It's all because Emperor Roselle's diary distracted me. Ugh. Right now, I still don't even know what the Sequence 9 of the Church of the Evernight Goddess completed pathway is. I don't know at all what, It's him. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I probably don't need to introduce myself, right? That's right. I have a very deep impression of you. You have a special temperament. I am Leonard Mitchell, a Sequence 8 midnight poet. I really don't think my temperament is all that special. He really does look like a poet, there's such a gay vibe about him. You survived an event like that one even though you didn't immediately receive our protection. That alone already makes you special enough. I have to go change shifts with the captain. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Did you notice anything? Just as I thought. There isn't anything special about him after all. Klein, the captain says you don't have to come back again until Monday. He wants to sort out your household affairs first. All right. Huh. They're being surprisingly considerate. Speaking of which, the original Klein only received his interview opportunity because he was recommended by the associate professor. I should probably go and explain that I won't be attending any of the follow-up interviews. However, Roseanne, the Church of the Evernight Goddess completed sequence, do you know what its starting point is? You want to become a Beyonder? Our church's complete sequence begins with sequence 9, sleepless, as you can probably guess from the name, the sleepless don't need to sleep. And, during the night, they become stronger. The deeper the night, the stronger they become. After that is sequence 8, midnight poet, then comes sequence 7, nightmare. As for the rest, I think only the captain would know. The Church of the Evernight Goddess only has 2 sequence 7 Beyonders in Tingen. As for the other sequences, right. Old Neil once mentioned that his sequence 9 title is Mystery Prior. I also know of a sequence 7 title from an incomplete pathway, Spirit Medium. Klein, I believe that being an honest civilian personnel is the better option here. Do you know how dangerous it is, being a Beyonder? A Beyonder's enemies are not only limited to cultists and dark warlocks, because they can become their own worst enemy. Almost every year, there's someone who loses control and sacrifices themselves. So, in other words, the captain and MS Daily are both sequence 7 Beyonders. Nightmare and Spirit Medium, High sequence Beyonders are very scarce. So a sequence 7 Beyonder would be considered one of the church's big guns, right? However, I've finally gained some more information on Beyonders. And when I've gathered enough information, perhaps I'll be able to return to my original world. Sigh. I'll stop thinking about all that for now. Since I got paid today, I'll take Melissa out tonight for a nice, big meal. That's how we would do things in China, the Foodaholic Empire. Wait, I only have 3 pence of spare change left. That's not even enough to take a coach back home. Maybe I'll ride for as far as 3 pence will get me, and then I'll walk the rest of the way. Alternatively, I can go to the bank and exchange my bills. No, that won't work. If I walk, I'll have to walk really far, and that's too unsafe. The bank also charges a 0.5% fee for exchanging bills to change. I can't afford such a luxurious service. A clothing store. This'll do. Welcome. Sir, what are you looking to purchase today? A cane. A heavy, sturdy one. This cane is made from ironheart wood. It's very heavy and very sturdy. The head is also inlaid with gold. The price is 11 soldi and 7 pence. Would you like to give it a try? Sure, I'll try it. 11 solely and 7 pence. That's robbery. You think, just because it's inlaid with a bit of gold, you can charge whatever the heck you want for it? Ironheart wood is a bit too heavy. Then how about this one, sir? This one is made out of walnut wood. It's 10 solely and 3 pence. I don't think this one works, either. Then this one. It's made from the core of a white boly tree, and it's inlaid with silver. 7 solely and 10 pence. Let me look at another one. Sir, then how about this one? It's made of ebony wood. It's also inlaid with silver, and it's as hard as steel. 7 solely and 6 pence. Not bad. I'll take this ebony wood one, then. The cheapest one. Here. Thank you, sir. Pass. Any chance you could make it a bit cheaper? Absolutely not, sir. Sir, here is your cane, and here is your change. Wonderful. These are all genuine bills, and now I also have enough change to take a carriage. I've finally regained a sense of security. Klein, you're back. Let me warm up the leftovers from last night. Benson might be coming back tomorrow as well. Melissa, to celebrate the fact that I've gotten a job, how about we go to the Silver Crown restaurant? I've heard that the food there is really good. But isn't your interview with Tianjin University tomorrow? I found a security company whose mission is to find and protect ancient relics. The work contract lasts for 5 years, and I'll be making £3 a week. Look. They even gave me 4 weeks' salary in advance. My goddess, you. To be honest, this job does sound really good. But, why in the world would they give you 4 weeks' salary in advance? Because we need to move somewhere new. Klein, to be honest, we live pretty well, eh? I occasionally complain about not having my own bathroom, but that's nothing more than a bad habit. Do you remember Jenny? She and her family, 5 people in total, all have to sleep in the same room. We're already very fortunate. So don't waste your salary on finding someplace new. What's more, I really like Mrs. Smyron's bakery. I personally don't have any problems with the current environment, but for Melissa, surroundings like these are too inconvenient. In addition, my goal right now is to become a beyonder. And if I'm living in a crowded apartment like this one, that could lead to problems. Melissa. The security company I currently work at is somewhat related to the government, so the income will definitely be stable. Moreover, I'm going to be looking at townhouses, and not single-family homes. In any case, we need to get ourselves our own bathroom at the very least. I'm also quite fond of Mrs. Smyron's bread, so we can look for a place that's close to Iron Cross Street. Also, it's not like I'm in a huge hurry to move. We have to wait for Benson to come back first, or he'll be so scared. No, if Mr. Frankie finds out that we moved away early, Benson won't even be able to enter the building when he gets back. He'll surely say something like, "My goddess, am I dreaming? Where are my brother and sister?" As the landlord, Mr. Frankie will probably have Benson turn in his keys. I used to have this classmate. When their father's company went bankrupt, their family's financial situation quickly deteriorated, and they had to drop out of school. In addition, the government isn't stable. When a new party is elected, chaos always results. So we need to save money in case things go downhill. Alright. Sis, you have a pretty deep understanding of these things, don't you? Let's celebrate just a little bit, then. Head out and buy a fish, a cut of beef, a can of cream, and a bottle of ginger beer. That all should cost a total of 1 solely and 6 pence. Oh, and also, remember to go to Mrs. Smyron's. Let me reward you with a small piece of lemon cake. All right. Tianjin University, no wonder it's one of the two most renowned universities in the Lone Kingdom. The nearby Koei University totally pales in comparison. Knock knock knock, staff office, come in. Mr. Stone. There's still an hour until the interview. Did you need something? Creak. Do you still remember me? I am a student of Senior Associate Professor Cohen, Klein Moretti. I believe you've read my letter of recommendation before. So, what I came to tell you, is that I've already found a job, and that I will no longer be participating in the interview today. I see, congratulations, young man. Thank you for coming to let us know. I'll pass this on to the professor and Senior Associate Professor. Alright, thank you. Moretti, you found a different job. Ah. Good morning, Professor Cohen, Mr. Isaac. Why are the two of you here? Good morning, Moretti. Cohen and I are here for an academic conference. Moretti, what kind of job did you find? It's with a security company that works to find, collect, and protect antiques. They needed a professional consultant, and they'll be paying me £3 a week. As you know, I like exploring history more than trying to summarize it. Well, everyone gets to choose their own path. And I'm very happy that you remembered to come here and inform everyone instead of not showing up at all. Ah, by the way, Klein, do you know what happened to Welch and Naya? I read in the newspaper that they were murdered by burglars. So they're telling the public that it was a burglary? And it reached the newspapers so fast, I'm not too sure what exactly happened, either. I wonder if these two history teachers know any additional details. A while ago, Welch obtained a notebook that originally belonged to the antagonist family from the Solomon Empire, in the Fourth Epoch. He asked me to help him decipher its contents, and I did go over to help for the first few days. But after that, I had to focus on looking for a job, so I didn't have time anymore. Yeah, the police even came looking for me the other day. Antigonus, it sounds very familiar, but no matter how hard I try, I can't remember where I've heard that name before. I don't recognize the name at all. Alright then. Maybe it just sounds similar to something else. Professor, Mr. Isaac. If you do think of anything, or if you find out any additional information, could you write me a letter, please? As you know, I'm very interested in the history of the Fourth Epoch. Sure, no problem. Ah. The conference is about to start. Isaac, we can't delay any longer. Oh, right. In regards to the matter with Welch and Naya, what exactly did the newspaper say? If you want details on the case, you can read it here, Klein, in the Tianjin Morning Post. Thanks. We have to go now. Remember to write us a letter, telling us what your address is. As before, Isaac and I can be reached at the Koei University History Department office, ha ha ha. According to the police, the scene of the murders was horrific, and all the valuables were gone. This was, they say, perpetrated by a group of cruel and vicious thugs. So they're completely covering it up, huh? Bump. Who? Someone is watching me. I know I'm not imagining things. I can clearly feel that I'm being watched. Could it be that my transmigration or the luck enhancement ritual strengthened my sixth sense? Iron Cross, Zutland, no, Champagne Street. Understood, sir. That'll be 6 pence. I can't go straight home until I know what the other party's motives are. I'll have no choice but to assume that they're malicious. I have to go find the Nighthawks. Only they will be able to solve this problem. However, if I go to them directly, I'll expose them. You can drop me off here. My only option is to come to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Tingel headquarters, the St. Celine Cathedral. They are naked, without clothes and without food. And they suffer through the cold, uncovered. They are drenched by the heavy rain, and because they have nowhere to take shelter, they huddle around rocks. The Evernight has not forgotten about them and has shown them compassion. What's going on? The feeling I had, that I was being monitored, is gone. Child, what are you here to confess? I'm actually here to look for Dunn Smith. Someone's following me. Head outside the door of the confession room and turn right. Keep going straight until you hit the end. You'll find a secret door nearby. Once you've gone inside, someone will lead you the rest of the way. I remember Roseanne telling me that if you go left at the crossroads leading to the Cheney Gate, you'll end up at the St. Selena Cathedral. Come with me. Head down and turn left at the crossroads. Then, you'll arrive at the Cheney Gate. Alright, thank you. May the goddess bless you. Praise the lady. Hey, Roseanne. Hello. The weather today isn't half bad. Klein. Why are you here? I need to talk to the captain. You scared me half to death. Don't you know to knock on the door first? I thought you were the captain. What do you need to talk to the captain about? He's in his office. It's a secret. Good morning, Captain. Good morning. Do you need something? Someone is following me. You came here from the cathedral? Yeah. It's possible that Welch's father didn't believe the cause of death we reported. So he may have hired a private detective from Wind City to investigate. It could also have something to do with the notebook. We're currently trying to find out where Welch obtained the notebook, and of course, we can't forget the possibility that other individuals or organizations might also be looking for it. Then, what should I do? Head back the way you came, and then do anything you want. Anything? Anything. Of course, don't scare the other party, and don't violate the law. Clunk. Alright. Now that I've left the cathedral, the feeling that I'm being watched has instantly returned. This is just too strange. Why didn't the person who's watching me follow me into the cathedral? It's not like they've done anything overtly wrong. So there's no reason why they couldn't just enter the cathedral, unless they have a dark history of some kind. What if they're afraid of the church, afraid of the bishop, knowing that the other party might have beyond powers? Yeah, I don't think it's very likely that this is a private detective. The Zutland Shooting Club. Please follow me, sir. Since I'm being watched, it's probably in my best interest to learn some self-defense. Bang! 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 Not bad. With practice, not only am I landing my shots on the target now, but I'm hitting closer to the center, too. We look forward to seeing you again. Sigh. Just as I thought. As soon as I step back out onto the street, the feeling of being tailed returns. Creak. Good morning, no, good afternoon, Benson. Good afternoon, Klein. How did your interview go? Terribly. To tell the truth, I didn't take part in the interview at all. I already found a different job ahead of time, a job at a security company that searches for antiques. The weekly salary is £3. We can start thinking about moving somewhere better. This job of yours sounds quite a good one. I suddenly feel like a parent, as if my child is now all grown up, hearing such good news as soon as I get back. How about we celebrate this evening? For example, we could buy some beef. Alright, let's go and buy ingredients in the afternoon. Though I'm afraid it'll cost 3 soli. £1 is 20 soli, and 1 soli is 12 pence. This has to be one of the dumbest currency systems in existence. No, it's not one of the dumbest. It is the dumbest. Developing a proper currency system requires mastery of the decimal system. Unfortunately, the ruling class contains too few people who can grasp such a supremely difficult concept. Indeed. To tell the truth, there's no concrete evidence that those useless baboons have any brains at all. Yes, very good. Klein, you have a much better sense of humor now than you did in the past. Praise the lady. Clink. Not bad. This is way more delicious than the food I had at my company last time. Klein, your cooking ability has truly exceeded my expectations. It's all thanks to the guidance of Mr. Welch's chef. Melissa, you have to eat the pudding first. If you wait until you're full, it won't taste as good. No, it's just as tasty either way. Ha 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 ha. Let's go and look for a new place tomorrow. We also have to go talk to Mr. Frankie. After all, our lease hasn't expired yet. To be honest, Mr. Frankie would kick us out if we missed even a single week's worth of rent. For his intelligence is even lower than that of a useless baboon. No, he's definitely more intelligent than a baboon, when he's in a good state of mind, at least. Ha 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 ha. Klein. Klein. Captain. Why are you? Someone has snuck into your room. Pick up your revolver and force him out into the hallway. After that, you can leave the rest to us. All right. There really is someone here. Hello there, sir. Please raise your hands and turn around. Do try to move as slowly as you can. I'm a bit of a coward, so if you startle me, well, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally pull the trigger. Why do I feel like I'm being stared at by a wild, vicious beast? Sir, let's go talk about this outside. We don't want to disturb those who are still sleeping. Yes, move a bit slower, and try to walk quietly. As a gentleman, you should be well aware that these are basic courtesies. If I make one wrong move, he might just tear me into pieces. Shoot. At this rate, Benson will wake up. Ugh, ah, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. At least one thing is certain, this life will fly by. One thing is true, and the rest are all lies. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies. Phew, thanks to the captain, he's fallen back asleep. It's been resolved. I had to waste a bit of time to enter his dreams. Captain, do you know anything about his background? He's from an ancient organization called the Secret Order. The Secret Order is also the source of the antagonist family's notebook. Due to their own negligence, the notebook ended up in a market, and Welch was able to obtain it. As such, it was inevitable that they would send someone to try and hunt it down. We will turn things around and hunt after them in return. But when we do that, they'll find out that we already have a strong handle on the situation. And in that case, as long as the notes aren't particularly important to them, they might just give up entirely. But what if the notes are very important? What if they're critical? We know very little about the Secret Order, and we owe tonight's success to you. We will consider it one of your contributions. Taking into account the potential dangers, and considering the fact that heightened perception would help you search for the notebook, you have an opportunity right now. Do you want to become a Beyonder? Though you'll only be able to pick a starting sequence from an incomplete sequence. Which sequence 9s can I choose from? In addition to Sleepless, the Church has 3 other sequence 9 potion formulas. The first is Mystery Prayer. It allows you to understand various kinds of mystical knowledge. It would also make you good at magical rituals and make it easier for you to perceive various secret existences. The second is Corpse Collector. It provides resistance to cold, decay, and the corrosion caused by cadaveric auras. It also grants knowledge of the undead and the ability to see certain evil spirits. Finally, it will improve some of the user's physical attributes. The third potion is Seir. It gives the ability to learn astromancy, cartomancy, the operation of spiritual pendulums, and scrying, among other skills. I made too hasty of a choice back then. Looking back, I should have chosen the apprentice, the seer, or the bandit. Alas, I am unable to redo the past. Seer. I remember it being mentioned in Emperor Roselle's diary. In terms of mystical knowledge, a seer is superior to a mystery prey. However, they have far less combat ability. What's more, we only possess sequence 4 of Seir, and I don't know if the Holy Cathedral has the subsequent sequences or not. The abilities available to low sequence Beyonders likely won't be as effective against opponents as a firearm, so all 3 of these sequences would ultimately fulfill my needs. In addition, this Holy Cathedral, is it referring to the Cathedral of Serenity, the headquarters of the church? Tell me what you decide on Monday morning. No matter what you decide, none of the Nighthawks will object or try to change your decision. Alright. Approach this matter calmly and obtain an answer by asking your heart. This feeling, well, no matter how hard it is to make this decision, it can't be as bad as a high school student deciding their future career on their college entrance exams. College entrance exams, yeah, I'll have to obtain beyond power if I want any chance of going back. A single-family home with 6 rooms and 2 balconies, as well as a private lawn and garden. The weekly rent is £1 and 6 sols. That house is our goal for the future. Why don't we look for working-class housing from the Tianjin Housing Improvement Association? That kind of housing is set aside for the poor. The Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company would suit us better. Actually, there are a couple of housing companies that are strictly charitable in nature, though their requirements are too strict. If you wish to live there, you must be vaccinated, take turns cleaning the building. You also can't sublet, and you must be careful not to litter, either. How could someone that's truly poor afford to get vaccinated? People like that don't have stable incomes. And since they aren't allowed to sublet, they aren't able to split the rent with co-tenants. In that case, what if they end up losing their jobs? The poor have to do everything in their power just to survive. They don't have enough energy left over to spend on following those rules. No wonder Jenny wouldn't let me visit her anymore after her family moved to Lower Street. Everything will improve. However, our top priority for today is to find a new apartment. Right. We're here. This is our Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company's Daffodil Street housing. The entrance to this unit connects to a living room, and there's an oriel window facing Daffodil Street here. As such, you'll get ample amounts of sunlight. The living room can also be used as a parlor. To the right is the kitchen, and there's a large fireplace on the left. There are 4 rooms on the second floor, 2 bathrooms, and a small balcony. There's a storage room in the basement, too. The rent here is 13 soldi per week. In addition, there will be furniture depreciation fees and a security deposit. If we wanted to buy this house outright, about how much money would we need? Although it's cheaper to buy than to rent in the long run, this unit has a list price of £850. Not everyone can come up with that kind of money. In addition, we don't sell real estate. We only provide leases. My weekly salary is £3, and Benson makes £1 and 10 soldi. Rent is 13 soldi, and our weekly expenditures will come out to about £2. We also have to account for clothing, transportation costs, social expenditures, and so on. At the very most, we can save about 19 soldi per week. That comes out to about £35 per year, so it'll take us 29 years to save up £850. And this world doesn't have individual housing loans yet. Buying a house is so hard. This place is amazing. Her opinion couldn't be any more obvious. Ahem. The dining room has rather poor lighting, and the balcony is very small. The furniture is also too old and outdated. If we were to move in, we'd have to switch out at least half of the furniture. What's more, only one of the bedrooms has a fireplace. Thank you, Mr. Scarter. However, it looks like we should find someone to show us some other properties. Sir, please wait. We can lower the rent a bit. 10 minutes later. The weekly rent will be 12 souls, the furniture usage fee will be 3 pence, and the deposit is £2. It's all been written inside the contract, sir, just as you wished. Ha ha ha, pleasure doing business with you. Thanks to Benson persuading the landlord, we were allowed to move in ahead of time after paying only a 3 soli deposit. Phew. Finally finished. From now on, this is our home. Good morning, Miss Roseanne. Good morning, Klein. Don't you feel hot wearing formal clothes in this kind of weather? Style comes at a price. This style costs me a total of £8, you know. Anyways, where's the captain? The usual spot. Thank you. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Have you decided? Yes, I know what I want to choose. Alright, let's hear it. Seer. I'm sure you understand, that once you've taken a potion, there will be no room for regret. I understand. However, I've chosen to listen to my instincts. Come with me. We're going underground. Yes, Captain. Captain, I remember you saying that taking the potion will only grant me the capacity to learn, but not the knowledge itself. As that's the case, where exactly does all the mystical knowledge come from? Did our predecessors have to risk their lives to obtain it? Or, did it come from other sources? One way is, as you said, through experimentation and improving upon past results. A second way is when the knowledge is bestowed upon us by the gods. And a third way, well, the whispers you start hearing after you take a potion aren't always crazy. Occasionally, they'll reveal pieces of mystical knowledge. It's just, as far as I know, people who listen to those whispers for a long period of time all end up going insane. Of course, the notes they leave behind are all important assets. Are they human guinea pigs? Then, will the whispers that I hear when I perform the luck enhancement ritual have the same effect? We're here. This is the alchemy room, where we keep the potion formulas and ingredients for Seir. Go in and watch as old Neil prepares the potion. The process is something basic that you should learn. Understood, Captain. Ah, right. We're allowing you to become a Beyonder because you're going to be facing danger and searching for the notebook. You haven't contributed enough to join our main team yet. And so, we'll be treating you the same. The only difference is that you'll be learning mysticisms from old Neil. For the most part, I don't mind, but not increasing my salary. PSH. Ah, I almost forgot. I knew there'd be more. We've learned certain details about the Secret Order's actions. For the time being, they won't dare to provoke us. You should still be vigilant. Although it's impossible to confirm the kind of importance that they place on the notebook, but we can confirm that they have something to do with the corrupted nobles from the time of the Solomon Empire. I understand. Thank you, Captain. For my own safety, I have to become a Beyonder as soon as possible. The alchemy room. It looks quite a bit like a chemistry lab. Ah, you're here. I really wasn't expecting you to choose Seir. You have spunk, just like I did all those years ago. Not bad, not bad. Hello, Mr. Neil. Come here. I'll teach you how to prepare the potion. Alright. For potions that are below sequence 7, you simply have to add the ingredients according to the formula. You don't need to perform any additional rituals or say any incantations. Now then, the formula for the seer potion. First, add 100 milliliters of pure water and 13 drops of night vanilla extract. After that, add 7 gold mint leaves, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice, and 9 grams of powdered dragon blood grass. Such a mystical smell. So far, we've only added auxiliary ingredients. Putting a bit too little or too much of them won't change the final effect of the potion. Where precision really matters is with the remaining ingredients, Lavos squid blood and stellar aqua crystal. It's alright if I put a tiny bit less than what's called for, but I definitely can't add too much. If I put far too little, your advancement will fail. And if I put even a tiny bit too much, your mind will go awry, and you could even die. Alright, done. Your seer potion. So, I drink it, just like this. We don't need to make any other preparations first. For example, a ritual, a prayer. Preparations. Ha 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 ha, you're very funny. You could have a glass of wine first. You could also smoke a cigar or dance to some music. I have a strong urge to punch him. Don't hesitate, young man. The more you hesitate, the more nervous and scared you'll become, and the more your absorption of the potion will be negatively affected. Hornasis. Phlegria, where is this voice coming from? Hornasis, Phlegria. What's happening to me? Your vision is abnormal now, isn't it? What's more, you can now hear things that you couldn't before, correct? That's correct, Mr. Neal. What should I do? This is because you're unable to control the potion's power that's seeping out. Come, do as I say, think of an object, one that's common, one that's simple. Focus all of your attention on it. Keep doing this, over and over. Keep drawing the image in your mind. You feel better now, right? I succeeded. Look at your eyes. Congratulations. You are now a seer, and a beyonder. The way your pupils have changed color, it's a manifestation of the potion's powers. Once you've learned how to cogitate, to meditate deeply, your eyes will return to normal. Then, Mr. Neal, when can I learn cogitation? You can learn right now. Picturing objects in your head is the first step of cogitation. Now, empty your mind, and replace those commonplace objects with things that don't actually exist in this world. Very good. As expected of a seer, your cogitation is going very smoothly. These spheres of light, were they created by my cogitation? Opens eyes. Next, I will teach you an ability that is the most simple, but also very useful. Spirit vision. Raise your hands in front of your eyes. Point your index fingers at each other, but don't let them touch. Focus your vision behind your hands. Then, move your fingers. Don't let them touch, and don't let them leave your sight. Did you see color? Not bad, this is the first step of spirit vision. Try it a few more times to try and stabilize it. While you're doing that, I'm going to tell you what all the different colors mean. Within the study of mysticism, the non-physical part of a person is divided into 4 different levels. From the core layer to the outermost layer, they are the spirit body, astral projection, the body of heart and mind, and the ether body. The color you saw was your ether body. A healthy person's body will be balanced, and it will be cloaked in white. The head and the surface of the brain will appear purple, the throat and nervous system will appear blue. The digestive system will appear yellow, the heart and other regulatory systems will appear green. The excretory system will appear orange. And your limbs, as well as any other parts that are required for motion, will appear red. If any of the colors change, it means that the corresponding part is exhausted or sick. Other than the vibrant purple around his head, everything is dim. Is it because he's old? There is a pair of eyes behind you. Don't worry about them. It's just one of the many signs of ritualistic magic. Oh, is spirit vision basically an enhanced version of yin-yang eyes? Then do dead, non-living things have spirituality within them? Do materials that come from extraordinary beings still retain some life in them even if the original creature is dead? Technically speaking, it's more that there's residual spirituality within them. This fact is actually crucial to successfully making potions. It's also one of the reasons why a sorcerer can lose control. But isn't it said that the world of spirits is all-encompassing? If that's the case, how come I can't feel anything, except from that box over there? Heh, youngster, right now, we're underneath the church of the Evernight goddess. Do you think we'd allow spirits to wander around in a place like this? Ah, I see. Gah. Mr. Neil, the area around my brow, it's spasming. It hurts. Mr. Neil. What is that? That's very normal. You've just become a beyonder, and using spirit vision puts a heavy burden on your body. It may even cause you to hallucinate. You will also become easily affected by your surroundings and the emotions of the people around you. As such, you need to use it sparingly. That thing. It disappeared. Was it just an illusion? Then, how do I stop using spirit vision? How do I deactivate it? Close your eyes. Then, just like before, think of an object and break yourself out of your state of cogitation. Repeatedly tell yourself to terminate, and then, once you open your eyes again, your spirit vision will no longer be active. Of course, this is the most cumbersome method. Once you get more practice, you'll be able to choose a simple action to act as a switch. For example, I can start and end spirit vision at will by tapping the space between my eyebrows twice. A switch for spirit vision, huh? Tap. As for what your exact action will be, well, it'll depend on your personal habits and preferences. I've finally gotten a hang of it. We are not sleepless. After we overexert ourselves from practicing too much or using spirit vision, we need to sleep to recover. For now, you should head back and get some rest. Then, in the afternoon, you can go take a look around and try to find clues about the notebook as soon as you can. I'll teach you more tomorrow. Alright, Mr. Neil. Phew. From what old Neil told me, you acclimated yourself quite quickly to both cogitation and spirit vision. Perhaps, it's a special perk of being a seer. Remember, curiosity kills the cat, and it can kill beyonders as well. Ignore the whispers that you shouldn't listen to, ignore the existences that you should not see. Don't try to investigate them. Understood, Captain. Phew. I'm so tired. Ah, right. Today's Monday. Thankfully, I didn't miss the time for our gathering. Good afternoon. Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon. This girl, is she really not afraid at all that I might be a bad person? Ah, right. Let me try and see if spirit vision works here. Happy and excited, indeed, Justice is a lively young woman. Calm, pensive, cautious, and a little bit satisfied. Wait. This is Hanged Man's astral projection. He really is a beyonder, and he might even be stronger than old Neil. Mr. Hanged Man, have you received the box of ghost shark blood? Yes, thank you very much. It met my expectations to the fullest. In accordance with our agreement, I will now tell you the formula for spectator. Alright. Let's start. And that's the formula for the sequence 4 potion, spectator. For the ingredients, it's alright if you put in too little, but make sure you don't put in too much. I recommend you spend some time familiarizing yourself with chemical experiments first before trying to concoct a potion. Alright, I have a tutor who can help me in that regard. In addition, remember that a potion's name is symbolic. After you consume the potion, you must repeatedly practice your cogitation, only then can you unearth and grasp it. Not grasping, but digesting. Not unearthing, but acting. A potion's name is not merely symbolic. It is a portrait of the potion. Not grasping, but digesting. Not unearthing, but acting, the key, Mr. Hanged Man, what's wrong? Thank you, Mr. Fool. Although I don't fully understand it yet, this hint of yours has helped me make sense of quite a number of things. That was advance payment. Mr. Fool, what would you like from us in return? I want you to help me collect the contents of Roselle Gustav's diary. Even a single page would do. I don't even know what Emperor Roselle meant by those words. What exactly has he understood? It said that the Emperor's diary was written using mysterious symbols that he invented. No one knows how to read them. How should we relay the diary's contents to you? How was he able to confirm that it's the Emperor's diary? Could it be that he's figured out how to read those symbols? Ha ha ha, mysterious symbols. I wonder if there's anyone in this world who loves the Emperor so much that they'd get those symbols tattooed on their body. But yeah, the fact that they can't understand Chinese, that's definitely going to be an issue. Ah, I know. Think of a sentence, and think to yourself that you must write it out as urgently as possible. Then, take this pen and paper and start writing. Alright. Suddenly appears. That I must write it out as urgently as possible, the pen is moving on its own. This is so fascinating. Mr. Fool, are you able to read my thoughts? No, I'm merely guiding you, and I've simplified the process. Unless you wish it to, nothing will appear. And so, you only need to remember the symbols in the diary to present them to me. Miss Justice, you don't need to worry. After you become a spectator, your memory will greatly improve. However, you must remember, that to a spectator, the world should be nothing more than a stage play. Only by watching objectively from the sidelines can you gain a handle on everyone's true thoughts. I understand, thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. Spectator, more or less requires the user to be a completely objective and neutral audience member. Could this be the acting that Emperor Roselle was referring to? Then will I also have to act as a seer? So that I can digest the potion bit by bit? Mr. Fool, I will do my very best to collect more and more pieces of Emperor Roselle's diary. As I've said before, I'm fond of fair and equal exchange. The advance payment is only given to trade for 2 pages of the diary from each of you. If you manage to find additional pages, I will add more to my end of the deal. Heh, and naturally, the additional payment I give you will come from the pages you find. In this way, we form ourselves a virtuous circle. I don't have anything else to address today. We can have a casual chat if you both would like, about the things that happen around us. As far as I'm aware, it seems the secret order has lost a notebook that once belonged to the antagonist family. We weren't able to find that 4th epic notebook. We looked all over Mr. Welch's home. Nothing. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. You are the only remaining clue. A notebook from the antagonist family. I'm very curious about how the Church of the Evernight Goddess would react after hearing such news. Why are you curious about that, specifically? Would the Church of the Evernight Goddess have some kind of special reaction? Well, the antagonist family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess around the end of the 4th epoch. It looks like the notebook is far more important to the Nighthawks than I'd imagined. The main reason they allowed me to become a Beyonder is that they want me to help them find the notebook. What I have to say is that, following their defeat at the battle on Balam's eastern coast, the king and the premier have been under immense stress. They believe that the government is structured too chaotically. Whenever the ruling party changes, a large number of the staff who work in the government, from top to bottom, will also be changed. It's extremely inefficient, but there isn't really a better system. Did Emperor Roselle not invent a system of civil service? Or could it be that, in the later stages of his life, he focused his attention elsewhere? There's a very simple solution. Hold examinations that are open to every member of the public. Administrative positions within the government can be given to the elite individuals who pass. Political positions will be given to the parties that win the election. That is the piece of the pie they deserve. These examinations could be held once every 1 to 3 years, and the staff can be gradually replaced over time. This way, no matter who the ruling party is, the kingdom will be able to maintain effective operation. This sounds like it could actually work, Mr. Fool. You must be an elder with lots of life experience and outstanding wisdom. If Justice is able to successfully promote this idea, I can steer Benson towards taking the exams. And I might even be able to find out Justice's real identity. An elder? Ha 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 ha. Let's end today's gathering here. Entering and leaving the gray fog, and having my astral projection wander about in the spirit world, it still feels quite strange. Moreover, I now seem to have enough extra power to touch other crimson stars. Should I try summoning another person? I can hardly believe it. All of this is real. I have to hurry and write down the formula for the spectator potion, lest I forget. As for the ingredients, I'll search within my family's treasure vaults first. Anything I can't find, I'll try to trade for. And if that still doesn't work, I'll just have to wait until the next gathering and ask Mr. Fool and Mr. Hanged Man for help. Ah, right. Susie, you completed your mission very well. In the stories I read, the detectives always have a capable and reliable assistant. I think, after I become a spectator, I'll definitely need a big dog to support me. It's still so mysterious. I still can't get a grasp on the specific details at all, although I made all the prior preparations I could. I wasn't able to figure out the fool. I'm sure Captain and the others conducted an extremely thorough search of Welch's place. So I probably won't be able to find any clues about the notebook there, and as for summoning a new person, no. Before that, there's something more important I need to worry about first. The Divination Club. Perhaps I can learn how to act as a seer here. Welcome, sir. My name is Angelica, and I'm the receptionist here. Are you here to get your fortune told? Or would you like to join our club? Are there any requirements for joining? You simply need to fill in the necessary forms and pay the membership dues. The dues are 5 solely for the first payment. And then 1 solely every year thereafter. Members can use our facilities as they wish, enjoy free tea and lessons, and buy meals here at very low prices. Most importantly, you'll be able to gain a group of like-minded friends. That sounds like a pretty good deal, but I have no money. What if I want to get my fortune told? Our members are free to perform divination services for our customers. They can set the prices themselves, too. Here, you can see the prices that the various members charge, as well as short introductions about them. Sir, who would you like to choose? Hanas Vincent, a famous fortune teller who hails from Tingen. Each session costs 4 solely. That's way too expensive. I'd like to go with Mr. Glassy, the one who's charging 2 pence. Sir, I have to warn you that he's considered a beginner. I understand. I will take full responsibility for my decision. Then please follow me. Mr. Glassy, someone's here to have you tell them their fortune. Me? That's right, which divination room would you like to use? The Topaz room. I like topaz. To be frank, divination is merely my hobby. I don't have very much experience. Let's just treat this as a free session, and I'll cover the club's portion of the cost, as small as it is. What do you say? You're a very honest gentleman. I can tell that you have a decent and well-paying job. Tap tap. Sir, do you have a headache? Would you like me to tell you your fortune in regards to your health? His lungs. Just a little bit. However, what I wish you to divine are the whereabouts of a certain item. Then please calm your mind and focus your thoughts on that item. Silently repeat to yourself, can it still be found? While you're doing that, shuffle and cut this deck of cards. Alright. Will I be able to find that notebook from the antagonist family? Next, turn the cards so that they're vertical, relative to you. Then, flip over the top card. If the image on the card is inverted, that means you won't be able to find that item. If the image is right side up, then I will continue and divine the item's specific location. The Fool again. What a coincidence. According to the Hanged Man, divination is a tool for interpreting the results of communication between a person's innate spirituality and the spiritual world. No matter which specific interpretation tool is used for the divination, the results shouldn't be affected. It's inverted. I'm sorry, then, can I ask you to divine whether or not the item has fallen into someone else's hands? Of course, we'll simply need to go through this same process again, from the top. The Star. It seems the item hasn't been found by anyone else yet. Thank you. Didn't I say this would be free? This is the minimum respect that divination is due. Alright, then. Thank you for your generosity. Ah, right. Mr. Glassy, I recommend you go and see a doctor as soon as possible. Ask the doctor to pay special attention to your lungs. Is he a doctor? That had to have been a joke, right? One that wasn't very entertaining. Good afternoon. Leonard, why are you here? Where's Roseanne? Her shift tonight is at the armory. By the way, Klein, there's this one thing that I've always been confused about. Why is it that, while both Welch and Naya committed suicide on the spot, you went home, first? I think, it's probably because an unknown entity wanted me to take the notebook and hide it elsewhere. If doing away with the three of you was for the sake of erasing any clues, why didn't the entity have you destroy the notebook outright? Well, it's not like I know for sure if it was hidden away or destroyed. But indeed, if the goal was to destroy the notebook, there would have been no need for me to take the notebook away. It could have been destroyed on the spot. Perhaps that unknown entity enjoys taking human lives as sacrifices, and wants similar situations to keep occurring. That's why it had me take the notebook away, and it was only by accident that my suicide failed. Yes, that's not a bad explanation. However, it's also possible that the notebook is capable of spawning something evil. And it was only through the blood sacrifice of Welch and Naya that the evil could begin to grow. And so, it had you take it away because it was worried that we would stop it before it could be born. What do you think? Of course, it's also possible that the notebook was destroyed to hide its contents or the presence of the growing evil. If that's the case, it would provide a sufficient explanation for why your suicide failed. Is he suspecting me? Does he suspect that Klein's body is being used to house the growing evil? Or, does he suspect that I'm a transmigrator? I really don't remember, so there's no way I can accurately defend myself. However, the captain and the others have confirmed that nothing's off about me. And so, I have to say that these jokes of yours aren't very funny. I'm merely exploring the different possibilities. I also won't rule out the possibility that the unknown existence encountered a mishap of some kind. As for your suicide failing, we must have faith that the goddess is always watching over us, protecting and blessing us. Ah, right. What was your reason for coming here? I'm here to collect some bullets from the armory. I need to practice my shooting skills. Time went by in a flash. By the time I finished practicing, it was already almost 7 o'clock. I have to go buy some food later, too. Melissa? I was thinking that you guys would be coming home a bit late tonight, so when I went out this morning, I took one solely from the place where we hide our money. Did you walk to school today? If you had some money on you, why didn't you take a carriage? A round trip to the school costs 8 pence. If we add in your and Benson's travel, that comes out to a total of 12 solely spent every week. That's as much as our rent. What's more, walking is good exercise, and I'm often able to find broken, but salvageable components lying around on the sides of the road. Stop, stop, stop. We can definitely afford to pay these expenses. Even if we eat meat every day, we'd still end up with some money left over. But, we have to consider the possibility of an accident happening. Melissa, don't you think it's a huge waste of time to spend 100 minutes on the road every single day? You'd be much better off using that time to study hard, improve your grades, and find a good job. And when that time comes, you won't need to worry anymore, right? Fine. I'm leaving for school. Safe travels. Ah, right. Melissa. Don't forget our conversation last night, you aren't allowed to walk. Alright. I'll take a carriage. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Klein, you're here. Well? Did you hear anything last night that you shouldn't have? No, I slept very well. However, I reckon my perception probably isn't all that good. Don't worry about it. Hearing them isn't that easy. Now then, let's continue our mysticism lessons today. Though, before we start, I'm going to teach you an interesting trick. An interesting trick? I'm going to do a quick patrol of the armory, storeroom, and archives. While I'm doing that, make 2 cups of coffee. Put something bad inside one of the cups. It can be anything you want. Just make sure not to waste too much coffee powder. I hand ground the powder from very high quality beans. Alright. What should I add? Are you done? Yes, I'm done. Swinging in circular motion. This is the cup with something bad inside it. Your divination is very accurate. Did it rely on that piece of moonstone? It was the moonstone, right? This is pendulum dowsing, sometimes referred to as spirit dowsing. It's used to divine whether something is good or bad. If the pendulum starts swinging in a counterclockwise motion, it means the object is bad. Clockwise means that the object is good. And if the pendulum doesn't move at all, the object is neither good nor bad. You can also write a statement on a piece of paper. Make sure it's a statement, not a question. So, in other words, there can't be any uncertainty in the statement. That's right. You can't write, "Is she willing to be my fiancée?" Instead, you must write, "She is willing to be my fiancée." Counterclockwise means no, clockwise means yes. The 2 outcomes can also be interpreted as successful and unsuccessful. I have to save up some money as quickly as possible so I can buy the things I need to make my own spirit pendulum. You can just apply for one. They're standard issue for Beyonders, particularly those in support roles like us. Being a Beyonder doesn't net you a salary increase, so it has to be made up for with other perks and conveniences. Right. I'll go to the captain in a bit and apply for one. By the way, what did you put inside the coffee? A bit of sludge from the sole of my shoe. It was basically the same color as the coffee powder. Hurry and go pour it out. Alright, let's begin with the mysticism lessons proper. Right, right? One of the foundations of mysticism is symbolism. Do you know what symbolism is? Symbolism, huh? Outside the sensory world, there are unknown realms that we can't describe accurately using only our five senses. The only things we can gain are revelations and experiences that are extremely difficult, if not impossible, to put to words. They appear as abstract symbols and images, and these symbols each represent different objects and hold different meanings. That's correct. Only after you've mastered symbolism can you say that you've truly stepped into the world of mysticism. The pictures you see on tarot cards, for example, are man-made symbols that help us to interpret the original revelation. Do you know what this symbol represents? Eyelashes? This is the symbol of the bumper harvest constellation. That constellation name, it's so unsophisticated. So lame and old-fashioned. Back then, Emperor Roselle thought the same thing. He wanted to change the constellation names to things like Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio, and so on. Sadly, he wasn't able to overcome the power of tradition. The emperor was probably a decent and respectful person, then. Now then, let's continue with the lesson. In addition to the various symbols, you also have to learn incantation choices, how to make a crystal ball, and how to draw out a divination astrolabe. Alright. Let's end today's lessons here. Think about what you've learned, and apply it where you can. That's the only way you can make the knowledge instinctive. You also have to practice your cogitation every day, unearth the hidden mysteries and eliminate any bad influences. Got it? My potion is seer, and I need to perform divination for other people as often as possible if I want to quickly improve. When I have enough extra money saved up, I plan on joining the divination club and becoming a real, through and through, seer. Daly has a similar approach. She's always going on about being a true seer. However, why do you have to use money from your own savings? You can go to Dunn and apply to have the Nighthawks pay for you. It's easy for cultists and heretics to get mixed up in places like the Divination Club. If you join them as a Nighthawk civilian personnel, you'll be making it easier to monitor them. It's a business need, so to speak. Wait, seriously? Can I really have my employer pay for a personal expense like this? I knew nothing about such matters. Indeed, I was truly just a keyboard warrior. Or, would you prefer to use your own money on this? I'll go speak to the captain right after this. A spirit pendulum, and membership fees for the Divination Club in the North Borough. Old Neil taught you to do this? Yes. I was actually just about to apply for funding from July to September. After I submit this, and after it gets approved, you'll be able to collect what you applied for. As for the spirit pendulum, you'll probably be able to pick it up as early as this afternoon. It's already July. Shouldn't July's funding be applied for June? There were 3 big cases for me to deal with in June. And I was busy, too busy, so I forgot about a couple of things, as expected of our forgetful captain. Success. Ha ha ha, I really do have talent. I succeeded on my very first try. I was afraid that I would fail at first, so I prepared 2 full sets of ingredients. Now, I simply need to drink this potion, and I can become a spectator. Woof. Susie, is someone here? Miss. I thought I told you, didn't I? I don't wish to be disturbed when I'm conducting my chemistry experiments. But Duchess Della has invited you and your mother to afternoon tea. She's even invited over the palace's baker, Madame Vivi. Tell my mother that I have a headache and to please apologize to Duchess Della for me. Then, do you need me to help you back into your room? No, there's no need. Annie, hurry and go report to my mother. I'm going to clean my laboratory now. Alright. I can finally drink my potion. Oh, no. I forgot Susie knows how to open doors that have handles. Alger, you could easily have gone back to the kingdom and become a captain of a mandated Punisher team or a decent bishop. I don't understand why you instead chose to go out to sea and become the captain of the Blue Avenger. The sea belongs to the storm. This is the Lord's kingdom, and I am willing to follow the Lord's will. I am willing to patrol this area of his kingdom for him. I see. May the storm be with you. Signs, you don't understand because you don't know enough. It's finally done. It's all Susie's fault for drinking the first potion. Thankfully, I was able to succeed this second time as well. Blackthorn Security Company, Reception Room. The criminals who murdered Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya have all been arrested. Welch's father, the banker Mr. McGovern, escorted his son's body back to Constant City and held a grand funeral for him there. Looks like Welch's father believed what the police told him, and didn't get a private investigator to look into the matter. There's only a single Nighthawk here today, a case that potentially involves cultists cropped up in the Golden Indus borough. And the police asked for Corpse Collector, Fry and Sleepless Royale Radine to go there and assist them. Oh. Knock knock. Please come in, sir. Hello. This place, you're what we used to call mercenaries, right? You could say that, yes. I have a job I'd like to give you. Our security personnel are all out performing tasks at the moment, and they won't be back until about an hour from now. The captain and the others all went out. Leonard has to guard the Cheney's gate, and Mr. Neal is probably too old. None of them are available right now. Then can I wait here for a while? You're mercenaries, no, you're security personnel, they'll be back soon, yes. Yes, sure. You may have a seat over there. And Klein is still only a novice, so we'll just have to wait until the others get back. This is a client. Is the captain back? Back. But no one else came in through the door. As a security company, we find it prudent to have more than just a single door. Oh, I see. I am a member of Blackthorn Security Company's security personnel. What can I call you? What is the job you would like to entrust us with? My name is Klee, and I'm the butler of Mr. Vicroy, a tobacconist. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We've already reported it to the police, but my master also wants to use mercenaries, a security company to help ensure that the young master can be safely rescued. If you can find where the kidnappers are hiding, my master is willing to pay a £100 reward. If you're able to save the young master as well, he is willing to pay £200 at once. A tobacco trader who has a close relationship with the southern plantations, can only afford to give £200. Or is he only really interested in finding the kidnappers' hideout? No, that's not it. Mr. Vicroy is only an ordinary businessman, and he's not as wealthy as you think he is. What's more, he believes that the police are better suited for saving hostages. Alright, there's no problem then. Pretty lady, please write up the contract. You shouldn't always think of yourself as a poet. Indeed, reciting other people's works is all you know how to do. Mr. Klee, here's the contract. Thank you, I look forward to hearing good news from you. On the paper, hello, Malise 11-24. Hello Zulegare. Luffy. 024-024. Ah, right. Klein, I need your assistance. I'm good at fighting, shooting, climbing, sensing things, chanting, and a couple of other support roles. However, I'm not good at finding people. You wouldn't want old Neil to have to go out in this kind of weather, right? Alright. I can take advantage of this opportunity to work on my skills. I wonder how useful my seer abilities can be. However, I have to cooperate with him. Klein, do you need anything from the client? I need some clothes that Elliot recently wore, ones that haven't been washed yet. If you have any accessories that he's worn around before, that would be even better. I have a photograph of the young master with me. Why would you need the other things? My colleague has a pet with a very good sense of smell. That's why we need something with little Elliot's scent on it, to help us find him. As for the photograph, we'll need that as well. We do need to know what little Elliot looks like, after all. Alright, I understand. Gently manly clothes and a storm amulet. According to the client, there are a total of 3 kidnappers. They looked normal and unassuming. But all 3 were actually carrying firearms. So where should we go next? Wait just a moment. Perhaps I can try dowsing rod seeking. Elliot's location. Elliot's location. Elliot's location, let's go. Elliot's location. Go straight. Yes, right in there. Upstairs, on the 3rd floor. They should be right inside here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 kidnappers, and 1 hostage. The person with the smallest aura should be Elliot. Mr. Cleese said that they have 2 shotguns and 1 revolver. Why did they have to become kidnappers? Why couldn't they happily become civilized individuals? Allow me to sing them a chant. Ah, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. At least one thing is certain, this life will fly by. One thing is true, and the rest are all lies. What's going on? Once again, I feel like I'm being watched. Watched by an invisible, mysterious, and indifferent gaze, as if I'm wandering through the spirit world. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies. Bang! From the sounds of it, they've all fallen asleep. Oh, oh. Thank goodness for the sound that Leonard made when he forced open the door just now. It jarred me out of my reverie. This is Elliot, right? Don't move. Raise your hands. Sir, could it be that there's a misunderstanding of some kind? Don't try to weasel your way out of this. Someone will be coming shortly to ascertain whether this is a misunderstanding or not. Arg. Bang. Turns out I missed one. Crack, ah. You're a pretty good shot. I was actually aiming for his leg. Now then, all that's left is getting little Elliot out of here. Who are you? We're mercenaries that your father hired. You'll be able to see him again very soon. Klein, let's leave the rest to the police. A pleasure working with you. Clap. Sometimes, I envy Beyonders like old Neil. In a similar way, while carrying out this job, I found myself envying you as well. You mean, how we can use divination? It's not hard. As long as you put in the effort, I'm sure you can learn how to do it. Your spiritual perception is probably really high, right? Well, that's not necessarily a good thing. Oh, right. Aren't we going to go and confirm things with Mr. Klee? If he ends up thinking that the police rescued little Elliot, we'll receive 50% less compensation. Don't worry about it. For people like us, money isn't all that important. Quite a few poets die early deaths because of poverty. To me, money is super important. I'm sure little Elliot won't lie about this matter. What's more, those £200, you won't be able to receive very much of it yourself. According to the rules, half of it needs to be turned in to the organization. The rest is split up between the people who participated. However, you aren't a Nighthawk proper, so you can only get 10%. Alright, but 10% still isn't bad. What's that sound? Creak. It came from this room. This is. Everyone will die, including me. Huff. Huff. So it was just a dream. But why would I dream something like that? What was it trying to reveal to me? Wait, what I experienced when Leonard was singing his chant today, it wasn't the same as the feeling I get when I cogitate or use spirit vision. That feeling of déjà vu is the Antagonist family's notebook. Although it feels like too much of a coincidence, I'm afraid the notebook was in the room across from the kidnapper's room. I have to go and find the captain. Captain. Where's the captain? Whoa, you're in a hurry. He's in his office, sleepless, beyonders only need to rest for 2 hours every day. I bet every banker or factory owner wishes they had such a potion, alright. Captain. I experienced a moment of serious déjà vu. I'm pretty sure it was caused by the Antagonist family's notebook. Where? Across from the room where we apprehended the kidnappers yesterday. I didn't realize it yesterday. It wasn't until last night, when I received a revelation through a dream, that I finally did. Looks like I missed out on a very big potential contribution yesterday. Have Kenley guard the arsenal and notify old Neil and Fry. We'll head over together. Understood, Captain. So that's essentially what happened. It wasn't until I had my dream that I realized the notebook might be here. I don't detect any evil spirits. There isn't anyone inside, nor are there any spiritual glows, which would indicate the presence of magic. Corpse collector, Fry. Then. Bang. Oh. Earth. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Smelling this will help you feel a bit better. Thank you. Leonard, go and find the local police who patrol this area. Find out as much as you can about the situation. Fry, examine the body. Aye. Yes, sir. Klein, does this place feel familiar? This place. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phleg, it seems I've been here before. Yes, a little bit. The whispers I heard just now, were they talking about the same Hornacis that the original Klein wrote in his diary? She's already been dead for more than 5 days. There are no external injuries, and there are no clear signs that she was killed with beyond her powers. To figure out the exact cause of death, we'll need a more detailed inspection, alright. What about you two? Have you discovered anything? I haven't, no. When we came in, I felt an invisible force that had been sealing off the room. Like what we use when performing ritual magic. I've finished investigating. The deceased's name is Katie Stephania Bieber. She was between 55 to 60 years old, and she was a widow. She lived here with her son, Ray Bieber, for more than 10 years. Her son is around 30 years old, and he inherited his father's trade, working as a jeweler. His weekly salary is about £1.15 solely. According to the neighbors, it's been over a week since anyone's seen Ray Bieber. So the notebook isn't here, and Ray Bieber has gone missing. Then there's a very good chance that that ancient notebook is on his person right now. I'll leave the rest to you. Figure out what Ray Bieber looks like. Alright. Goddess, give me strength, we look forward to the protection of the night. This is what Ray Bieber looks like, according to the traces that he's left in this room. Black hair, dark blue eyes, and he has a ceramic dental implant on the left side of his mouth. Our mission is complete. After this, Dunn and the others will use the portrait and put out a warrant for Ray Bieber's arrest. Why did I take the antagonist family's notebook and deliver it to Ray Bieber's home? Shouldn't that be obvious? Plop. You provoked an existence that you shouldn't have, and its goal was to get the notebook into Ray Bieber's hands. And it chose you. In order to break the chain of clues, it had Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot. However, I still don't understand why you were able to survive, all the way until the present day. I don't know, either. What's more, I really don't understand why I would give the notebook to Ray Bieber. Perhaps his life path number fulfilled a certain set of requirements. Or perhaps he's one of the only remaining descendants of the antagonist family. There are many, many possibilities. At the end of the day, the notebook is already in his hands. Moreover, this entire matter has already been exposed. Very soon, news about Ray Bieber's arrest warrant will reach the secret order. The fact that you survived no longer has an effect on the way this situation will play out. As long as you don't draw attention to yourself, their focus won't be on you. Congratulations, young man. You are about to embark on a new chapter of your life, one that's filled with sunshine. You're very lucky, you know. Soon after you joined, you encountered a job that paid £200. The next time a similar job comes up, be sure to let me know. Mr. Neal, are you short of money? How much money are you able to earn every week? My salary is £12 a week, and I don't have to pay tax. Although that's definitely quite generous, for beyonders like us, it's never enough. Attempting rituals, for example, requires a lot of materials. However, there's a relatively strict limit on how much our organization will provide for free. And so, for the rest of the materials we need, we have no choice but to obtain them ourselves, from the underground markets, among other places. Underground markets for beyonder materials. I was under the impression that the church would definitely ban such things. This is wonderful. I was just worrying that I wouldn't have a way to obtain materials. Mr. Neal, could you take me to one of these underground markets? As a seer, I'll also need to practice. Banning the underground markets is much easier said than done, and, for the time being, it actually wouldn't be convenient for me to go, alright. I'll tell you why. I owe a £30 debt there that's about to expire. I never would have guessed that it's because he owes money. Anyways. I have to go get a bit of rest. Old age is truly the worst enemy one could have. For today, review what you've learned on your own. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the foundations of ritualistic magic. Alright. Self-review, huh? Ah, right. With the £10 I received from Besieged Little Elliot, I'll be able to join the Divination Club today. Welcome, Mr. Moretti. You are now an official member of our Divination Club. These are your receipt and your cufflinks. They can be used as proof of your membership. Thank you. I can start telling people's fortunes for them now, right? Yes, you may now tell fortunes as a member of our club. You can also participate in any of the classes that are taught here. The famous fortune teller, Mr. Honas Vincent, is currently giving a lecture. If you're interested, you can go and listen in. Got it, thank you. I came here to act as a seer, not to learn methods of divination that even ordinary people can access. I recently mastered a new divination method, magic mirror divination. Would you all like to learn it, too? Magic mirror divination. That isn't exactly a safe divination method. First off, you must choose a suitable date and time according to the divinity you believe in. You can use the Astromancy Manual to help you decide this. Next, carefully clean a silver-plated mirror and place it in a position that symbolizes your deity. After you bathe yourself, darken the room containing the mirror. Then, light a candle and place it in front of the mirror. Pray sincerely to your deity, and after you've prayed 7 times, gently toss the silver mirror. His aura is dark red. It seems he's feeling a little anxious. Everything else looks very healthy. That's the only part with a bit of a problem. I wonder what's causing it. The way it shatters is a revelation from the gods. I will now give an overview of the main symbolisms to look out for. However, this is orthodox magic mirror divination, so there's no need to notify Captain in the middle of the night to check his gas meter. Oh my goddess. 5 pounds. Having knowledge sure is important. I'm going to go buy some books and study up on accounting. I don't want my weekly salary to still only be £2 5 years from now. This security company is so generous. These things I'm telling you, you don't doubt me at all. I don't think you have the ability, nor the courage, to successfully rob a bank. You're not the kind of person that knows how to lie. Aha, right. I've actually gotten very used to lying, you know. Melissa, you should go and buy yourself a new dress. And don't say that we'd be better off saving the money. Unless you want to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday banquet. Benson can also look into getting some grammar books. If he wants society to treat him in a truly dignified manner, being able to speak well is critical. Ah, that's true. I actually forgot about that fact. Perhaps, the civil servant examinations will make their appearance in the Lone Kingdom soon. If I can get Benson to start preparing in advance, he'll definitely have a significant leg up over his competition. Come, let us toast to a beautiful future. Clink. Blackthorn Security Company. Good morning, Madam Radine. Ritualistic magic is a very dangerous thing. Huh. Good morning, Mr. Neal. What's that? Good morning, Klein. Come on, let's go to my home. I've already collected the materials we need. We won't be doing things here. There isn't any open space here where we could practice ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic. When she was still alive, my wife loved music. That's why we put a piano there. Anyways, I'm going to demonstrate ritualistic magic to you now. Be sure to watch closely and remember what you see. All right. Wait, this stuff he's writing, Mr. Neal, what kind of ritualistic magic are you going to perform? I'm going to use ritualistic magic today to settle my £30 debt. What? You can do that? Disapproving. In your gaze, I see ignorance and foolishness. Didn't Dunn ever tell you the maxim of the mystery priors? Do as you wish, but do no harm. Your suspicions are an insult to mystery priors. I'm sorry. When choosing a time to perform your ritualistic magic, well, for Beyonders, having a vibrant spirituality is what's most important. If you aren't sure what time to choose, you can check the relevant manuals that ordinary people use. However, if there are rules to the magic you're performing, you must strictly follow them. I wonder what the maxim for seers is. Still, even if there isn't a maxim, I still have the Emperor's notebook that I can refer to. Remember. You can only pray to orthodox gods like the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms. You absolutely must not attempt to communicate with unknown existences. If you do, you will definitely end up falling into an abyss. I'll keep that in mind. Wait, that luck enhancement ceremony I performed, it sought the power of an unknown existence, didn't it? Alright, let's continue. In this ritual, the red candle represents the goddess's identity as the Lady of Crimson. The black candle represents the night, and the white candle represents me. The ritual process requires a clean spiritual environment where you won't be disturbed. We create such an environment using cogitation and supplementary items. I'm going to fully concentrate on the ritual now. If you have any questions, please ask me after the ritual is fully complete. Alright. I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, allowing you to serve me in this ritual. In the name of the Evernight Goddess, the Lady of Crimson, you have been sanctified. I pray for the power of the Dark Night. This incantation. I pray for the power of the Crimson. I pray for the Goddess's loving grace. And I pray for the money with which to pay off this debt. Isn't it way too down to earth? Even though he's speaking in Hermes, that's not enough to conceal its simplicity. The goddess really won't get angry and double the debt or something. Praise the lady. Crack. Crack. Done. Has the debt been resolved? And how exactly was it resolved? I don't know, either. In any case, it will definitely be resolved, and it will be resolved in a reasonable way. The youngest son of Count Wolf, the more he gestures with his arms, the more you know that what he's saying is incredible. Duchess Della has used her left hand to cover her laughter multiple times today. She's showing off the sapphire on her hand. Starting from the banquet, all the way until now, she basically hasn't made any eye contact with her husband, Duke Negan. They don't seem to love each other as much as they try to make everyone believe. The people here are all decent actors. Russell Susie. It's almost Monday again, Lord Bishop. What is the goal of our current voyage? We're chasing after a man who has a 7 or 8-year-old child with him. He is the listener of the Aurora Order. Is this the wallet you lost? There should be about 300 pounds inside. My master will reward you for showing such integrity. Thank you for your generosity. So old Neil has solved his debt problem by picking up a lost wallet? Can't say I was expecting this turn of events. It's just the power of magic, I guess. Whatever, I'm going to stop thinking about old Neil's debt. Instead, I should think about whether or not I should spend my afternoon staying here, or if I should go to the Divination Club. Captain, how's the situation been progressing? We've already determined that the notebook is, indeed, in the hands of Ray Bieber. However, he's completely disappeared. That said, our various Nighthawk teams are keeping an eye out for his whereabouts. The Backlund Diocese will also be escorting the sealed artifact 2-049 here. It once belonged to the Antagonist family, and it can help us confirm Ray Bieber's ancestry. For the time being, continue going out. Perhaps you'll be able to sense where that notebook currently is while walking around. Alright. I'll be heading out, then. 3, 2. Wait. Is there something else, Captain? I knew it. From time to time, Beyonders in support roles may also have to fight. In addition to having you maintain your firearms training, perhaps I should also consider getting you a combat trainer. The precondition is that you become a formal member. Phew, I've finished my training and daily tasks. It's time for me to head over to the Divination Club. Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Mr. Glassy was here yesterday, and the two of you missed each other. He said he wanted to thank you for telling him about his lung condition. He also said that you're a doctor. Is that not the case? He said you were able to tell that he had a hidden lung disease just from observing him. Ah, I think he misunderstood what happened. That was actually a form of divination. Madam Angelica, your body is very healthy. However, there are certain pains and sorrows that you shouldn't keep sealed up in your heart. You should go mountain climbing or watch a tragic stage play. Allow your emotions to burst out. Express them fully. Please, come in. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. The lady at the reception desk recommended that I come to you. Good afternoon, miss. What should I call you? My name is Anna, and I would like you to divine my fiancé's situation. He went to the southern continent in March to conduct some business. He sent a telegraph saying that he would be setting out on the 3rd of June to begin his journey home. However, after all this time, he still hasn't returned. Write down your fiancé's name, a description of his appearance, the address of his residence, and the date of his birth. If you know the exact time of his birth as well, that would be ideal. The yellow around her stomach is a bit dull, and the color of her emotions is very, very dark, mainly due to worry and unease. I'm finished. Joyce Meyer, a hawkish, beak-like nose, short, blonde hair, and he hasn't turned 27 yet. To perform my divination, I will need a certain amount of time, as well as complete silence. Could you go outside and wait for a bit? All right. This is my very first request, so I definitely can't mess it up. Perhaps I should try using dream divination to find Joyce Meyer's whereabouts. Joyce Meyer's current situation. Joyce Meyer's current situation. This man is Joyce Meyer. It looks like he safely returned. What is this place? Who's watching me? Huff. Huff. The scene I saw at the beginning was the result of my divination, but, what was it that came after? A palace up in the mountains that wasn't built for humans, and a silent gaze. Was that the entity I contacted during my luck enhancement ceremony? Or was it brought out by the antagonist family's notebook? Wait. The notebook mentioned a nation of the Evernight that existed in the Hornacis Mountains. And just now, the palace in that dream, it was on a mountain peak. Ha! I really can't get away from this stuff, can I? Still, the only thing I can do is hope that they catch Ray Bieber soon. In any case, I should head to the reception room and tell Miss Anna the results of my divination. Ah, Mr. Moretti. Were you able to divine an answer? Is there a toy windmill in front of either your or Mr. Meyer's house? That was a gift he gave me, and I have it set up right outside my front door. How did you know about it? Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your home. He experienced a disaster, and he needs your comfort, your warm embrace. Oh, Lord of Steam. Is that true? My poor Joyce has returned. Thank you, Mr. Moretti, thank you. She gave me one whole soli, even though my price is only 8 pence, not bad. My very first request, and I've already received a tip. Good afternoon. I'm back. Good afternoon, Klein. Mrs. Shrouded came and visited us today, and she was very satisfied with the snacks we offered her. She invited us to go and visit her sometime, too. She's really such a kind lady. The only problem is, their entire family believes in the Lord of Storms. They believe that girls shouldn't go to school, that girls can only receive their education at home. Don't mind that too much. As long as she doesn't try to interfere with us, she'll still be a good neighbor. Our lone kingdom is a country of many different faiths and beliefs. Benson and Melissa are finally asleep. I've learned too much about mysticism, and so many different things have happened. It's time I sat down and organized my thoughts. This will make it easier for me to face the future. Acting may truly have an effect, but I will have to wait and observe if I want to know the specific changes it incurs. But why do seers, who are very knowledgeable in the ways of mysticism, simultaneously lack the means to effectively fight in combat? Could it be that it's like a game? And the different character classes need to be balanced. Perhaps it's because the efficacy of any given potion needs to be controlled. Or maybe it's because everything in this world came from the same source, and since everything is formed from fragments of the Creator that were originally meant to complement each other, everything has to have its own shortcomings. Now that I think about it, the luck enhancement ritual can be categorized as classic ritualistic magic. And that kind of ritualistic magic always has 3 parts: a sacrifice, an incantation, and a specific, substantive goal in mind. However, I never indicated a specific goal while performing that luck enhancement ritual. I never made it clear which existence the ritual was directed at either. That book, Quintessential Divination and Arcane Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasty, it really screwed me over, didn't it? Wait. Ritualistic magic is always used to ask various existences for help. If I modify the incantation so that its opening words are directed at myself, then, if someone were to perform that ritual, wouldn't I be able to hear their request? Melissa, this is a letter for my mentor, Cohen Quinton, and here's money for a postage stamp. I have the day off today, so could you help me mail this letter on your way to school? Sure. Melissa, it's time for us to head out. Perhaps Cohen, Quinton, and the others might know something about the Hornacis Mountains. I'm coming, Benson. It's Monday again, perhaps I should test my hypotheses. The colors in the depths of her aura have mixed and become one. Justice really has become a beyonder. Meanwhile, the color in the depths of the hanged man's aura is much purer than it used to be. Did he advance a level? Wait. The pattern at the back of Justice's chair is changing. Yes, that's one of the symbols of mysticism, and it means, giant dragon, spectator, and giant dragon. Behind the hanged man is the symbol meaning, windstorm, sailor, keeper of the sea, windstorm. That's reasonable. I don't see any issues there. What's the symbol behind the back of my chair? Congratulations, Miss Justice. You are now a beyonder. You managed it much faster than I expected. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fool, thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. Lady, sir, have either of you found any pieces of Emperor Roselle's diary? I found 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary, and I memorized their contents. I have 1 page. Very good. I now ask you to express those contents. The rest of Klein's notes, translated from Chinese to English. Hurry up and let me destroy the notes. If old Neil finds out that I can write Chinese, I'll be done for. April 11th, I discovered a nameless island that was not along a safe sea route. There were many species of extraordinary creatures there. Emperor Roselle went on an ocean voyage. April 15th, Grimm has suddenly started to act a little strange. Did he get infected by something? May 21st, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me 2 choices, one is Savant, which is theirs, and one is Mystery Prior. They have the complete sequence pathway for Savant, so Savant was the obvious choice. When I assert myself as a Savant, and do everything I can to appear like one, the whispers I hear, the ones that almost drove me crazy, quieted down by quite a bit. Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zeridel mentioned to me? If the description about acting in the diary is accurate, then the conclusion about acting that I came to yesterday is probably correct. Mr. Fool. My apologies. I was too absorbed in the diary contents. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, I have 3 questions that I would like to ask. If you believe that the answers to my questions are very high value, I will try my best to pay the prices you ask. No problem. Go ahead. My first question is this: what does acting really mean? So far, the remnant psyches within the potion have only had a mild impact on me. Is it because I've been acting as a spectator? Imagine that the core powers of your potion are like a tightly guarded castle. The dangerous remnant psyches live within that castle, and if we want to become the true owner of the castle, we must get rid of those psyches. We have 2 ways of accomplishing this. The first way is to invade the castle by force. The second way is to get the owner of the castle to invite us in, to infiltrate the castle by disguising ourselves as guests. So the name of a potion is actually an invitation? Yes. I never would have guessed that acting is used in that way. Such a valuable answer cannot be taken for free. Mr. Fool, what would you like in exchange? Of course, I haven't forgotten that I still owe you another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. More pages of Roselle's diary, or any information you can find on the antagonist family. Asking for information about Seir would probably damage the profound image I possess as the Fool. Mr. Fool, in that case, I can pay you for your answer right here and now. The antagonist family's history can be traced back to the Cataclysm epoch, which came before the fourth epoch. They also have something to do with the second blasphemy slate. The blasphemy slate records the 22 paths of the divine. Such an important item, and there's actually a second. The second blasphemy slate. The first blasphemy slate appeared during the second epoch, the Dark Epoch. The second slate appeared at the end of the third epoch. The information on the blasphemy slates is kept strictly secret by the 7 major churches. All I know is that they both involve the paths of the divine. The blasphemy slate that Emperor Roselle saw, was it the first one or the second one? The second one. The Hanged Man once said that the names of the various sequence potions were derived from the blasphemy slate. The captain has also mentioned that potions are related to the blasphemy slate. Indeed, the paths of the divine are the sequence pathways. During the time of the Solomon dynasty, in the fourth epoch, the antagonist family was still only an ordinary noble family. It wasn't until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire that they became very prominent. However, after the War of the Four Sovereigns, the Blood Emperor of the Tudor Empire perished. The Antagonists, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob families all fell from their pedestals, and they were hunted by the 7 gods. The Antagonist family was wiped out by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Mr. Fool, the Church of the Evernight Goddess or those few ancient secret organizations could probably tell you more. Ancient secret organizations? The Secret Order is one. The Moses Ascetic Order is another. I wonder if the Psychology Alchemists count as one as well. Very good. I am satisfied with this payment. It's my pleasure. I'm going to ask my second question, then. What is the next potion in Spectator called? Where can I find clues about it? I was the one who led you down this path, so I am obligated to answer this question for free. After Spectator is Sequence 8, Telepathic. Sequence 7 used to be called Psyche Analyst in ancient times, but it is now called Psychiatrist. I found out about all of this from a member of the Psychology Alchemists. Before you ask where you can find this individual, however, I'm sorry. I've already sent him to the bottom of the ocean. Sent him. Ahem. Then, my third question, if, and I mean if, an ordinary animal were to drink a Sequence 9 potion, what would happen? What kind of a strange question is that? Could it be that she did something stupid like that? Ordinary animals cannot learn cogitation in the same way that humans can, so there is a high probability that the animal will simply die on the spot. It's also possible that the animal will break down into a monster. However, if the animal managed to survive, then it should be able to become an extraordinary creature. It may even get smarter. Ah, I see. I don't have any other questions. Nor do I think it's time for me to try out the ritualistic magic I modified. Now then, I have something that requires your cooperation. If it's successful, it will be beneficial to you, so I won't be giving you additional compensation. In the past, I mentioned finding a way to allow you to ask for leaves of absences when it's not convenient for you to come here. After you get back, find a place where you can be alone. Then, place 4 brand new candles on the 4 corners of an altar. Then, place servings of a staple food next to each of the 4 candles, and use a silver knife to make a sealed spiritual environment. Mix moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose together. Distill it, extract the essential oil, and then pour a drop onto each candle. Mr. Fool, what about the corresponding incantation? The fool who belongs not to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black, the one who wields good luck. This incantation, just how powerful of an existence is Mr. Fool? Is he on the same level as a god? If this ritualistic magic really is directed at Mr. Fool himself, then we'll have to start speaking to him with the utmost reverence. Is the Fool an ancient existence? Fortunately, I've always been very respectful towards him. I pray for your help, fingered citron, herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers upon my incantation. From the way, Justice, and, the Hanged Man, are reacting, they've been tricked, haven't they? Lady and sir, have the two of you memorized it? I hope you can perform this ritual before Wednesday. As you will it. Now that we've finished with business, it is time for casual conversation. One of you two may start. Mr. Fool, the exam screenings and separation of civil and political affairs you proposed, they've received quite a bit of approval from many members of Parliament, and it's very likely that they will become reality half a year from now. In recent decades, various secret organizations have been carrying out their activities with high frequency. We've even seen the rise of several new and large-scale organizations. Some ancient powers are awakening from their slumber. The leave of absence ritual's incantation should now be directed straight at me and this world of grey fog, right? And even if I'm unable to receive their requests, that doesn't mean the grey fog can't. If there's nothing else to share, let's end today's gathering here. As you will it. This is the pupilless eye, which symbolizes secrecy, and the contorted lines of change. But both symbols are missing a part of themselves, incomplete secrets and incomplete changes. What do we get when we add them together? At the time, I only imagined it casually. I didn't think up of any specific details for how this palace should look, so what exactly is the design of this place based on, now? Haze. This place really is filled with mysteries. I wonder if there will be any new changes here after I become even stronger. I've remembered all the key points of what we talked about during the gathering. For safety's sake, I definitely can't let any of it survive in writing. Although I've basically figured out what acting means, different people have different definitions for what a seer should be. If I want my acting to most closely mimic the potion's definition, I will have no choice but to get there through non-stop practice and adjustment. Madam Angelica, Mr. Glassy, good afternoon to you both. Ah. Mr. Moretti. You're just like Mr. Vincent's cat. When you walk, you don't make a sound. Also, thank you for the advice you gave me yesterday. I feel much better now, and this is the most relaxed I've felt this entire year. It's my pleasure. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I was just wondering to myself if you would be coming today or not. Mr. Glassy, you seem to be completely rid of the disease you had. That's right. Fortunately, my wife was able to obtain a magical medicine from an amazing apothecary near my home. That's the reason I was able to fight off death. Amazing apothecary? Magical medicine? Could this be something within a Beyonder's jurisdiction? The pages of Roselle's diary that Justice and the Hanged Man found. My senior in Transmigration and I, our personalities are really different. However, I have to admit that I rather envy people like him. What is this apothecary's name? Where do they live? Because, as you know, fortune tellers can get sick as well. Perhaps, in the future, I might want to go and buy some medicine from them. His name is Lawson Darkwade. He owns a small shop at number 18 Vlad Street in the East Borough. It's called Lawson's Fold Herb Store. I see, thank you. Mr. Moretti, could I ask you to perform some divination for me? I will pay you according to the price you set. 8 pence will be enough. I wouldn't suddenly raise the price on you. Do we need to go to one of the divination rooms? All right. And yeah, let's go to the Topaz room. I have an investment opportunity, but it would require a huge amount of money. And so, I definitely can't afford for the investment to fail. I would like to know if it's going to be successful or not, then please describe the situation to me. Sure. Mr. Lenevis discovered a massive deposit of high-quality iron ore in the Hornacis Mountains. He purchased that piece of land and set up a steelworks company. He plans to raise his starting capital by issuing early shares in the company. The returns he's promised are very generous, too. Are you sure that this matter isn't dubious? Mr. Lenevis is trustworthy. His land deed has a government seal on it. And I've also seen the group photo that he took with Sir Dweyville and the mayor. Group photo? A group photo doesn't prove anything. According to the astrolabe, this matter will go very poorly. Under the prosperity you see on the surface is a dark abyss. My recommendation is to stay well away. Alright, thank you. I will seriously consider what you've said once I've gone home. So this is the helplessness of a seer, huh? I can give suggestions to others, but I can't make decisions for them. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. May I ask you to perform a divination for me? It's him. Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. Thank you very much for the information that you gave to Anna. She's constantly been praising your abilities. Mr. Moretti, I've come today because I wish to have a dream interpreted. A dream? Yes, that's right. Ever since I got back, I've been having the same nightmare every single night. I'll dream that, when I fell off the alfalfa, someone caught me, but I can never clearly see his face. What's more, I'll be holding on to someone else with my other hand as well, a fellow passenger, Eunice Kim. But because of his struggling, I'll find that I can't bear his weight, and I'm left with no choice but to let go. And in that moment, the person above me will also let go. I'll try very hard to grab onto something, but I'm always unable to. Then, my body will begin to fall, fast, and then I'll wake up. Mr. Meyer, if you keep getting the same nightmare, time and time again, it's a reminder from your spirituality, as well as a revelation from the divine. The tragedy you encountered on the alfalfa, whatever it was, has left you traumatized. That trauma has also caused you to overlook many details that you had already discovered. Did Eunice Kim ask something of you while you were on the boat? And were you then unable to help? And did he ultimately succumb to his fate? Yes, but I have no sympathy for him. Very soon, you'll find out in the newspapers about the evil he wrought. He slaughtered the crew and passengers of the boat. I'm not blaming you or doubting you. It's just that, if you keep on dreaming about how you let go of his hand, does that mean you're regretful? I can't shake the feeling that what happened on the alfalfa was just too abnormal. If I hadn't let go, perhaps I would have been able to ask him why he would suddenly start acting as if a demon had possessed him. This isn't the only thing you're doubting. The details you overlooked are currently pointing towards a horrifying conclusion. Your spirituality is telling you that the person who was holding you, preventing you from falling, is seriously suspect. However, your subconscious doesn't suspect him, and that's why you aren't able to see what he looks like. He was your companion. He once had control over your fate, or perhaps he once saved your life. The person I see in my dream is Mr. Triss. I understand now. Master Moretti, thank you for interpreting my dream. I think I might have to go to the police station now. It seems that something very extraordinary happened on the alfalfa. If the captain were here, we'd be able to find out the full truth from Mr. Meyer's dreams. Good morning, Captain. Come take a look at this arrest warrant. An extremely brutal beyonder has entered Tingen. Triss, the initial estimates have him as a Sequence 8 instigator, and he comes from the Theosophy Order, the person responsible for the tragedy on the alfalfa, and it's currently unknown where they went after arriving in Tingen. Triss, the alfalfa, it was a beyonder that did it. Captain, I know someone who was involved in the incident. I know. Joyce Meyer. Last night, when I went to assist the Machinery Hive Mind squad, I saw you in his dreams, and I confirmed that Triss was the one responsible for the tragedy. Then, Captain, which sequence pathway does Instigator belong to? And what kind of an organization is the Theosophy Order? It just so happens that it's about time to give you access to the relevant information about Beyonders and secret organizations. Alright. Dunn is right. It's time you got a better understanding about Beyonders and secret organizations. After all, you'll be going with me to the underground market tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? That's right. I'm the kind of person who can't sleep soundly when there are debts to be paid. I always strive to pay what I owe as soon as possible. I'm going to the Cheney's Gate to collect the relevant documents. You can only read them here. You aren't allowed to take them away. Can't you just be straightforward about how you're afraid you might spend the money that you need to repay your debts? Do you have to be so euphemistic about it? Wow, so detailed. Does this contain information about the potions that follow Seir? Yes. The potions that come after Seir in its sequence. There's even information on the other sequence pathways. Good at fighting. Cunning. Is this information on sequence 8 really correct? There we go. Sequence 7 is what I'd expect for an upgraded Seir. This sequence pathway was first formed by the Zeradal family of the Solomon Empire. It's suspected that there's a connection here with the ancient, secret order Zeradal. That's the name of the person who reminded Emperor Roselle to act. There's also information on Instigator and the Theosophy Order. The origins of the Theosophy Order can be examined through two different sequence pathways. The first one, which includes Apprentice and Trickmaster, and the second, with Assassin and Instigator, which point to the Demonist sect. Mr. Neal, what kind of an organization is the Demonist sect? This document doesn't seem to give any details about them. The Demonist sect believes in the primordial Demoness, and they regard her as the earliest being to be born from the Creator. They also believe her to be the eventual ender of everything. Their sequence pathways are all related to this end, and, for the sake of approaching the primordial Demoness, that secret existence, the upper echelons of their organization are completely made up of women. A lot of the information about them is hidden away at the Holy Cathedral. However, I've heard that their mission is to spread disaster. Spreading disaster, indeed, that's completely in line with what Instigator and Assassin are capable of. However, the Demonist sect sequence potions seem to be more suited for women, so Mr. Trist's future looks a little bleak. According to the information I read today, secret organizations can basically be divided into three different categories. The first category consists of the ancient organizations that were born during the Fourth Epoch. This includes the Moses Ascetic Order, the Secret Order, the Blood Sanctify sect, and the Demonist sect. The second category is made up of the organizations that were born at the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, the current epoch. This includes the Theosophy Order, the Numinous Episcopate, the Life School of Thought, and the Rose School of Thought. The third category consists of the organizations that only appeared within the past 100 or 200 years. This includes the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the Psychology Alchemists. Hayes, I really hope my tarot club doesn't end up on a list. Ugh, my head hurts so much. What's going on? The black dots from the luck enhancement ceremony. So, Justice, or the Hanged Man, has tried the ritualistic magic I taught them. However, I'm still far from being strong enough to hear the contents of their request. I wonder if the message they're conveying will be stored within the gray fog. Yeah, I'll check that tonight. Melissa, I'm back. Where's Benson? Benson said that work was too tiring today, so he's taking a bath to relax. Oh, is that a new dress? Yeah. Mrs. Rochelle just finished making it, It's a great fit. It also cost us 6 soldi and 7 pence less than what a similar dress from Harrods department store would have. I thought that, since I'll definitely have to wash it later anyways, I might as well try it on for now. So frugal, sis, I know that your sympathy for our hardworking former neighbor makes up at least half your reason. Klein, you're back. Bitch Mountbatten came by today, asking if we've seen an 18 to 19-year-old boy with a round face. There's a bounty to be had, but, sadly, I haven't seen the boy in question. What about you? I haven't, either. Triss escaped from the Evil Dragon Bar to an area near Cross Street and Daffodil Street. It looks like they failed to arrest him. By the way, have you complimented Melissa's new dress yet? Ah, I think I forgot. I only asked her where she got it from. What a bad older brother. After getting her new dress, she simply couldn't wait to put it on, and she still hasn't taken it off. Didn't she say it was because she hadn't washed it yet? That. Just as I thought. The headache I felt this afternoon really was because Justice and the Hanged Man were trying out the ritual. The fool who belongs not to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. I pray that you would give me a good dream. It's the Hanged Man and Justice. I pray for your help. The incantation I came up with, it really is being conveyed to this place. Understood. How do you feel? I feel great. It was exactly what I wanted. I've already finished my task, and I've also made the necessary preparations for my advancement. Very good. The name of the potion is on the cover of this book. Inside, you'll find the sequence 7 formula. In accordance with our agreement, I'll also give you the 3 main ingredients. However, you'll need to obtain the rest yourself. Got it. The potion for witch. I'll advance to become a witch. Is this a joke? Haven't you always wondered why the members of our upper echelons are all women? This is the answer. We're here. The market is right inside. Klein, let's. Klein. That's a high-pressure steam rifle. This Evil Dragon Bar is actually able to procure such weapons. Huh. That item is strictly regulated by the military. Could it be that something happened here? I heard that a wanted criminal came here to buy ingredients, and someone recognized him. As a result, these scary, gun-wielding fellows showed up. Just now, the bar came close to getting completely torn down, but that criminal still managed to get away. I've never seen anyone run that fast before. Wanted criminal. Do you know what his name is? I think, Triss. It's him. The instigator, Triss. However, the market has already gone back to operating normally. You can head on in. 1/20th of the profits made at this market need to be given to the owner of the bar, Swain. Oh, right. He used to be the captain of the mandated Punisher squad. He's an old guy who hopes to die from excessive drinking. This does appear to be quite a profitable business, but where exactly is the market? It's inside. Creek. You can find the ingredients and materials you need here. If you didn't bring enough money, you can borrow from Swain. Though, of course, the interest is quite high. Mr. Swain is a seafarer. The ex-captain of a mandated Punisher squad would probably be at sequence 7, right? Swain is only a folk of rage. He was afraid of losing control, so he willingly gave up his opportunity to advance. The taste of death, the taste of death, this person, such high spiritual perception. Or is it distorted? Ah. Can he tell, that this body of mine has died once before? You don't need to pay him any heed. His name is Adamasol. He's an orphan, and people call him Monster. He was born with very high spiritual perception, and he can see and hear things that most people cannot. As a result, he often goes around talking gibberish. So he was born possessing half of what a starting sequence can grant. Have the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind ever thought of taking him in? From his nickname, you can gather that monster would be the only sequence suitable for him. However, only the life school of thought has mastery over that sequence. None of the three groups you mentioned do. The life school of thought. I remember the documents saying that this group was of unknown origins, and runs on a system of apprenticeship. It was also written that this secret organization had once produced a soothsayer, but doesn't that correspond to the sequence pathway of seer? Shop around by yourself for a bit. I'm going to go pay off my debt. Alright. Is this powder made from cow teeth pianol? Cow teeth pianol. Isn't that a supplementary ingredient for the spectator potion? Could it be justice? Let me use my spirit vision to take a look. Could you lower the price a bit? I also need to buy this bottle of white-edged sunflower petals, There's no problem here. His body is very healthy, and his mood is stable, too. However, that doesn't necessarily mean he's a righteous person. Forget it, I won't worry about him for now. The sequence 9 of Spectator can't really pose any threats to society. Before anything else, I should pick out a pair of amulets for Benson and Melissa. Sir, why aren't you looking at completed amulets that already have incantations and symbols carved into them? I plan on making them into protection amulets on my own. I'm sure you know, this is something that all enthusiasts in mysticism wish to accomplish. May I ask you how you're choosing which amulets to buy? I wish to buy a protection amulet to give as a birthday gift to my friend. I hope that it will give her good health. This protection amulet. The incantation and the symbols all appear to be in order. Now it's time for you to talk things out with the seller. I have something else to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Right, thank you. Klein, did you find the things you wanted? Mr. Neal, you've finished paying your debt. I walked all around this place, but I didn't really find any Beyonder ingredients. If you want to buy or sell Beyonder ingredients, you should go over there. After all, most people would prefer to keep the specific ingredients they buy a secret. Let's end here for the day. Klein, we should head back. Alright, Mr. Neal. Miss, are you feeling unwell? No. I'm just a bit too tired, that's all. Is she really okay? I should take a look using spirit vision. If she has an illness of some kind, I'll have to send her to the hospital immediately. Wait. Ha. I wasn't fast enough. I hope she'll be alright. Good afternoon, Miss Roseanne. Good afternoon, Klein. Klein, have you heard? Last night's operation to arrest the criminal, it failed. I heard that the informant for the mandated Punisher squad found an instigator at the harbor. Originally, they were planning to wait for support to arrive before making a move. However, the instigator had very keen senses. They made the first move and escaped. At a time like this, they'll need the help of a Beyonder with tracking abilities. Me, for example. They didn't have a shortage of trackers. Last night, counting the people from the mandated Punishers, the machinery hive mind, and the Nighthawks, there were 6 Beyonders present. We managed to trace the injured Triss to Iron Cross Street. But there, his trail completely vanished. Do you need my help to divine his location? No, we'll be fine. The machinery hive mind has a mystery prior. I suspect that he's actually already at sequence 8. It's just that I don't know what the corresponding potion name is. Klein, come with me to the Chinese gate. The sealed artifact 2-049 has already arrived. We'll need you to try and sense the Antagonist family's notebook later. Alright, Captain. Ah, by the way. Follow me and perform this action. Remember, you definitely can't stop. This has to do with your personal safety. Right. 2-049 is strange indeed. What exactly is the point of this action? This is Klein Moretti. He has a very intriguing connection to the antagonist family's notebook. This lady and these gentlemen here are colleagues from the Backlund diocese. They were responsible for escorting 2-049 here. This is Madame Larada, Sequence 8, Gravedigger. She is also an expert marksman. This is Iyer Harson, and he's just like me. And then this is Borja. Hello, everyone. I am. What's going on? It's suddenly gotten really hard to bend my arm. It's as if something is trying to control me. It looks like everyone else's movements have slowed, too. What happened just now? My joints felt as if they had rusted, and my vision became slow and distorted. This is the manifestation of 2-049's danger leaking out. You don't need to worry. 2-049 will first target humanoid creatures within 5 meters of it. The closer you are, the more easily you'll be affected. However, it only affects one person at a time. As long as there are at least 3 people surrounding it, passers-by will not be affected. Let's set out, everyone. We should finish quickly so we can seal 2-049 again as soon as possible. 2-049 is inside there, isn't it? What a strange sealed artifact. I wonder what it looks like. Let's go to Ray Bieber's apartment. Leonard, you're in charge of driving the carriage. All right, Captain. 2-049 is a living thing. It's coming again. This slow and lethargic feeling. Smack. What is 2-049 exactly? I thought it could only affect one person at a time. So why did Captain and I simultaneously? When 2-049 turns frantic, it can affect 2 people at once. It looks like Ray Bieber really is a descendant of the antagonist family. When 2-049 comes in contact with traces of the antagonist family, it gets very agitated. So long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped from the city of Tingen, 2-049 will definitely lead us to him. As for what exactly it is, you'll find out very soon. This puppet can assimilate the living things it takes control of. If I hadn't been knocked awake in time just now, I would have turned into a life-size doll, huh? That direction, Russell Leonard, head towards the harbor. Understood. Klein, use your divination to see if there's any danger inside. See if there's any danger in the surrounding area, too. It's possible that the secret order has been keeping a watch on Mr. Bieber's home this whole time. Waiting to come out and cause trouble at a critical moment. All right. There's danger in the warehouse and its surroundings. There's danger in the warehouse and its surroundings. There's danger in the warehouse and its surroundings. There's danger inside. Very big danger. There's danger in the surroundings, too. Boom. Crap. We've been scattered by the explosion. If we can't wake each other up in time, we'll all turn into wooden dolls. It didn't leave any traces. Was it an illusion? Stay away from it. Watch it. Ah, right. The effects of 2-049 have a limited range. As long as we keep our distance from it, we don't need to worry. But the captain and Mr. or are both nightmare beyonders, right? Will they be alright, fighting in direct combat? When the sun sinks in the west, dewdrops drape over twilight's breast, or as stars that accompany the moon. I almost forgot. Nightmare is what Sequence 8 Midnight Poets advance to. Elegant and graceful flowers, all brought to bloom, they're able to keep or even enhance the skills they had before the advancement. Midnight Poets are expert fighters. Wham! Crack! Watch out! He's gone. This time wasn't an illusion. How do you deal with something like this? Her beauty is only open to the night, but the night turns a blind eye towards beauty. And is completely blind to her love. The song isn't having any effect. Did he plug up his ears in advance? The sequence potion that the secret order possesses, it's quite strange. Someone's there. Ray Bieber's hiding place is only a bit farther in. Could it be that the suited clown is only a distraction, and someone else is responsible for retrieving the notebook? I have to stop him. Wait. Why do we need to stop him? My divination told me that there's very big danger inside. Won't it be good to let him go in first and sound things out? Crack. A gravedigger ability. Her flowers bloom on throughout the night, but in the morning, when day opens its eyes, she becomes bashful, unable to escape that gaze. Ah! Bang! What exactly is happening inside the warehouse? Damn it! He's running. Bang, bang. He transferred the wound on his abdomen to his arm. Thump thump. Boom. A ceramic dental implant, this is Ray Bieber. Bang. Demon hunting bullets have no effect. Watch out. He's lost control over his beyonder powers. Lorata. Looks like it's a dead soul. Try to find its weakness as quickly as possible. Bang. Bang. Alright. Since demon hunting bullets are unable to hurt Ray Bieber, there's no need for me to continue wasting them. I hope my spirit vision can help Madame Lorata find that thing's weakness. Dang. Except for the mad torrents of grayish-white that surround him, I can't see anything. Ah, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. At least one thing is certain, this life will fly by. One thing is true, and the rest are all lies. The chant is taking effect. Ah. Ah. Gah. My head hurts so bad. This is too scary. This monster only had to scream a single time, and we were almost unable to bear it. Bang bang, even though we're all beyonders here. This isn't good. It's going after Z049. Bang. I found its weakness. I'll need someone to control it for at least 3 consecutive seconds. Understood. It stopped. He. Wham. Ya. Ah. Ah, ah. Get down. Boom. GUH, Ray Bieber is dead. Did we succeed? Crap. I'm falling under the puppet's control. I have to save myself. Hitting myself, definitely, won't work, an external force, I have to try, the immortal Lord, of Heaven. And Earth, the Sky Lord, of Heaven. And Earth, blessings, stem, from, the, immortal, Lord. Of Heaven, and Earth. Ugh. Phew. Thankfully, it worked. But I can't just stay in here forever. At present, my physical body is probably indistinguishable from a zombie's right now. If Captain and the others notice, I won't be able to explain. But if I take the risk and go back, what if 2-049 takes control of me again? Wait. I might be able to use my seer abilities here. Looks like I haven't truly gotten used to my identity as a seer yet. Just as I thought. The things I'm carrying on my physical body, I can create projections of them here. The only limitation is that they do look quite illusory. Phew. Fortunately, it's rotating clockwise. Right. And it seems 2-049 isn't trying to control me anymore. Do you wish to be awakened? Whose voice is that? As long as you help me pick up the Antagonist family's notebook, you will be saved. The secret order will also grant you additional rewards. The secret order, it's the suited clown from before. I know that you're a seer. I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't possess the subsequent potion in that sequence. However, we do. I used to be a seer, too. To demonstrate my sincerity to you, I'll tell you the name of the subsequent, sequence 8 potion. It's clown. If you agree, nod your head. I know you're still capable of performing that motion right now. Nods. Clown is what comes after seer. In that case, he must have divined that he'll be in danger if he tries to pick up the notebook. That's why he's having me do it for him, huh? To use me as cannon fodder. He hasn't noticed that I've already freed myself from the puppet's control. It looks like the luck enhancement ritual doesn't manifest any external effects. A rod of hardened paper. This is my chance. Bang, bang. You purposely made me dodge in the direction of the antagonist puppet. How is it that you haven't been controlled by the antagonist puppet? Bang bang. Gah, this is the first time I've killed someone. It feels very. I wonder if he's carrying the formula for the sequence 8 potion. Either way, I should wait for Captain and the others to collect his body first. Mr. Harson, is there anything you need me to do? Go, search the inside of Borgia's jacket. You'll find a bottle of Goddess's Gaze in one of his pockets. Remember to have Borgia drink half of it. It can squeeze out the latent energy we have in our bodies, which helps us to sustain ourselves and stay alive, until we can receive medical treatment. Thank you. This Goddess's Gaze appears to be very effective. Go help your colleague. I will help Ire. Ah, right away. Are you alright? Here, let me help you. It's fine. I can drink it myself. His injuries are much lighter than I expected, so, in truth, he was able to drink this medicine himself from the very start. This also means that he might have seen me perform my luck enhancement ritual. I was originally planning to go save you, but I realized you didn't need my help. And there's no need for you to worry. There are many special people in this world, people who can do things that others simply can't. For example, you and me. Narcissist, however, it looks like Leonard is hiding many secrets as well. Looks like nothing's wrong with it. For the time being, we'll store the notebook and 2-049 behind Tinjin's Chinese gate. We'll wait for everyone to recover before bringing them to the Holy Cathedral. Alright. I've already searched the clown's body. Other than a wallet, a handkerchief, poker cards, and some other props, I didn't find anything that can give us any clues. This is the only set of clothes I own that's worth any real money, and just a single fight has left it this badly damaged. The losses you incur while carrying out missions can be reimbursed. Reimbursed? Ah, what a wonderful word. This suit can still be worn. And I'll be able to buy another one as well. Perhaps I should buy a relatively cheap set to use as combat clothes. Leonard, stay in the warehouse and prevent ordinary people from getting too close. The rest of us will go search Ray Bieber's remains. Captain, what will we be looking for? After drawing power from the notebook, Ray Bieber would have had to digest it first. However, his early awakening means that he hadn't fully absorbed the notebook's power yet. In other words, a part of his body will have become extraordinary, making it an extremely high-quality material. Found it. So this is the extraordinary material left behind by Ray Bieber. Correct. If you encounter similar situations in the future, make sure to do a thorough search so you don't miss anything. There could be a very important item left behind. Alright. Leonard, stay behind and watch the area. Borja, drive the carriage. We'll take the sealed artifact and the notebook back. I know that you're filled with curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. However, we'll have to wait for the Holy Cathedral to determine its confidentiality level before we can decide whether or not to let you read it. That's fine. No. That object is filled with misfortune. I'm not curious about it at all. Ah, by the way. You performed very admirably during today's incident. We managed to thwart the Secret Order's plans, and you even personally killed a member of an evil organization. Mr. Klein Moretti, are you willing to become a formal member of Tingen City's Nighthawks squad? If you become a formal member, your weekly salary will be increased to £6. You will also gain the status of a probationary inspector. As a support-type Beyonder, you won't have to face the enemy very often, but you need to submit an application every time you wish to leave Tingen, and you have to do your best to keep the whole thing a secret from your family. I want to become a formal member of the Nighthawks. I will send a proposal to the Holy Cathedral. Once it's approved, you will officially be one of us. Only in this way can I come into contact with more secrets, such as the current situation of the Secret Order. Speaking of which, Klein, you were actually able to kill a Beyonder whom I suspect was at Sequence 7. How did you manage it? They held back from asking this question until I'd agreed to join. They're bold hands at this kind of thing, indeed. At the time, I was 5 or 6 meters away from the sealed artifact, and my head was still dizzy from the explosion. My movements were also sluggish. As a result, the clown thought that I was under the sealed artifact's control. While in an invisible state, he snuck up to me, and then, by offering to save me and give me the subsequent potion to Seir, he tried to lure me into helping him pick up the notebook. I pretended to agree. Then, when he started prodding me with a rod of hardened paper from about 2 or 3 meters away, I grabbed the rod and swung him to the side. After that, I shot at him to force him into the sealed artifact's range. Yes. Shooting at him directly wouldn't have guaranteed a fatal hit, so you made an excellent decision at the time. I'm not sure I could have done it any better. Ah, right. He said that the Sequence 8 potion in the pathway for Seir is called Clown. He also said that the Secret Order has control over the potions. What's more, he also advanced to where he was from Seir. Clown is what comes after Seir. That's quite strange. There's no connection between those two. No, they actually do have something in common. Both seers and clowns can be found in a circus. Phut, that's not a bad answer. I quite enjoy young people like you. These days, gentlemen who have self-deprecating spirits are getting harder and harder to find. Fortunately, I got to meet one today. If this sequence contains things like beast tamer and magician as well, then it would truly be a circus, a one-man circus. Fry. Royale. Head to the harbor immediately and help Leonard deal with the aftermath. Understood, Captain. Wait. Remember to notify the police and have them block off the road. Don't allow anyone to get near the area until you've moved the corpse back here. All right. There's nothing else, yes. Yes. Oh, actually, tell Roseanne, Mrs. Oriana, and the others that they can come back to work. They don't have to try and avoid 2-049 anymore. Sure thing. Klein, head to the arsenal and look for old Neil. Have him go to the Chinese gate so he can heal us with his ritualistic magic. All right. I'll guard the arsenal in old Neil's stead. I'll also apply for at least 20 more demon-hunting bullets. While we wait to hear back from the Holy Cathedral, I'll need something to take my mind off of the curiosity I have towards the Antagonist family's notebook. If there's nothing else, Captain, I'm going to go look for old Neil now. Phew. I actually killed someone. You purposely made me dodge in the direction of the antagonist puppet. Providing medical treatment is truly exhausting. Tell the others not to come in here within this next hour. I need some rest. Why don't you go and rest upstairs? I can keep watch here. It's too noisy upstairs. Roseanne is the kind of girl that simply can't stop talking. All right. So there's a secret door here, huh? That corpse is. Knock knock. Sorry to disturb you. But, I just wanted to ask if this corpse belongs to that beyonder we encountered today. Yes, that's correct. You can come in and take a look. You'll find that this is now only an ordinary corpse. Is Fry worried that I might be suffering from trauma? Are you drawing something? Whoa, I wasn't expecting your sketching skills to be this good. Before becoming a Nighthawk, my dream was to become an artist. However, my father's wish was for me to become a priest like him. And to be honest, I did do that for a while, and I wasn't bad at it either. Then why did you end up becoming a Nighthawk? And why didn't you choose to be a sleepless? Later, I experienced certain things, and became a Nighthawk as a result. I chose corpse collector for personal reasons. What's more, Madame Daly is a good role model. Anyways, I have to go and give this portrait to the captain right away. Closing this secret door is very troublesome, so stay here and help me keep an eye on things. Alright. So I have to be alone with him, huh? Grab. Hornaces. 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 Living dead. Huh. Huff, huff, there's no more movement. Goodness, that was terrifying. I can't let Fry see this mess here, I should move the corpse back. Hornaces, again, huh. The Antagonist family's notebook mentions the nation of the Evernight in the Hornaces Mountains, and the voices I hear when I cogitate or use spirit vision, as well as this corpse when it came alive, just now, they all speak the word Hornaces. What exactly is hidden in that place? The answers to various questions? Or some kind of greater danger? This is. What is this? So that's what happened while you were gone. As for what exactly that was, I don't know, either. A brand on your skin, peeling off into a sphere of blood, speaking of which, the corpse of a beyonder will always undergo strange changes. Compared to trying to hide this sphere of blood, it'll be much safer to use the organization's power to investigate it. The captain and Kenley are in the keeper's room. Go ask the captain to come over, and tell him what happened here. Also, you don't need to come back over with the captain. I have a feeling that you won't want to see what's going to happen next. Alright. That's just what I wanted. Understood. I'll inform the Holy Cathedral about this matter later. It's possible that they'll send people to investigate the Hornaces Mountains as a result. Sleepless, Kenley. Alright, Captain. By the way, have Mr. Iyer and the others gone to rest? The gentlemen are at St. Selena Cathedral. Loretta went to a coffee shop. Coffee, desserts, and large-chested maids are her three biggest interests. She sure has some peculiar interests. 3, 2, 1. Ah, right. Once again, there was something I forgot to say. That Beyonder has definitely lived in Tingen before. Leonard has already gone to the police with the sketch of his likeness. They'll be looking into that. Anything that passes by will leave traces behind. This remark that Emperor Roselle made, it really does have much truth to it. Indeed, the Emperor's words make a lot of sense. Klein, you went through a lot today. Head home and get some well-deserved rest. And don't worry yourself too much about killing that Beyonder. Taking his life was the same thing as saving the lives of many, many others. To be honest, I'm already much better. What's more, even if they do have control over the seer sequence pathway. If they don't know who all the Nighthawks members are, their divination definitely won't be able to lead them to a civilian like me. Unless they have a prophet, they won't be able to get revenge on me specifically. I'm back. Klein, there's a letter for you. It's from your mentor. A letter from my mentor. Ah, right. I wrote him a letter asking him for historical information about the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains. Looks like I'm going to the Dweyville library tomorrow. Melissa, here's money for the postage fee. Please help me mail my reply to my mentor tomorrow. Klein, the postage fee isn't that high. All girls need a certain amount of pocket money, right? What's more, the leftover money can help you buy the tools and materials you need. Those are some very good persuasion skills. You accurately pinpointed Melissa's weakness. Now then, how should I go about persuading you? You should focus on studying grammar and classical literature. Of course, mathematics and logic are equally important. When reading those books, I feel like a useless baboon myself. But they really are very useful. Ah, right. Benson, Klein, are you guys free on Sunday? Selena invited us to her birthday banquet. I'll be free. So we'll leave preparing a present to Melissa. Benson and I will do what gentlemen are supposed to do, give money. This is the first time I've heard someone describe being lazy in such a pleasant way. This was a practical application of grammar and classical literature. Good afternoon, Klein. Did you sleep well last night? I slept better than I thought I would. I actually didn't have any nightmares. It's just that, when I think back on what happened, I'll feel a bit of heaviness, and disgust. Good. I don't have to worry, then. The Holy Cathedral sent a telegram. They requested that Iyer and the others bring 2-049 and the notebook to Backland immediately. They're also sending us a new Nighthawk to serve as additional help. May the goddess bless them. Phew. The notebook has been taken away. Does that mean I can finally be rid of the shadow that the antagonist family's notebook has been casting over me? I need to go patrol the Raphael cemetery. Ah, I almost forgot to tell you. We'll need to wait another 2 to 3 days before we hear back about your application to become a full member of the Nighthawks. Ah, and also, Leonard managed to track down where the secret order was temporarily staying in Tingen. However, they were relatively cautious, and they didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization. Captain, make sure you don't forget to submit my application for reimbursement. Good afternoon, Mr. Neal. Good afternoon, Klein. You're going to become a formal member very soon, right? The captain said that we still need to wait 2 to 3 days. What's more, we don't know for sure if the Holy Cathedral will approve our request. Heh. The Holy Cathedral wouldn't reject a request like this one, especially since you're already a Beyonder. You should start mentally preparing yourself. Every formal member of the Nighthawks has to go through a rite of passage, and that is to successfully complete a mission on their own. I'll have to successfully complete a mission on my own. But we sometimes go for entire weeks without getting a single mission. Then, doesn't this mean I won't be able to get my promotion and salary increase until a month or two from now? Nighthawks must stand on the front lines in the fight against danger. They can't rely on others to take care of them. And so, this rite of passage is merely a way for you to earn the acknowledgement of the other Nighthawks. It won't affect your official salary. Why did you emphasize the fact that it won't affect my salary? Did I make it that obvious? Ah, right. Mr. Neal, do you think that the corresponding sequence 8-4, seer, really is clown? I think the possibility is very high. The documents say that the subsequent sequence to clown is characterized by agile movements and strong combat ability. What's more, various other channels say the same thing. An old acquaintance of mine from the machinery hive mind once jokingly said to me that the sequence 8-4, mystery prior, is melee scholar. That doesn't sound compatible with mystery prior at all. I can see why melee scholar comes after mystery prayer. Mystery priors search for answers to the various mysteries of the world. And to them, melee combat is just such a mystery. After listening to what old Neil has said, perhaps the subsequent sequence to seer really is clown. Dweyville Library. Sir. Sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Huh. Oh. Hello, I was wondering if you had copies of Research on the Hornacis Main Peaks Relics, New Archaeology, and Archaeology Review here. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have Research of the Hornacis Main Peaks Relics. However, the other two titles you asked about were just returned to us by a gentleman who'd borrowed them. They're on the shelf over there. Alright, thank you. The remains of an ancient civilization can be found at the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains and its surroundings. The ruins are at least 1,500 years old. Their palaces were so large and grand that they look like they were built by non-humans. From the murals they left behind, it appears that they believed the Evernight would bless the loved ones of anyone who died. Symbols of the Evernight can be found everywhere within the ruins. However, the symbols aren't the same as the sacred emblem of the Evernight. Palaces that look like non-humans build them, like the one I saw in that dream of mine. If only I could go there and take a look. No, even if I had the opportunity to go, I would still stay well away. Going there would be like asking to die. Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. This gentleman here would like you to perform some divination for him. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. My name is Bogda. Anna and Joyce recommended that I come here. Using spirit vision, I can see that his liver is almost completely black, and the other parts of his body are unbalanced as well. Looks like his problem is quite serious. Sir, I think you need to see a doctor, not a fortune teller. You could tell after a single glance. That's incredible. Anna was really telling the truth. Mr. Moretti, I've already gone and seen a doctor, and I'll be having surgery soon. I would like you to divine the outcome of my surgery, to see if it will go well. Despite the pushes that Emperor Roselle made, due to the lack of technology, surgery in this world is still very, very risky. Alright. The price of my divination is 8 pence. If there aren't any issues, please come with me to the Topaz room. The price is only 8 pence. We are already fortunate enough that we can receive revelations from the gods and get glimpses of the future. As a result, we must keep our greed in check if we wish to continue receiving such gifts. Have you never heard of high-volume, low-margin businesses? Reversed Wheel of Fortune, the surgery will have a negative outcome. Is there no hope for me? Let me try a different method of divination. Leave behind your ring, and write down your date of birth. Then, please wait outside the room. All right. Perhaps I can try using dream divination. The dream divination also shows me that the surgery will result in death. However, the ritualistic healing magic that I learned from old Neil today, it might be able to save him, but that would expose the fact that I am a beyonder. What's more, it's not guaranteed that I'll succeed. Ah, I know. Mr. Bogda. Search for a source of hope in the Eastern Borough, on Vlad Street. It will have something to do with the word Lawson. If you can't locate what I'm talking about, come here and find me after 4 p.m. on Monday. Understood, thank you. I remember Mr. Glassy found a medicine at Lawson Darkwade's herb shop that he used to cure his lung disease. I was also able to confirm my guess using spirit dowsing. I really hope Mr. Bogda can also find hope in that shop. Your lung disease is very serious. You're able to tell what my illness is? Then, is there any medicine that can cure it? Of course. However, the prerequisite is that you have enough money to pay for it. How much does the medicine cost? A total of £10. It's a very fair price. Once you've added water and boiled it, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood and drink it immediately. After you've done that 3 times, your illness should be cured. Is that all? Is there something else you want? How about this bag here? It contains mummy powder. I promise that both you and your wife will be satisfied. Ah, no, thank you. All I need is the bag with the liver medicine. Creek. Charmaine. Starting today, stop restocking our herbs. Huh. Why's that, master? This is the 16th customer who has come here because of my growing reputation. If things go on like this, the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind will all start taking notice of me. It's time for us to go to a different city. Alright, then should we transfer the ownership of this shop? Your abilities are already good enough that you can stay and be the shopkeeper here. However, 50% of your monthly profits will need to be deposited to my account. But, you haven't taught me anything of your true abilities yet. Ha 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 ha. That kind of thing, it's not something you can learn simply because you want to learn. Benson. Fortunately, the two of us have similar physiques. Just as I expected, this suit fits really well on you. This is the level of respect that a banquet deserves. But did we really need to dress this formally? Yes, absolutely. Don't you wish to start a lovely relationship with one of the ladies at this banquet? The retroactive salary I received for becoming an official member just happened to be enough for me to buy a new set of formal wear with. However, the fact that I've become an official member, I'll hold back from telling them about it for now. Klein, thank you for the necklaces you made for us. They weren't expensive, don't worry. I bought them as half-finished products, and I carved incantations of blessings and decorative patterns on them. Alright, let's go in. Melissa. You're finally here. Happy birthday, Selena. I really like your dress. It makes you look exceptionally beautiful. Melissa, your brothers are more handsome than I was expecting. Really? I don't think either of us looks particularly dashing right now, Miss Selena. Just how ugly did you think we were? Ah, right. Melissa, Elizabeth is already here as well. Huh. It's the girl I met at the underground market. So it turns out that you're Melissa's brother. Hello, Miss Elizabeth. Thank you for helping me pick out an amulet. Selena likes it very much, and she says she loves how it looks when she's wearing it. So the friend that Elizabeth was talking about, the one whose birthday was coming up, is Selena, right? Selena is still waiting for me, so I'll be heading over to her now. Alright. I've played over 20 rounds of Texas Hold'em now, but I still haven't gotten a single good hand. Fortunately, I've managed to resist the urge to cheat. I should go to the restroom and let myself calm down a bit. This is such a strange feeling, huh? The strange fluctuations have disappeared. Could it be that I was hallucinating just now? However, Melissa is still upstairs. It's best if I go up and confirm that everything's alright. So there really is something wrong. It's that room. Even my spirit dowsing divination is telling me that some kind of supernatural danger is afoot. There's definitely something wrong with this room. Knock knock knock. Creak Klein, is something the matter? Thank goodness, it looks like nothing's happened to Melissa. I could hear that you guys were having a lot of fun, so I got a little curious. Sorry, were we too loud? We were just playing around with magic mirror divination. Selena knows a lot about it, and it's really fun. Magic mirror divination. Why not mess around with Ouija boards or something of that sort? Selena has already been affected to this degree. What exactly happened here? Aha, then I won't bother you guys anymore. Right. Where's Elizabeth? Elizabeth? Klein, she's only 16. Elizabeth said that she's really interested in history, and that she has some questions she wanted to ask me. We were just going to have a normal academic discussion. That's all. Mr. Moretti, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? I never said anything about being interested in history. As you know, I am a mysticism enthusiast, and I noticed that there's something wrong with your magic mirror. Something's wrong with it. I understand that it's hard for you to believe me when I'm using such simple words. However, after you get back, and when Selena isn't paying attention, take a sneak peek at the front of the mirror, which she's refused to show you this whole time. How did you know that she's refused to show us the front of the mirror? It was an educated guess. According to the Nighthawks records, almost every instance of magic mirror divination that involves evil had similar circumstances surrounding them. Selena, may I sit next to you and watch this magic mirror divination from up close? Sure. Tell me, mirror, tell me, when will the romantic and handsome gentleman appear? The gentleman will appear half a year from now, on the Sunday of the second week. I need to go to the restroom. Mr. Moretti, I saw it. Within the mirror, there was only an evil-looking version of Selena. There's no need to be nervous. Tell me where Selena's room is, as well as where she keeps her mysticism-related items. After that, you simply need to pretend as if nothing happened, and head back to the living room. Remember, 5 minutes from now, find an excuse to take Selena to her room. Then, gently knock on the door. 1 time first, and then 2 times in quick succession. From there, you can leave the rest to me. Alright. I'm afraid there's not enough time for me to notify Captain and the others. It looks like I'll just have to borrow the power of the Evernight Goddess to help me fend off the existence that's currently affecting Selena. The Evernight Goddess, who is more majestic than the stars in the sky and more timeless than eternity itself, I pray that you would show your loving grace to one of your devout believers. I pray that you would wait just a moment. Wait for that unfortunate girl. Success. Now, I just need to have Selena enter this sealing circle, then, I'll no longer have to worry about that mysterious existence fighting back. Elizabeth, what exactly is this surprise that you're planning to give me? You seem really nervous right now. A surprise wouldn't have any prior signs about it. So I'm just, very excited. Yes, very excited. Knock knock knock. They're here. Why would you need to knock on the door? This way, no one outside will be able to hear what's going on. Supreme Lady of Crimson, Great Empress of Misfortune and Horror, my spirituality is currently streaming out. I can't stop it at all. I pray that you would show your loving grace to your lost lamb, Selena Wood. Phew, the dark green in Selina's aura has already disappeared, looks like everything will be fine now. Ugh. My head hurts. What's happened? Just now, my Beyonder powers nearly went out of control. Using ritualistic magic uses up my spirituality, and, turns out, the effect that the potion's residual spirituality has on me becomes stronger in turn. If I'd only recently consumed my potion, I'm afraid it's very likely I would have lost control just now. Acting really is quite useful, huh? Praise the lady. How's Selina doing? I've already corrected the error in Selina's magic mirror divination. The issue has been resolved. She's probably going to be in a state of stupor for a couple of minutes. It's also likely that she'll be a bit weak over the next 2 or 3 days. Though, on a different note. Where did Selina learn about mysticism? Who was her teacher? Did they not also tell her about the taboos associated with magic mirror divination? It was Hannas Vincent. She said that she learned about the divination she performed today after taking a peek at her teacher's hidden incantations. That's what happened. It's like she was asking to die. Do you remember the incantation she recited? She spoke in Hermes. However, I do remember a few of the words she said: revolve, spirit, creator, and grace. Creator? The true creator? If I recall correctly, it's an ancient existence that appeared in the 5th epoch, revered by a large number of secret organizations. Remember, you should never pray to any existence other than the 7 orthodox divinities. When Selina wakes up, remember to ask her for the exact incantation she used. Then, find an opportunity to tell it to me. All right. That said, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask Selina yourself? From what I know of her, she's not good at keeping secrets. I don't want Melissa to find out that I have an interest in mysticism. And so, I hope you'll help keep my secret. No problem. Indeed, Melissa strongly prefers machinery to mysteries. And that's the gist of what happened tonight. I believe the evil existence that the magic mirror divination called out didn't create a disaster because it needed more time to fully awaken. However, I think it might be necessary to investigate Hannas Vincent. You handled the situation very well. You acted quickly, before the evil spirit could manifest completely. Leave the rest to us. You should head home and get some rest. Captain, I was actually expecting you to make this my initiation mission, my rite of passage, to have me carry it out alone. Judging by the incantation that Elizabeth provided me, Hannas Vincent is likely fairly dangerous. This is because we already have a different initiation mission for you to carry out. What? We accepted a new case tonight, and we've already confirmed that there's no real danger involved. And so, we plan to have you take care of it tomorrow. Don't ask what this case is about. Focus on getting a good night's rest today. We'll move your day off to Tuesday or Wednesday. Alright, Captain, you being like this is only going to make it even harder for me to sleep soundly. What's more, Monday is the day of the gatherings. It looks like I'll have to postpone it this time. Melissa, do you have something you wanted to ask me? I know you do. Klein, what exactly did you do to Elizabeth tonight? I felt like there was something really off about her. And later on, Selina became very strange as well. You're aware that Elizabeth and Selina are mysticism enthusiasts, right? Yes, I am, but I don't like it. I believe that everything in this world can be logically explained. And if there really is something we can't explain, it's simply because we don't have enough knowledge yet. Yeah. That's what I believe, too. Once upon a time, I really did believe that, until I successfully sought my own death. Mysticism involves the Hermes language, which was used specifically in ancient ceremonies and prayers. Elizabeth asked me to tell her the meaning of a couple of words. That makes sense. History is your area of expertise, after all. As for why Elizabeth and Selina started acting strange, I can't say for sure. However, I can make a guess. When Selena was performing her magic mirror divination, she recited something in Hermes, didn't she? She did. Based on the limited number of words that Elizabeth asked me about, I surmised that Selena's divination is interrelated with certain evil beliefs. I see. I think I understand Elizabeth and Selena's strangeness, then. In the future, be sure to admonish Selena and warn her when necessary. Have her return to the orthodox path. Right. I definitely will. Now that I've given her this reminder, I think Melissa will also start being on guard against this kind of thing in the future. Good morning, Captain. Did something happen? Could it be that Honas Vincent? Honas Vincent is dead. Did someone murder him in advance? Leonard and I went to look for Honas Vincent last night. Because we didn't find anything abnormal, I entered his dreams to search for clues. Within his dreams, I saw a giant cross. And a naked man who'd been nailed to it upside down. His body was covered in bloodstains. Just as I'd started to look upon that scene, I fainted. When I came to, Honas Vincent had already passed away in his sleep. A giant cross, and a man hanging upside down, covered in blood, this is quite similar to the description of the true creator. Though, at the same time, it's also very different. We will be sure to follow up on this matter later. Right now, you should go and complete your initiation mission. Go and change into your probationary inspector uniform. Then, meet with Inspector Tolley at the lobby of the shooting club. He'll tell you the details. The famous philanthropist, Sir Dweyville, has recently been hearing the sound of crying and moaning every night. The police suspect that it involves beyonder powers. Probationary inspector uniform. The police department pays half of our salaries. The first time you saw us, we were also wearing police uniforms. You aren't a probationary inspector in name only. So this is what a probationary inspector looks like. Not bad. Still, it's a pity that I can't wear this uniform under normal circumstances. Otherwise, it could be another set of clothes for me to cycle through. Moretti? Are you Klein Moretti? Hello, Inspector Tolley. I think it's safe to say you've got the right person. Ha! I have a feeling we'll get along well, young man. Now then, shall we head to Sir Dweyville's house? Sure. If you don't mind, you can tell me the details while we're in the carriage. It started last month. Ever since, Sir Dweyville has been hearing moans of pain and suffering in his sleep. He said that the moans sounded like they were coming from someone who was struggling at the edge of death. His servants confirmed that they also heard similar sounds, though not as loudly. This situation has been affecting him with increasing frequency. He even tried moving to his villa in the country, but that didn't help at all. We also work together with his security team, but we haven't found any clues. Sir Dweyville has said that, if the problem can't be solved within a week, he will seek help in Backland. Could it be that Sir Dweyville offended a beyonder and has been cursed as a result? No, that can't be it. If it was a curse, the servants wouldn't have heard the same sounds as well. Perhaps there's a beyonder hidden somewhere close to him. Possibly among his staff. But no one has made any requests of him. What exactly is going on? Sir Dweyville. This is Mr. Moretti, a probationary inspector from our police department. Good morning, sir. Good morning, officers. I hope that you'll be able to help me solve my problem. So this is the owner of the wallet that old Neil picked up. It looks like he hasn't recognized me as the companion of that good Samaritan. Strange. Other than the fact that he's in poor spirits, there don't seem to be any issues. Sir Dweyville. The first time you heard the moans, which room were you in? May we go and take a look? Cullen, take them to my bedroom. Sir, I was hoping that you could come with us. This is Sir Dweyville's bedroom. Creak. Sob sob. Sob. It's so cold here. Where's that crying coming from? Ugh. Huh. It's back to normal. What's going on? This. It's not your typical resentful spirit, and it's not an evil spirit either. What exactly is it? Mr. Inspector. Have you found anything? It seems that, under normal circumstances, ordinary people have considerable difficulty noticing the abnormality here. Is it because it's daytime? If it were that easy, I reckon my colleague wouldn't have waited until now. How can he be carrying this much resentment? If they're allowed to accumulate any further, they could turn into a wrathful spirit. If the remnant spirituality from those people, whoever they were, is this strong, then just how much resentment did they have before they died? Sir, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask. Please go ahead. When you moved and tried living elsewhere, did you get at least half a night's worth of peace and quiet? And then, the situation slowly deteriorated from there, until you were able to hear the sound even when you slept during the day. That's correct. Have you found the root of this matter? Indeed, these events are consistent with what you'd see when resentment accumulates and results in gradual entanglement. Sir, this is a mental illness, a psychological problem. Are you trying to say that I'm a lunatic? That I have to be committed to an asylum? No, it's not that serious. In fact, the majority of people suffer from psychological problems, to varying degrees. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a psychological expert from the Alwa County Police Department. All right. What do I have to do in terms of cooperating with the treatment? Also, I don't understand, why is it that the people around me were also able to hear the moaning and crying? Gah, I will explain it to you afterwards. Everyone other than Sir Dweyville, please leave. I need a quiet environment for the initial treatment. Cullen, please take Inspector Tolley to the second floor. Wait there. Understood. Sir Dweyville, please lie down on the bed, relax, and try to fall asleep. All right. Although I can use ritualistic magic to resolve this, it'd probably be best for me to keep my beyonder powers as secret as possible. First, I will use dream divination to try and find the root cause. Woo. Woo. Whose moans are these? Crack. Female workers at Sir Dweyville's lead factory. Mary, you suffered a seizure. Lafayette, you've been affected by the lead. The resentment from the female workers that died of lead poisoning was minimal. There's no way it would have noticeably affected Sir Dweyville. Unless, there's a more persistent grudge that caused the rest to fuse together. Haley, how is your health? Dweyville said that anyone with a severe headache is not to come in contact with any more lead. They must all leave the factory. I'm doing all right. It's just a minor headache, that's all. Your father and brother have both lost their jobs. We don't even have enough money for tomorrow's bread. When will you be able to collect your salary? It's 10 solely, right? Yes. Saturday. I can get it on Saturday. We'll find some work at the harbor, but with the recent recession, we'll only be able to earn 3 solely and 7 pence a week. Just tell the supervisor that my headache's already gone. It'll be all right. I'll be fine. Hey. What's wrong? Doctor. Someone get a doctor. Benson had to support both me and Melissa with a weekly salary of 30 solely, and that was already difficult enough. This whole time, I was under the impression that the vast majority of workers would be paid at least 20 solely a week. But, as it turns out. Officer, aren't you going to say anything? The psychologists I hired in the past would all try to chat with me at times like this. That said, I didn't hear any moaning just now, and I nearly fell asleep. How did you do it? Sir. Do you know about the dangers of lead? At first, I didn't. It wasn't until later that I learned about them, and I did feel guilty at one point, but I did pay compensation to those female workers. Even in the capital of Backland, the salary earned by female lead and porcelain workers does not exceed 8 soldi per week. Meanwhile, I pay 10 soldi or more. In addition, I don't allow workers who've had multiple headaches come in direct contact with any of the lead. And if a worker becomes seriously ill, they can apply for aid from my charity. Cough. Cough. Many people have criticized me, saying that my actions have made it harder for them to recruit workers. If not for the repeal of the Grain Act, which caused many farmers to go bankrupt, forcing them to look for work in the city, those who criticized me would have had to follow suit and improve the treatment they gave their workers. Sir, I don't think you can imagine just how important having a regular salary can be to the poor. Even a single week of unemployment can cause such families incredibly tragic losses. I'm very curious, being the caring person that you are, why didn't you install any equipment in your factory that would protect your workers from dust and lead poisoning? Doing so would have made my expenses unacceptably high. I've already reached a point where I don't care about profit. In fact, I even operate at a loss sometimes. But if that were always the case, what would be the point? This could only help a small number of people. There's no way it would become an industry standard. I've heard that, for the sake of lowering costs, some factories even use slave labor. Sir, to be honest, you were asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me about this one thing. Once, while riding in your carriage, you saw a female worker who died on her way to work. She died of lead poisoning, and she'd worked in your factory while she was still alive. The psychological problems you've been experiencing come from the guilt that's accumulated in you, bit by bit. You thought that the guilt had already faded, but witnessing the death of that worker shocked it back. So, you used hypnosis on me? Now that you mention it, yes, I believe that did happen. What was the name of that worker? What I mean to say is, what exactly should I do to try and fix my psychological problems? The worker's name was Haley Walker. Her death is the biggest contributor to your current problems. You'll need to give more compensation to her family. Next, you should spread the word about the dangers of lead and allow your charity to increase the number of affected workers that it helps. And if you're able to become a member of parliament, you can work to promote relevant legislation. I will go and do everything else you've said, but as for promoting legislation, I don't think that's possible at all. Because there are foreign competitors out there, enacting legislation of that sort would cause our domestic lead industry to collapse. And the organizations that help the poor wouldn't be able to provide enough relief for the massive wave of unemployment that would result. And that's the gist of it. There have been too many instances of lead poisoning at Sir Dweyville's factory, and he's gradually accumulated the resentment that formed from many residual spiritualities. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have resulted in any big problems, but, after Haley fell to the ground on the side of the road, she saw the Dweyville family's coat of arms right before she died. Sir, you are truly much too kind. No, this is too generous. We can't accept this. In the end, Sir Dweyville gave Haley's family £300 as compensation, and the feelings of unwillingness and desperation that Haley felt before she died have dissipated. In this age of steam and machinery, problems like this are not uncommon. The factories are always filled with dust. Even if lead poisoning wasn't an issue, the workers there would still be at risk for other lung-related problems. Sigh, I don't think we need to discuss these things. I believe that, as the kingdom develops, these kinds of problems will all be resolved. Ah, right, Klein. How about we find a restaurant tonight where we can celebrate you becoming an official member of the Nighthawks? Could we do tomorrow night instead? I used my spirit vision too much today, and I even used dream divination to communicate directly with the resentment Sir Dweyville was suffering from. I feel really tired as a result, and I'd like to go home and rest. It's Monday again, and I have to be at the gathering at 3 in the afternoon. Ah, all right. That's very understandable. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Wait. Ah, but of course, did you say that Sir Dweyville gave the female workers' parents £300 as compensation? Yes, that's right. Captain, are you worried that something bad will happen to them because of this wealth they've suddenly received? I've seen that kind of thing happen many, many times. Give me their address. I'll have Kenley arrange for them to leave Tingen. We'll move them to a different city where they can start new lives. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. If only there was fine wine here, we could toast to the success of your trial. Your power exceeds the bounds of our imaginations. Very good. This shows us that we're heading in a fruitful direction. If, in the future, you find that you have somewhere else you need to be on Monday afternoon, you can tell me through the ceremony. Understood, Mr. Fool. On a different note, I obtained another page of Emperor Roselle's diary, and so, I believe I still owe you one more. My apologies. I was far out at sea this week, and I wasn't able to find any new pages. Don't worry. When I made my request, I was fully aware that it could take a long time to complete. Miss Justice, you may begin expressing the diary contents now. As you will it, Mr. Fool. July 9th, I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are called the blessings of the divine, the paths of the divine, then why is it that the slate which records the complete forms of the 22 sequence pathways is called the blasphemy slate? Who exactly was blasphemed against? And who was it that made the blasphemy slate? How were they able to obtain all the sequence pathways? July 12th, today, I learned the truth that sealed artifacts are an important component of a church's strength, and, among the 7 major churches, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship has the fewest sealed artifacts. Did I join an organization that doesn't really have a promising future? July 14th, I met the mysterious Mr. Zeradal again. It turns out that he's the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. The Church of the Evernight Goddesses documents only say that the Zeradal family was connected to the Secret Order. However, I've learned here from Emperor Roselle that Mr. Zeradal was the leader of the Secret Order. As such, I now have no doubt that the Secret Order really possesses the sequence pathway for seer. After finding out I'd become a savant, Mr. Zeradal said that I'd chosen a difficult, but relatively safe path. When I asked him why, he simply smiled and told me that the sequence pathway contains far more secrets than I could imagine. I couldn't help but ask him what his sequence pathway was, and he told me that his sequence 9 is seer. He's clearly a high sequence powerhouse already. He stopped needing to act as a seer a long, long time ago. He hopes that I can help him steal a dangerous sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, a relic of the antagonist family. I continued to ask for details and specifics, but he merely smiled and didn't say anything. Dang that smile of his. Dang his silence. When I reach a high sequence and become powerful myself, I'll beat up every single seer I come across. May you rest in peace, Emperor Roselle. Mr. Fool, he's... What am I doing? I'm so reckless. So foolish. I actually dared to try and observe Mr. Fool. Thankfully, he didn't get angry. Sorry to keep you both waiting. It's our honor. You are now free to speak. Mr. Hanged Man, where can I find the psychology alchemists? The psychology alchemists. Could it be Justice? The gentleman who was buying ingredients for the Spectator potion at the underground market the other day, could it be that he was a beyonder with the psychology alchemists? These are the only entries from Emperor Roselle's diary that we obtained this time. Emperor Roselle was quite an irritable guy. Miss Justice. I actually don't have any leads on their whereabouts. I also don't think you need to be in such a rush to find the psychology alchemists. Your current focus should be to digest the spectator potion. Alright. I was just hoping that I would have enough time to prepare myself, so that, when I get in contact with them, I can do so more naturally. But then, when will I be able to finish digesting my potion? And is there any way for me to judge whether or not I've finished? I'm already at a point where I no longer hear the murmuring anymore. It doesn't seem that Mr. Fool intends to say anything about this. If the acting method isn't used, then general wisdom says that it will take at least 3 years. There is a simple way to determine if the digestion is complete. And it is to let yourself exhaust your body, pushing it to its limit. If you don't hear any crazed murmuring and don't see anything strange at that point, then it means you're ready to advance. As for the acting method, I also only just came in contact with it. It feels great, and I don't think it'll take 3 years anymore. It's almost as if he didn't answer me at all. 3 years, that's too long. At low sequences, if you strictly use the acting method, you can digest the potion within half a year. Doing so within a single month is also within the realm of possibility. As for figuring out whether or not you've thoroughly digested the potion, you'll naturally know when you have. You don't need anyone else to teach you. 1 month, that's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Half a year, Mr. Hanged Man's tone of voice is filled with joy, relief, but also strong doubt. What exactly is he doubting? I've heard that there's a listener from the Aurora Order who is searching for traces of the true Creator, which is the holy residence they advocate. The true Creator. He's an existence that numerous secret organizations and cults believe in. They believe the Creator didn't completely die, and that the core he left behind is the true Creator. In the time since the 5th epoch, he has appeared in various forms. For example, as the Hanged Giant, or as the Eye behind the shadow curtains. Very many people believe it was only after referring to images of the true Creator that Emperor Roselle came up with the Hanged Man tarot card. There's nothing wrong with what I said, right? Mr. Fool. He's trying to probe for my thoughts on the true Creator. The image of the true Creator that Mr. Hanged Man described shares quite a few similarities with the scene that Captain saw in Jonas Vincent's dream. But whether he's hanging upside down or hiding behind shadows, doesn't the imagery give off an evil vibe either way? I actually prefer to call him, the Fallen Creator. The Fallen Creator, fallen, this attitude of his, it's as if he's speaking about an equal. In the beginning, I suspected that the fool was only bluffing. However, with that ritual he taught us, and his attitude towards the true Creator, I'm now sure that, even if he's not as powerful as the true Creator, he's at least at a similar level. Indeed, Mr. Fool. I agree that your description is more appropriate. According to our observations, Beyonders who believe in the true Creator, no, the fallen Creator, are far more prone to losing control than normal. The rest that don't lose control are mostly lunatics, too. This is consistent with the Nighthawks documents. However, these so-called lunatics didn't lose their sense of reason. Instead, their morals and ideologies became twisted. Too bad there aren't many records about the seer sequence pathway. I need to find opportunities to ask about matters that relate to the secret order and clown. But how do I ask in a way that fits my identity? I wasn't planning on establishing this tarot club in the beginning, but 22 chairs still appeared here. Do they symbolize the 22 sequence pathways? I wanted a temple, so a temple appeared. So if I decide I want a trumpet that can help ask questions in my stead, will a trumpet also appear? That sounds really scary, Mr. Hanged Man. Could you go into more detail about all the mysterious organizations out there? I will pay you for the information. Ah, great question. In this case, Miss Justice basically acted as my trumpet. And now, the hanged man will definitely mention the secret order. I'll need £1,000. Ideally, paid in banknotes that aren't marked with serial numbers. Either that or gemstones that have just been mined. You can use the average monthly prices in the Backlund jewelry market to calculate the total. £1,000? No problem. Should the money be delivered to the Warrior and Sea Bar in Pritz Harbor? Yes. Give it to the boss, Williams, and tell him that it's for the captain. £1,000 is enough to buy a house in the richest part of Tingen. It's probably the annual salary that captain earns, too. Alright, Mr. Hanged Man, please start. But listening to the way that Miss Justice talked about it, she thinks that £1,000 is a cheap price. I suppose I'll start with the Moses Ascetic Order. It is the oldest hidden organization. That said, many people wrongly believe that the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the Earth Mother, and the Church of the God of Combat are the oldest. The Church of the Evernight Goddess was one of the earliest hidden organizations. In the Fourth Epoch, or the Third Epoch, what exactly happened? The Moses Ascetic Order was initially formed by several humans who had read the blasphemy slate. They believe in an unanthropomorphic god called the Hidden Sage. They call it a god, but it's more accurately described as the representation of an ideology. They place knowledge before anything else, and the hidden sage is knowledge itself. In the early days, the Moses Ascetic Order was a well-respected organization. The members of the organization lived ascetic lives to resist losing control. They strictly kept their secrets, and they adhered to moral and religious precepts, believing that people would continuously reincarnate after death. The sequence pathway they hold is that of mystery prior. Warlock is also a term that was spread from this organization. You said that the Moses Ascetic Order was a respected organization in its early days. Does that mean they aren't any longer? That's right. They've already fallen, becoming an evil organization. Why? I feel like they have a very good philosophy. It's very normal. That's true. I don't know the actual reason, and it could very well be lost to history. However, I do know one very uncomfortable explanation. The main reason for the fall of the Moses Ascetic Order is the fact that the god they believed in, that is, the hidden sage, came to life and became a personified evil god. Came to life? How did that happen? I'm very sorry, but no one knows the answer to that question. Wait, no, perhaps. Perhaps Mr. Fool knows. What am I doing? I've already stood at the edge of danger once, and once is more than enough. The Book of Storms contains a warning, thou shalt not test any god. Returning to the topic at hand, next is the Demonist sect. And that's my overview on the various hidden organizations and secret sections. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. Alright. That concludes today's gathering. As you will it. Now then, what's next on my agenda? I wanted a trumpet, so a double of myself appeared. One that can act as my trumpet, my mouthpiece. Unfortunately, it looks too lifeless. Even if it's obscured by a layer of fog, it would still be obvious that something's off about it. Looks like this line of thinking isn't going to bear fruit. This is a prayer. It's a language that I've never heard before. It's very similar to ancient Faisak, but it's unmistakably different. What is he praying for? These two words, I think they mean mother and father. Ancient Faisak was a common language in the Fourth Epoch. It's also the root language of every contemporary language. Faisak itself is also gradually changing. The Faisak Empire in the north has always claimed that its people are descended from giants, so perhaps this is the Jotun language from ancient times. I am the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, and yet I'm stumped by this foreign language. Until I can understand what this person is saying, I should keep an eye on him and observe him for a while before deciding whether or not to pull him into the grey fog. After hearing what the hanged man said during today's gathering, I've realized that there are 4 points I must pay special attention to. The Demonist sect was also known as the Demonist family during the Fourth Epoch. They are few in number, and they rely on continuing their bloodlines to maintain their ranks. They kill the fathers of their children, and they abandon baby boys, so all of their members are female. However, this is all going off of what the hanged man said. For now, there is no way for me to verify the veracity of this information. The Numinous Episcopate, which believes in death, and the Rose School, which is fond of making bloody sacrifices, both originated in the southern continent. After the advent of the colonial era, they were almost completely destroyed by the 7 churches. However, in the process, they started spreading to the northern continent. The psychology alchemists are similar to the early Moses ascetic order. They believe in a non-personified existence, and they believe that the human spirit is capable of changing anything. Among the various hidden organizations, the secret order has the lowest level of activity. As a result, it is also the least understood. Every time they show themselves, they appear to be merely chasing after something, searching for something. What are they chasing after? What are they looking for? Every time the secret order show themselves, they appear to be merely chasing after something, searching for something. The leader of the secret order, Zeradal, worked together with Emperor Roselle to try and obtain something that the antagonist family had left behind. So the secret order must be searching for traces of the antagonist family. If I want to obtain the recipe for the Sequence 8 potion, Clown, from the secret order, perhaps I will have to start from that angle. The reception hall is filled with a mournful air. But other than that, nothing else is out of the ordinary. Pain and sorrow will always pass. Mr. Moretti, did you already hear about what happened to Mr. Vincent? Ah, right. I forgot that you're an exceptional fortune teller. I heard that he suddenly had a heart attack while he was sleeping, that he died peacefully. He was so kind, and he was a true gentleman. To think that he died so young. Actually, I was only able to divine a rough idea of what happened. Thank you for telling me the details of what happened. I'm sorry that I made you talk about it again. It's fine. Ah, right, there's a customer here for you. It's the same person from last time. He's been waiting in the club this entire afternoon. Congratulations. There is nothing quite as sweet as the taste of good health. Mr. Moretti. You're really able to see my state of being at will, aren't you? But yes. I'm fully healed. I need to go and repent to God. To think that I actually suspected you and that miracle-working apothecary, those 10 pounds I spent were so worth it. They bought me my life back. What? You paid 10 pounds for the miraculous medicine, while you only paid 8 pence for my divination. I confirmed with my own eyes just how serious his liver disease was. If he was cured within only a few days, then the only explanation is that a beyonder was involved. It looks like I'll have to go and observe that apothecary, Lawson Darkweed. I was originally planning to go thank the apothecary and buy the other concoction he recommended. With the addition of mummy powder, it can satisfy both men and women. Unfortunately, when I went there, I found that the ownership of the herb store had already been transferred to someone else. Mummy powder is something that even the aristocrats are searching after. Transferred? This apothecary is a cautious one, huh? Mummy powder, something that the noblemen of Backlund are madly searching after. This powder, which is made from grinding mummies, can allow men to perform perfectly in bed. Good morning, Klein. Good morning, Miss Roseanne. Klein, I saw Madame Daly just now. Madame Daly, the spirit medium? That's right. However, she already left. Ah. The way I see it, Madame Daly is truly the ideal beyonder. I want to become like her. If I were a spirit medium, I would travel the world. I would go to Intis, to Faysac. But even Madame Daly needs to get prior approval if she wishes to leave Mat Harbor, I already know. Don't shatter my dreams. Besides, there's no way I would become a beyonder. It's too dangerous. The way I see it, beyonders basically turn themselves into monsters for the sake of fighting monsters. Ah, right. The captain wanted you to go see him as soon as you got here. Alright. Archbishop Chanis once said that we are guardians, but that we are also a group of miserable wretches, constantly fighting against dangers and madness. Daly stopped by earlier. She's been transferred to the Backlund diocese. As the capital, it's very prosperous and crowded. It also has the most beyonders and the greatest number of opportunities. She has a much better chance than I do at becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon in the church. Why's that? She has a unique talent for mastering and exploiting sequence potions. As I've told you before, the Nighthawks have a rule that, after taking a potion, you must wait for 3 years and undergo a test before you can take the next potion. And 3 years of waiting often isn't enough. It took me 3 years to go from sleepless to midnight poet, then, it took me a whole 9 years to go from midnight poet to nightmare. It's already been 3 years since then. I have no idea how much longer it'll take before I can advance to sequence 6. And when our bodies grow old, it's best we stop trying to advance. The probability of losing control becomes so high that no one is willing to risk it. But Daly is different from most of us. 1 year after she became a corpse collector, she submitted a special application, passed the examination they gave her, and became a gravedigger. After that, it only took her 1 year to advance from gravedigger to spirit medium. It's currently her 5th year as a beyonder. She's only 24 years old. She's still very young, and she has a plethora of opportunities ahead of her. Moreover, Madame Daly's public identity is that of the most famous spirit medium in Alwa County. She's actually a true spirit medium, too, so doesn't that mean she's been acting? Captain, you're still fairly young yourself. You're only 30, though your memory can be a bit lacking. Why don't you ask Madame Daly to tell you how she goes about mastering and exploiting sequence potions? Well, she did tell me once that I have to become a real nightmare, but I don't really understand what that means. Acting as a nightmare, huh? That sounds pretty unpleasant for everyone involved. Ah, right. Daly and I discussed whether or not the subsequent potion to seer really is clown, and she made a very interesting hypothesis. What was it? Normally, the potions in a sequence pathway are all related to each other and follow a clear, linear progression. For example, sleepless, midnight poet, and nightmare are all related to the night or to things that are derived from the night. The relation isn't always this obvious. But, if you look hard enough, you'll definitely be able to find things that the potion names have in common. For example, assassin and instigator are both bringers of pain and sorrow. So, does Madame Daly think that seer and clown don't follow a logical progression? That's right. Daly thinks that, in some pathways, the low and middle sequences provide abilities that appear unrelated to each other. But after one reaches a certain stage of qualitative change, the abilities blend together into a new job. In other words, they don't follow a linear progression. Instead, the relationship they have with each other is one of eventual unification. A normal sequence pathway is similar to a person's body. As a child gets older, they become taller and taller. Their frame grows stronger and heavier, and they become more mature. Meanwhile, special pathways are like this. This is sequence 9. This is sequence 8. Each finger is separate, independent of the others. There appears to be no connection between their movements. But when you reach the end, Ah, I see. Then, at what stage will the different abilities be combined together? When will the qualitative change occur? Daly and I surmise that the answer is sequence 4. Why? According to the Church's categorizations, sequence 4 is the first of the high sequences. It's said that reaching it will cause one's vitality and spirit to undergo changes. In ancient times, reaching sequence 4 was enough for one to be hailed as a demigod. And, 1,000 years ago, sequences 9, 8, and 7 were all considered low sequences. However, beyonders have been few in number in the past 100 years. Nowadays, the major churches consider sequence 7 to be a middle sequence. So sequences 9 and 8 are low sequences, 7 to 5 are middle sequences, and sequences 4 and up are high sequences. Then that means Emperor Roselle was indeed a powerful, high sequence beyonder. But the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control. For sleepless, which the Church of the Evernight Goddess possesses, the sequence 5 is gatekeeper, right? And what's the sequence 4? I remember that the Archbishop who stole sealed artifact 008 in Sanguil was a gatekeeper who'd failed to advance to sequence 4. No, gatekeeper is the sequence 5-4 corpse collector. As for your other question, to be honest, I'm actually not sure what the sequence 4-4 sleepless is. I won't have access to that information until I become a diocese bishop or a deacon. Anyways, you should continue learning from old Neil now. Also, don't forget that we're having dinner tonight to celebrate you becoming an official member of the Nighthawks. Alright. I already have my money ready. What? There's no need for that. Have you forgotten about the additional bonuses we get? You know, the bonus you get when you complete a mission. The portion you give to the organization. Ah, I see. Got it, Captain. 3, 2, 1. The captain didn't call me back. It's a miracle. Stop thinking about tonight's dinner so much. You still have to learn some new ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, Dragonese, Elvish, and much, much more. By the way, you'll have to start doing 2 hours of instructor-led combat training every afternoon, on every day except your days off. Combat training? The captain didn't mention that earlier, he forgot to. Let us give a hearty welcome to our new official member, Klein Moretti. Cheers. Thank you. Don't have an appetite, huh? Did your combat training with Mr. Gawain this afternoon leave you too tired? What you need most is strength training. These 2 dumbbells are going to be your companions today. Afterwards, you'll have to run and do squats, too. Yes, sir. If you haven't touched this steak yet, I can help you with it. Go ahead. Fry has to guard the Cheney's gate tonight, so he couldn't come. Is our Miss Author not going to say a little something on this occasion? Unfortunately, my submissions have only made their way into a couple of smaller newspapers. Captain, I think you should give me the funds I need to self-publish a novel. You should learn from old Neil and come up with better, more appropriate reasons. I'm always very impressed with Mr. Neil in that regard. Ha ha ha. Yesterday's training was horrible. I thought that taking the potion would have improved my physical fitness. But, as expected, all of the stat points for seers get put into spirituality and the mind. I have to go visit my mentor today as well. I want to see if I can borrow the monograph about the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains from the university library. Klein, what's wrong? I'm fine. My muscles are just a little sore, that's all. Your muscles are sore. But you didn't do anything else after you got back last night. Could it be that drinking alcohol will make your muscles sore? Drinking alcohol making muscles sore? Sis, if you put it like that, it's everything I can do to stop myself from thinking inappropriate thoughts. No, that's not it. Yesterday in the afternoon, I participated in some combat training that the company set up. Combat? It's like this. I'm a history and relics consultant. So it's possible that I'll sometimes have to head out into the wild and participate in the excavation of historical relics. I need a healthy body to do that. But that's not very gentlemanly anymore. Haven't you always wanted to conduct yourself like a professor? Haven't you always held yourself to a professor's standards? No, a true professor is not only able to communicate with others in a gentle way, but he must also be capable of using physical means to persuade others when normal communication is hindered. Physical means, all right, I understand. Do you need my help? I don't. Just now, I was over-exaggerating my discomfort a bit. Klein is really starting to get more and more bombastic. Here I was, thinking that his sore muscles were hurting him a ton. Ow, ow, ow. Koei University. Good morning, Mr. Isaac. Is Professor Cohen here? I made an appointment with him by letter. We're supposed to meet at 10 o'clock. Good morning, Klein. Professor Cohen suddenly had a meeting come up, and he had to go to Tingen University. He asked me to wait for you here. Have I done something out of line? It's fine, don't worry. Please take a seat and have some coffee. Feel free to add sugar and milk. I reacted the way I did because I noticed that you look much sharper than you did before. You're now even more like a true gentleman. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Isaac. Has the professor managed to find research of the Hornacis main peak's relics? With my help, yes. However, you are no longer a student of Koei University, so you'll only be able to read it while you're here. You aren't allowed to take it with you. All right. It's just as the professor said in his letters. The settlement was clearly part of an advanced civilization. There was an ancient country there. From their murals, it's apparent that they looked just like human beings. So it's safe to assume for now that they were humans. They simultaneously revered and feared the night, and so they created a god to personify it. They called this god the ruler of the Evernight, the mother of the sky. The mother of the sky, that's quite a grand title. What's more, this god has some very obvious overlaps with the goddess of the Evernight. The murals show that the people of this country believed that death was not the end. They believed that their deceased relatives would protect them within the night. And so, they would keep the bodies of newly deceased loved ones within their homes, on their beds, for 3 full days. The strangest thing is that no graves have been found in the area at all. It's as if none of their residents needed to be buried or even died at all, which contradicts the contents of the murals. In the ancient remains on the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains and in the surrounding area, all of the displays and decorations are very well preserved. The murals are largely undamaged, too. It's as if the entire place went completely undisturbed before it was finally discovered. There are still plates on the tables, and there are still traces of decayed food on the plates. In some of the rooms, there are half-filled bottles of wine that have virtually been turned into plain water, and after that, the murals end. They end before there's any mention of burials. Where did the people of this country go? It seems as if they all left their homes in a huge hurry. They didn't have the time to clean anything up, and they never returned afterwards. They left their homes in a hurry, and then, if you also consider the fact that there aren't any graves there, it makes the whole situation even stranger. The author, Mr. Joseph, also addresses this. He mentions that, when he first discovered the remains, he thought that maybe the residents there had literally vanished into thin air. This palace, compared to the one that I dreamed of, the style is almost the exact same. However, the palace in my dream was at the top of a peak, and it was much more magnificent. What's more, there was a giant seat that wasn't meant for a human. There were also countless maggots. I think this is confirmation that my dream was related to the ancient remains at the Hornacis Mountain's main peak. And I'm pretty sure the remains are of the nation of the Evernight that's mentioned in the Antagonist family's notebook. well. Have you found anything worthwhile? Yes, quite a bit. Look how many pages of notes I've taken. Klein, I don't really understand why you've suddenly become so interested in this matter. However, when I was still studying at Backlund University, I did a fair amount of research on divination. Yes, I've found that your fate contains disharmony. What? Divination? Talking to a seer about divination, eh? What kind of disharmony do you mean? You've run into a lot of coincidences over these past 2 months, haven't you? Coincidences? The most obvious coincidence I've encountered recently is how, after we went after those kidnappers, we found clues about the antagonist family's notebook in the room that was right across from the one they were hiding in. Meanwhile, Ray Bieber rushed to find a place where he could digest the power the notebook bestowed him. He didn't even try to escape from Tingen first, and this allowed 2-049 to track him down. I did always feel that this was rather coincidental. And after Selena took a sneak peek at Hannes Vincent's secret incantations, she waited and didn't try them out until her birthday banquet, during which I happened to discover what she was doing. That was quite coincidental. If things had gone differently, Hannes Vincent wouldn't have been the only one to die. There have been 3 coincidences. So not too many, not too often, and I haven't noticed any traces of outside interference or guidance. Emperor Roselle once said that a single coincidence is completely banal. 2 coincidences are also normal. However, 3 coincidences is enough reason to stop and think, to ask yourself if there are any internal factors at play. Are you able to see anything? All I can see is a little disharmony. I'm unable to see anything else. You have to understand, I'm not a real fortune teller. Alright. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Azik. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye. Mr. Azik is a little strange, acting as a fortune teller for a fortune teller like me. I should use spirit vision to take a look. Mr. Azik is completely normal. It's a shame that I'm only able to see a person's ether body and astral projection when I'm above the gray fog. Coincidences, huh? I won't be able to stop worrying now. Okay, let me break down the 3 coincidences and divine them one by one. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by beyonder elements. Huh? The answer is no again. Elliot's kidnapping, Ray Bieber staying in Tingen, and Selena's magic mirror divination, the verdict for all of them is that they were normal events. The dream divination I performed on these 3 events gave me the same results. So they really were just nothing more than coincidences. Looks like I overthought the whole matter. Mr. Azik is just a divination hobbyist. Wait. In Klein's original memories, there isn't anything about him being interested in divination. According to the original Klein's impression of Mr. Azik is a calm and reliable man who never says anything baseless. If he were really just a hobbyist, then he wouldn't have communicated with me in the way he did. Could it be that he accidentally came across some insider information and used divination as an excuse to give me a warning? Or is my own divination being affected by an external force? Looks, I'll need to confirm the results I've obtained in a better environment. An environment that is more mysterious, one that is more difficult to understand. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by beyonder elements. But there weren't any traces of interference. This kind of power is terrifying. The real cause of little Elliot's kidnapping, the real cause of little Elliot's kidnapping. This place is. I feel like I've just caught a glimpse of something horrifying. A red chimney, a garden, and a grassy lawn, are these things related to the people who were responsible? But whoever it was that was behind the coincidences in these 3 events, I can't see the purpose of their actions at all. Heck, I can't even feel any malice. Right now, we're like marionettes putting on a show. What's even scarier is the fact that we feel so confident about ourselves through it all, and how am I supposed to bring this up to the captain? If he asked me to confirm my conclusions back in the outside world, well, there's no way I'd be able to. Before I worry about that, let me test the other two coincidences as well. Ray Bieber and Selena's incidents. My divination isn't telling me either yes or no, something strange is afoot. Could it be that one of the forces responsible for all of this has sensed my divination and responded accordingly? And it's not just my spirit dowsing that's been affected. I'm unable to see any clues about the other two events using dream divination either. Looks like it's very likely that my guess is correct. There's no way for me to warn the captain, so all I can do is to try and improve my own abilities as fast as possible. In addition, I should interact with Mr. Isaac more and see if I can get any more information out of him. In any case, I can say with certainty that my divination skills are greatly improved when I'm here in the grey fog. Is this what it means to have good luck? Perhaps I'll be able to divine the subsequent potions to seer while I'm here. That way, I'll be able to confirm the captain and Madame Daly's hypothesis. The sequence 8 potion after seer is clown. The sequences 8 to 5 that come after seer each grant new and unrelated abilities. It's not responding to my statements about seer at all, is it because I don't have enough prior information to perform this divination? In that case, clues about the clown potion. This is the place where Ray Bieber and his mother lived. I can find clues about the clown potion there. And just now, that was the place where Ray Bieber was hiding. Also, what's that branded on the suited clown's wrist? This layout, this is the living room of Welch's house. And together with Welch are the original Klein and Naya. It's Welch again. The people next to him also look familiar. Wait. It's Hannes Vincent from the Divination Club. But who's the third person? The antagonist family's notebook. I'm currently divining for clues about the clown potion, aren't I? So why is the antagonist family's notebook making an appearance? Let me think. Just now, I saw Welch and the original Klein together. They were discussing the antagonist family's notebook. Then the scene where Welch and Hannes Vincent appeared together, what does it entail? Wait. Could it be that Hannes Vincent sold the notebook to Welch? If I really think about it, it's obvious that Hannes Vincent had ventured deep into the world of mysticism. He had channels and abilities that allowed him to obtain the notebook that had accidentally been let out by the secret order. No wonder Captain and the others weren't able to find any clues about Welch purchasing the notebook when they went to the antique market. They were looking in the wrong place entirely. In any case, there was a third person present in that scene. It looked like an old man in his 50s. Perhaps he'd know a lot about the situation. Other than the brand on the suited clown's wrist, everything else I saw just now is directly related to the antagonist family's notebook. However, what I'm trying to divine for are clues about the clown potion. This doesn't make any logical sense, or mystical sense. But going off of Emperor Roselle's diary, it's possible that Zeradal, or should I say, the secret order, was searching for relics of the antagonist family. So the dream may have been telling me to use things related to the antagonist family, to lure out the secret order and obtain the clown potion. But it's also possible that the Zeradal family and the antagonist family had very deep connections with each other. If they were friends, they would have understood each other well, and likewise if they were enemies. Then it wouldn't be too surprising if the antagonist family possessed a portion of the other family's sequence pathway and had it recorded in a notebook. From what I know so far, the first explanation seems the most likely. However, my seer's intuition tells me that there's most likely a deeper symbolic meaning somewhere. Wait. Could this be the limits of a seer? Unless I'm faced with a very simple and intuitive symbol, I must be very cautious when trying to interpret anything, for it'll be as if I'm walking on the edge of an abyss. If my interpretation fails, or if I don't manage to interpret a key point, I will end up like that suited clown did. I feel like I'm really, really close to fully digesting the seer potion. Thank you for guiding me with your life, praised the lady. That said, there are still a couple of things that I need to confirm. Mr. Azek has good intentions. Mr. Azek is a powerful beyonder. Sure enough, both statements are true. Looks like I'll seriously have to visit Mr. Azek more. He might be a mid-sequence beyonder with the life school of thought. But I don't have enough information right now, so there's no way for me to confirm this hunch. In addition, I have to find this person as soon as possible, this older man who appeared with Honas Vincent. Perhaps I can start my search at the Divination Club. However, I don't know how to draw, although I can clearly visualize it in my head here. How will I be able to take this portrait and transfer it into the real world? So should I follow old Neil's example and pray to the goddess using ritualistic magic? But I'm currently borrowing the power of the grey fog. If the divinities were to find out, my life as a human could very well be over. Hold on. Maybe I can pray to myself. The fool who belongs not to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, you are the king of yellow and black, the one who wields good luck. I pray for your revelations, that you would allow me to draw what I've seen. Although I'm currently unable to utilize the mysterious power above the grey fog, I shouldn't have any problems if I'm merely transmitting images and sounds. This is. I pray for your revelations. I pray that you would allow me to draw what I've seen. Just as I thought, I'm able to hear my own prayer. My hand is no longer under my own control. It's as if an outside force is latched onto it. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. I thought you would be spending a couple days away. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. Around noon, I dreamed about something that has to do with Mr. Vincent. I know you understand. A fortune teller cannot ignore his dreams, for they could very well contain divine revelations. What did you dream about? I dreamt that Mr. Honas Vincent was having an argument with this person. This person, her emotional aura is currently a thinking blue. That's a normal reaction. I've seen him before. When? I don't remember the exact date, but I'm pretty certain it was at least a month ago. I saw him and Mr. Vincent talking near a doorway in hushed tones. Because of the other man's thick, messy eyebrows, and the fact that Mr. Vincent had been smiling, which he so rarely did, I remember the scene very well. Did you ever see him before that day? Or have you seen him since? No, I don't even know what his name is. To be honest, if someone else had shown me this portrait, I would have suspected that they were a police officer who's looking into the cause of Mr. Vincent's death. However, you're a true seer. I won't be surprised no matter what kind of revelation you receive. I'm really sorry. I actually am a police officer. A true seer understands his own insignificance and the great significance of fate. We can only ever see a small, blurry piece of the whole picture. We can receive revelations, but not answers. We must always reflect upon and carefully interpret the revelations we receive. We must maintain a sense of awe, and we must not regard ourselves as wise individuals who have somehow gained control over fate. My spirit vision, I can see Angelica's aura more clearly now. To think that a seer like you would still be able to maintain such great fear and respect for fate, I find that so admirable. Could this be a sign that I've managed to make significant progress in my digestion of the seer potion? The more you know, the more you understand your own insignificance. I've behaved myself in a way that matches the name of the potion. I understand the hidden laws of this role I've taken on, and I maintain strict demands for myself. I think I've mastered the essence of acting. Only in this way can I adjust the state of my mind, body, and spirit, to move myself closer to the remnant psyche in the potion and gradually digest it. Mr. Moretti. Sometimes, I feel as if you're a philosopher. Haha. In the circles I come from, calling someone a philosopher is an insult. Helping others to interpret their revelations, guiding them in good directions, always respecting fate, and never blindly believing in one's own interpretations. Madam Angelica, I'll be taking my leave now. Thank you for your help. These are the seer's laws that I've pieced together so far. They're also the essence of the acting I'll be doing from now on. If it proves effective, I might be able to completely digest the potion within the next 2 to 3 months, or maybe even within the next 2 to 3 weeks. You want to launch an investigation to try and find this person? That's right, Captain. When I was at the Divination Club yesterday, I didn't see any of the members exhibiting abnormal reactions to the death of Hannes Vincent. And today, I happened to learn that the person in the portrait was once seen having a secretive conversation with Mr. Vincent. However, the team's investigation records don't mention anything about this person. Have old Neil make some extra copies of this portrait. In a bit, we'll have the others go out on a search. If this clue ends up proving useful, you'll have made another significant contribution. Oh, by the way, did you draw this? Yeah. I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic. And that's 100% truthful. Of course, being 100% truthful isn't the same as telling 100% of the truth. It looks like paying for your Divination Club membership dues wasn't for naught. Captain, isn't your memory supposed to be really bad? So why are you suddenly remembering my membership dues at a time like this? I've been using ritualistic magic too much lately, and I've almost used up all the materials that I applied for. I'll have to go buy some more at the underground market. Beyonders like seers, who lack direct means with which to deal with their enemies, are helpless in combat if they don't have the materials they need to perform ritualistic magic. You're the friend that old Neil brought with him last time. Yes, I am. May I ask what I should call you? I'm sure old Neil mentioned me to you before. I'm Swain, the owner here. The ex-captain of Tinjin's mandated Punisher squad, and rumor has it that he's been in the Imperial Navy, too. If you ever find that you're temporarily short of money, you can come and find me. I see, thank you. Just a moment please, Mr. Swain. I have something that I'd like to ask you about. You're just like your captain. No, I don't have a memory problem. Have you ever seen this gentleman before? Yes, I remember him. He once came and asked me if I had any documents or items related to the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains. Documents or items that are related to the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains. When I was at the library, I remember the librarian saying that someone had just returned the titles I asked for. Those ruins are not a popular subject of research at all, and those titles were borrowed recently. Could it be that the person who borrowed those titles before I did, was the same gentleman who witnessed the exchange of the Antagonist family's notebook? Is there a problem? No, there's no problem. I'm just trying to figure out how I should go about investigating this gentleman. As I'm sure you know, Hannes Vincent died in his home. Indeed. Vincent was a relatively famous fortune-teller here in Tinjin, and he came here often. Now that I think about it carefully, I believe the gentleman in the portrait really did come here together with Vincent in the beginning. Do you remember his name? I don't ask my customers for their names and identities, so I wouldn't know unless I was already acquainted with them beforehand. Old Neil, for example. I see. Well, it's no matter. I can go to the Dweyville library and search for clues there. A private library like that one would definitely keep records about the people borrowing their books. But before I do that, I have to stock up on materials. Underground market. Looks like the market isn't particularly busy around this time of day. There aren't that many customers or sellers here right now. It's that monster, Adamasol. Ah, ah. 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 Is this really necessary? You almost went blind the last time you saw me, sure, but it's not like I actually did anything to you, seriously, you're reacting like I'm a horrible demon or something. The amantha extract that Madame Daly used that one time, powder made from drago tree, and essential oil extracted from slumber flowers. Yes, I think I've bought almost everything I need. I only have 3 pounds and 17 soldi left on me. Isn't that the young lady I saw that one time? The one who was shivering strangely. Other than Justice, who I can't see all that clearly, this lady is the most beautiful woman I've encountered since transmigrating to this world. Well, I don't have the time to stay and watch. I have to hurry to the Dweyville library. I also have to make tomato and oxtail soup for Melissa and Benson in the evening. This Book of Witches records the black magic of witches. Although I haven't dared to try any of it, some people have in the past, and it really does work. In your mind, what is a witch? A witch? Someone evil who brings disaster, disease, and pain. Dweyville Library. I am a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Alwa County Police. I need records of the past 2 months borrowing history for new archaeology, archaeology review, and research of the Hornacis main peaks relics. Understood. Just a moment, please. Sorry to keep you waiting, officer. This contains the borrowing history for those titles you listed. Thank you. Sirius Arapis, cloth merchant. Lives at number 19, House Street, Welch's house, the Divination Club, and this cloth merchant's residence are all on House Street. Since this is the case, it's not surprising at all that Welch knew Honas Vincent. It's possible that they met each other through Sirius Arapis. Welch was the son of a banker, and Sirius is a merchant. They're both part of the middle class, and they both lived in the same neighborhood. It's extremely likely that they would have visited and gotten to know each other. And it's not hard to see how Sirius got to know Honas, who often visited the Divination Club in his neighborhood. Honas wanted to sell the ancient books in his possession. Through Sirius's introduction, he found Welch, a history student, the image of the suspected evil god, the true creator, that showed up in Hannes's dream, together with the incantation that Selena learned from him, show that he'd gone very deep into the realm of mysticism. It's very possible that he was a member of a secret organization, and it's also possible that he joined a secret organization under Sirius's influence and guidance. Yes, Sirius started out by borrowing a lot of unrelated history books. It wasn't until later on that he started borrowing these same titles that I did. This shows that he was fumbling about on his own. The last time Sirius came here was last Saturday, which was also the day before Honas died. A number of days have passed since then, and he still hasn't returned the most recent books he borrowed. Perhaps he got scared after learning about Honas Vincent's death. And so he doesn't dare to come here again. I'm done. All right. Sorry to bother you again, but have you seen this person before? I'm sorry, officer. That face doesn't look familiar to me. Under normal circumstances, if the target was frightened, and if he already had all the information he needed, he likely would have gone straight to the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains. But if he still has requirements he needs to meet, he would likely stay in hiding for a while and wait for everything to calm down before showing himself again. All right. Thank you for your help. Wait. Sirius Arapis? What a coincidence. I'm here to return this. My body still hasn't recovered from my training yesterday, so I can't be rash. As long as he hasn't left Tingen yet, missing him this time won't be the end of the world. Yes, I have to listen to my instincts. Safety first. Officer. This is the criminal you're looking for. Damn it. He looks more scared of me than I am of him. In a sudden encounter like this one, he doesn't have the time to gauge my strength, so it's only natural that he would try to run, scared as he already is. Bang. Puff-a-blank. Bang. Thud. I hit him. I can't let him get away. Sirius seems to be slowing down. His blood. His blood has turned black. Gra. Bang. Bang bang. I've fired off all the demon-hunting bullets in my revolver. That should have done the trick, right? Gra. Wham, wham. Wham, wham. Huff. 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 The warts on his face are disappearing. Then, he should be dead for sure this time. Click. To be on the safe side, I'm going to double-check. Some pretty good craftsmanship went into this wallet. What a pity, though, that it only contains 10 solely. Sigh, too bad I spent so much of my own money at the underground market today. It's nigh time I bought myself a new wallet. HMP. This is a letter. Dear Mr. Z, please allow me to defend myself. When Hanas and I sold the Antagonist family's notebook, it wasn't an act of stupidity or betrayal. When it was in our hands, it didn't demonstrate any special behavior at all. I suspect it's alive. It's a dangerous item that must be sealed away. It often shows different contents to different people, and the contents change with time, too. I was able to confirm this fact with the lamb at the police station. I believe that the notebook will only reveal its complete contents if it's in the hands of a descendant of the Antagonist family. When Hanas and I first received it, we could only see a few trivial entries about the Antagonist family, a general overview of the nation of the Evernight that existed at the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains, and the 3 sequence potion recipes that we gave you last time. As you know, the Secret Order possesses the Seer pathway, and they have access to extremely powerful tracking abilities. Both Hanas and I believed that it would be too risky to continue holding on to the notebook. We discussed it between ourselves, and we sold the notebook to someone named Welch who lives on this same street. And then, the situation that you already know about unfolded. Hanas died. It must have been God's gift to him, for it has saved him from falling into heretics' hands. I no longer dare to go outside. The lamb told me that Hanas attracted the attention of the heretics, not because of the Antagonist family's notebook, but because he foolishly took on a female apprentice. His female apprentice snuck a peek at his secret incantations, and then, while she was being watched by a heretic, a Nighthawk, she tried performing magic mirror divination. I'm sure you can imagine what happened next. Unfortunately, the lamb at the police station doesn't hold high enough of a position to give us exact details. The heretics don't suspect me, however. Their investigation was cut short by Hannes's well-timed death. And so, I plan to go to the Dweyville library before anything else to try and find more clues. As a group of people that also possessed the Seer pathway, the Antagonist family should have had foreknowledge about their own eventual destruction. And so, they most likely left behind a secret treasure that would allow for their family to be revived. There is much reason to believe that the treasure is at the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains, somewhere within the remains of the nation of the Evernight. The sequence pathway that the Antagonist family possessed, was the Seer pathway. This is the letter that the cloth merchant Sirius Arapis wrote to Mr. Z. It has been translated to English.